plays today on the third day. Whether we have any further deterioration, whether it maybe offer a little bit of assistance for the spinners or anything like that. But we'll see. It's not offered a great deal so far, is it? Either for Nathan Lyon, who bowled superbly, used all his skills, didn't he, to try and get some success, and Liam Dawson toiled away through most of yesterday as well. So it'll be interesting to see if the third day we start to see a little bit of help for the spinners. I'm not expecting it, but
no, I think you're right.
You never know.
Might be about day 6 or 7. Might be a bit of help there. Apologies if you were watching the live picture feed and the ground commentary, those of you that have got earpieces, because you might have missed the first couple of minutes, myself, Kevin James and Scott Reed chatting there. Commentary team today, Melissa Story a little bit later. The analyst, Simon Hughes, is back, and also Dave Allen, Hampshire's honorary archivist. Everybody on BBC Sport Online would have heard that. But I just forgot a little plug to put in. There are a lot of plugs. Can I just say, everybody, that last year there was about 2 or 3 plugs to worry about. Now there's about 7 or 8.
It's a lot of plugs for you to worry about. And you've got to control this contraption here as well, haven't you?
To the right, yeah, no, which looks amazing. Here's the first ball of day 3. It's James Fuller bowling to George Bell. He's on the back foot, pushes that out square on the offside where Ali Orr fields, and we are underway. So the deficit for Lancashire to make up, at the very least, is 134. As Scott was saying, that well, a couple of early wickets this morning will put them under pressure, but if Hampshire don't pick up some wickets, especially with the new ball, which will be probably in about half an hour, just under, then Lancashire may fancy a little lead and put Hampshire under pressure for the later stages of the game. But it is a good pitch. You can't really see another 16 wickets falling between now and the end of the play, but you never know. Length ball, which is pushed out towards extra cover, no run.
We had that excitement of two wickets in 2 balls, didn't we, last night? Towards the end of the second day, Ian Holland, and actually, to be fair, he almost got his hat-trick. He bowled a beautiful ball to George Bell for the hat-trick ball. And that actually, that transformed the feel, really, of that back end of the evening session, because it felt like Lancashire would potentially could maybe go on with an old ball and potentially quite a tired-looking attack, or, early season, and try and capitalise on that. And those 2 quick wickets, you think actually there's a bit of work for Lancashire to do now.
Yeah. Fuller, who bowled a super spell either side of tee yesterday. Another good length ball to Bell. Hits high in the bat as it rolls out towards extra cover. Nick Gubbins is the fielder there. Yes, there was... Well, I suppose we got towards the last hour and 10 minutes or so where we thought, well, it'll just sort of meander towards the close, really. And then Ian Holland, 2 wickets in 2 balls. And I think I put on social media last night that it was about as close as you can get to a hat-trick without actually taking one with the third ball, because it somehow evaded the edge of George Bell's forward prod and somehow just missed the stumps. It could have been out either way, but it wasn't to be. As Fuller comes in, just the one slip, Liam Dawson, short ball. George Bell's quite short, didn't have to duck under that too much, but good pace through to Ben Brown. This hasn't been a wicket particularly noted for its pace. Players saying that it's on the whole a little slow, but it has been a good one all round. Hence why just 14 wickets have been taken so far in the match. Fuller turns and bowls to Bell once more, and Bell gets another good length ball. I think one thing you can say about James Fuller in this game is that he's been very, very accurate indeed, and was rewarded for that with Josh Bohannon just before tea. Bowled off an inside edge for 30, and really should have had Keaton Jennings, when one that just bounced on him a little bit. He got tucked up, tried to cut it away on the offside. It looped off the bat, and Nick Gubbins at point couldn't really hold on to a catch that I think he would expect to take. Bell's on the back foot, steers that to Ali Orr. Good fielding, that went quite quickly to him. That's the end of the first over. That was a maiden over, so the score remains on its overnight total of 233 for 4. And yeah, Fuller deserved that, there's no doubt about that, and he started well again this morning. So 134 behind.
Yeah, he was right on the money, wasn't he, yesterday, Fuller?
Wasn't he?
He backed up a good spell from Kyle Abbott from the pavilion end, and bowled a really good kind of nagging difficult length to Josh Bohannon, who really struggled to try and get him away. And interestingly, speaking to Luke Wells last night, he said Fuller's spell to Bohannon, he was getting the ball to reverse swing.
Was he?
Which I thought was really interesting to hear from Luke Wells last night. So that accounts for how difficult Bohannon as well was finding it.
Because he started so well and then just got becalmed a little bit.
He did, yeah.
And that's obviously the time when Fuller got that. And funny enough, actually, I spoke to Ian Holland last night, and he said he felt that the ball was reversing a little bit.
Right.
Yeah, so it wasn't. I don't think it was a lot, because I don't think it was immediately noticeable, but obviously just enough to getting it off the straight.
We'll open up with some left arm spin of Liam Dawson from the hotel end for the first time today, and he's left arm around the wicket to the Lancashire captain Keaton Jennings, who plays forward defensive, and there's no run.
Mel's let it be known to me that we were having this conversation just before we came on air, and we both said who should we start with, and Mel said I go with Fuller and Dawson. So there we are, and Mel's celebrating.
It is indeed Fuller and Dawson to open up the bowling. Dawson in a little bit flatter to Jennings off the back foot, and he defends, and there's no run. So there's a slip and a leg slip in place. There's a backward square leg, a deep square leg, long on. There's a short mid wicket, mid off. There's a deep point, and a short third. It's Dawson brushing in past the umpire. Jennings on 85. He goes off the back foot, able to work the ball away towards Mo Abbas, who's at mid off for a single. And Jennings moves on to 86. And it's 234 for 4, and the deficit is now 133 runs to bring George Bell on strike for Lancashire. So yeah, Fuller and Dawson then to start off this morning. I mean, the new ball is due, isn't it? So you wouldn't really want to go with Abbott and Abbas, I don't think, first up with a new ball due in 6 overs. So that's quite a decent ploy, I think. Dawson to Bell. And he plays forward, and there's no run, because that new ball's going to be key, isn't it? You want Abbott and you want Abbas firing in fully fresh with that new ball.
Yeah. And they got it to wobble a little bit, didn't they, for a few overs?
They did, yeah. Forward short leg and slip in place. Dawson's into Bell and plays it back down towards Liam Dawson, who feels low to his right off his own bowling, and there's no run.
Apologies, there's a very noisy cameraman just to our right if you're hearing lots of banging. I'm trying to get his attention. He's not looking.
He's doing his best to ignore you, I think.
Yeah.
Dawson to Bell, who gets on the front foot and defends with his bat in front of his pad and steers the ball calmly away into the offside. Picked up at extra cover, and there's no runs. That's the end of the over. It's 234 for 4. Jennings on 86 and Bell on 10 for our first run of the morning. Only one run so far on this third day.
Several ways of getting in touch with us today. Usual ways. solentcricket@gmail.com on the emails. At solentsport on the tweets. You can pick us up in various ways. BBC Sport website. Online. It's a slightly different way this year to click through. You go on the BBC Cricket page and then you look for the live text feed and then you click on watch and listen.
Yeah.
It's an extra click, isn't it?
An extra click.
Yeah. We're also on the live picture feed, which is going out on the Hampshire Cricket website and the app, which is free to download, by the way. And it's also going back to the Lancashire Cricket website.
It is.
Here's full around the wicket to Keaton Jennings. Quietly pushes that out on the offside. And as people are discovering who are turning up on the ground over the last 3 days, you can also pick us up live this time. I know several people have done over the last few years, listen online, and they're watching the game and then hearing us talk about a ball that happened a minute before. But a lot of people seem to be okay with that, which was nice. But now you can actually hear everything in real time. So there are earpieces, which the club are. They're not giving away, by the way. Here comes Fuller, full, and it's worked away on the onside for a single, and Jennings quietly goes on to 87.
15 quid for the whole season, though, isn't it?
Apparently so.
Yeah.
Which, but apparently few people have them. So morning to you.
Yep, there's a guy just on the, if you're watching on the live stream now, who's got his earpiece on, enjoying a cup of coffee with a lovely check shirt.
There we go. You're on?
You're on camera.
You're on.
You're on.
I think he just realised.
There we go.
There we go. Hey. Hey. Here's Fuller over the wicket. I love that. As that's pushed up to mid-off by George Bell. And there is no run. I think we're going to have some fun with this year.
I think it'd be good fun. But yeah, we're trying to do quite a bit of it at Emirates Old Trafford as well.
You do, don't you?
Especially in the T20, try and pick out people in the crowd listening in with their earphones on.
Yeah. Yeah. Good camera work.
You need good camera work for that.
Good reaction.
You do, yeah. Don't be picking your nose, anything like that.
That's right. Yeah, you can't come to the cricket and relax anymore.
You can't, no.
Here comes Fuller. As that's turned away square on the leg side by Bell. Straight to Ali Orr. And there's no run. We're never able to relax.
No.
It's just now, if you come and watch, you're now in the same boat. Good crowd here, day one.
It was good, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, just over 2,000. See, if you're watching the live picture feed, one or two dotted around in the seats. Not quite as many here at the moment. Just over 2,000 day one, which I know we've mentioned it once or twice, but if you haven't been listening or watching the game thus far, that was a record for Hampshire on the first opening day of the season for the last 10 years or so. That's pushed to mid-wicket. Gubbins on the floor there.
I wonder why. I wonder why that. What? Is there a particular reason as to why it was such a good crowd on the first day? I mean, the forecast was good. I don't know, but I wonder why that particular Friday brought in
just worked.
extra people.
Yeah, just worked, didn't it? Yeah. Midweek.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem to matter, does it?
No, true.
A few youngsters around as well, because
that helped, didn't it?
Last day of the Easter holidays, I think, for most. Everyone back at school tomorrow. As Fuller comes in again, he's gone for the Yorker there, well dug out by Bell. It goes out to Gubbins at mid-wicket. So a quiet morning so far. Lancashire have added just 2 to their overnight total. 235 for 4. They trail by 132, and that second new ball is just 4 overs away.
Yeah, it has been a patient start, hasn't it, by these two? I mean, Lancashire will want to be batting deep into today, really, in the ideal outcome. Get rid of that deficit and then try and push in front and see if there's any bit of uncertainty or anything that could happen in the third innings of the match. Forecast for tomorrow is actually a little bit better. I was watching the local weather reports this morning, and it looks a little better for tomorrow.
Good.
So Jennings takes a couple of steps down the pitch and works the ball away to mid-wicket. It's a good stop by Nick Gubbins. There's no runs. So there was a suggestion it might have a few showers tomorrow morning, but this morning it was saying that maybe not. We might dodge those. So we could get 4 full days in. Whether we get a victory for one of these sides remains to be seen. Dawson to Jennings is going off the back foot to defend, no run. Plays back to Dawson.
It seems difficult at this stage to see where a result is coming from. It was a question I asked Ian Holland yesterday.
Okay.
After his 2 in 2 yesterday.
There's Dawson to Jennings, skipping forward and pushing defensively back to Dawson, no run.
I mean, you'd expect, and of course if you're out there in the middle, you would go out there hoping to pick up some early wickets, especially with the new ball, which he's pointed out. And look, that's due soon. And that may yet be key.
That's got to be the chance, hasn't it, for a Hampshire point of view? That has to, it's got to work. And it's worked away to the leg side by Jennings. And again, there's no run. 235 for 4. 4 dot balls sent down by Liam Dawson, who's bowling from the hotel end. Leg slip and a slip behind the keeper. Jennings taps his bat and waits, and then comes forward towards the Hampshire spinner again and works it safely along the ground through mid-on for a single. And Jennings moves to 88, and it's 236 for 4 now.
Jennings looking ominous already, isn't he, really?
He's looked absolutely solid since he went out there, hasn't he? He had absolutely one golden lifeline, which he's obviously quite keen to make the most of, and has done so far. His Bell off the back foot cuts. He's picked up at backward point, and there's no run. End of the over, 236 for 4. If you missed it, Jennings was. Have you got what he was dropped on?
I think it was 36. Hang on, just look at my note. 36.
36, yeah. Right. He kind of cut it to point straight to Gubbins, and Gubbins had the chance to take the catch, but to put it down, and Jennings couldn't quite believe it himself. It was a huge stroke of luck for the Lancashire captain. Put down 36, and he's now beaten on 88. 12 runs away from his first century of the summer. So yeah, he's had that big lifeline yesterday, but he has looked absolutely immaculate, really, since going out to bat for Lancashire yesterday.
Fuller to start his 12th over, 1 for 22. The pace bowler, length ball to Jennings, goes out into the covers. Joe's on the ground again, and she has a camera with, I think it's one of these digital cameras that has an amazing lens, and she sent a photo through at Certain Sport saying, "You're not safe either." And there's the photo of that was taken yesterday. Look at that, look, 3 of us up there on the. You're enjoying the sun there.
Yeah, I'm very
Scott.
busy there, aren't I? Yeah.
Me and Mel are doing all the work, and you're just sunbathing.
You must have given me a very rare spell-off commentary.
Well, she must have been lucky to
hard.
pick that bit. It's pushed up to mid-on. Thanks for that photo, Joe. Scott Reed again off commentary, doing nothing.
For ages. Absolutely knackered now.
Well, compared to last week, I know. Well, did you do all of the 80 odd overs that you guys played against Surrey?
Oh,
or were you off for a little while?
We had some help. I let Churchy do most of it.
Yeah. So you didn't commentate the whole 80 overs that you played over 4 days?
No. Better share it around.
Yeah. Jennings works that to short mid-wicket. I had a real tough time up in Durham.
I bet you did.
Waiting for about the 3rd inspection before midday before it was called off.
Oh my goodness. So they were called off quite early then on the.
I think the 3rd day was.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. So one of the days was very early, about midday-ish. Half 12. The others were about lunch-ish.
Did the players even bother getting to the ground?
Yeah, no, they were there. I think once or twice they got in the nets at the bottom of the ground to have a few throwdowns, but they looked wet. I mean, they weren't great.
It's not an ideal start, that is it? Really.
It was horrible. But it was. I wouldn't say it was weather quite as nice as this, but it wasn't far off. It was just the overnight rain. That's turned away a little harder to mid-wicket. One bounce to Tom Prest, who took a nice low catch down there in that position yesterday to get rid of Luke Wells, who looked good for his 55.
He did, yeah.
Mr. Snaplegs has tweeted at Solent Sport. He's got a picture of the TV above his fire with a cricket on. Look at that.
Happy days.
That's the way to spend your Sunday. The fire's not on, by the way. It's just above the fireplace. There's Fuller around the wickets. Little Fuller this time as Jennings prods forward and it goes up to mid-off. That's fielded by Kyle Abbott, who, keep my eye on him because I'm sure over the next couple of overs we'll start to do some stretching. Ready for that new cherry. There'll be a change in the commentary in a moment. Scott Reed will be joined by Melissa Story. In fact, in 1 ball's time. Not that I'm eager to get off, of course.
Thank you for the pint, by the way, last night with your winnings. With your
Pleasure.
That's very, very kind to share your success at the Grand National with me.
Well, I wanted to share it with somebody.
You had nobody else.
No, well, there's nobody else. Jennings on the back foot, steers that to backward a point for a single, keeps the strike, 237 for 4. Yeah, very quickly. I did have a little bet flutter on the National. My horse came second. I won £13, and unbelievably, the drink that I bought for myself and Scott Reed came for £13. So in the end, I've not made any money at all yesterday. Scott Reed and Melissa Story next.
Cheers, Kevin. 237 for 4. Jennings 89 and Bell on 10. A deficit of 130. Good morning.
Good morning. Well, Kevin may not have made too many profits, but at least, you know, he made an even He made a strong friendship stronger by
Yes.
buying you a drink.
He did, yes. Well, I mean, he didn't actually buy me one, did he? Because it was his winnings. So he's not actually spent any of his money, in truth.
How ungrateful.
Be Dawson then from the hotel end with Jennings on 89 to twirl away as he has done for 24 overs so far for Hampshire. Jennings plays it back to him and there's no run.
It's another good crowd in today as well. Plenty of people. There was a lot of sporting action going on yesterday, particularly around this area with Bournemouth, Portsmouth and Southampton all playing in the football Grand National on. So hopefully the attention of a few more around this area on the cricket today.
Dawson into to Jennings, that's nudged away to mid-wicket and there's no run. I didn't check actually how Southampton, because the Watford players were staying here overnight, weren't they, on Friday night? I don't know how Southampton against Watford finished. I didn't look.
Well, I did find out something quite fun about that game.
Okay. 2, 3, 7 for 4. Dawson to Jennings. Chipped into the onside, and Dawson actually off his own bowling does well. He's scampering away to his left.
So it actually finished 3-2,
Ooh,
Southampton.
It's a good game.
But one of my friends played this game where essentially wherever the first goal of the day is scored, you have to travel there for a night out.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure he lives in Manchester.
Dawson to Jennings, again on the move towards the bowler and defends to the onside, no run.
And I believe the first goal of the day was in Southampton.
Bit of a trek.
So last night, him and his friends travelled all the way down to Southampton, and I had to send out tips for the best places to go in the city centre.
Oh, so they actually came down on the day?
Actually
I
came
thought-
down,
right.
and then get the first train back in the morning.
Oh my goodness. Again, Jennings coming a step or two down the pitch to Dawson and plays it nicely along the ground through mid-on for a single. It takes him into the 90s now, Keaton Jennings. 90 not out, 238 for 4.
You'd be a bit gutted if you were based in Southampton and the first goal of the day was Newcastle. It's a big commitment, particularly with
is.
train prices these days.
I just assumed you meant, oh, we'll do it at some point, like maybe next weekend or the following weekend.
As soon as it's scored, off you go.
Off you go. So you've got to be ready with your rucksack to
For any weather conditions and climates.
Dawson to Bell. Bell defends to the leg side and there's no run. That's the end of the over. We've got 1 over left and then Hampshire will have the chance to take a second new ball. 238 for 4, Lancashire trail by 129.
I guess from Hampshire, looking at who has opened up this morning with Dawson and Fuller, it makes sense with that new ball on the horizon to have allowed Abbas and Abbott to come into that new ball feeling fresh. You just look at the pitch and the way it's playing though, and it really is one of those ones where you don't know where the wicket's going to come from. And of course yesterday we were caught off guard in a way from the wicket of Balderson, where he just clipped it out to deep mid-wicket, and then the consecutive wicket with Bruce edging off. But it felt really against the run of play, and again with Jennings out there in the crease, he looks really settled. And actually this is fun as well, because Nick Gubbins is coming on to bowl just before, or for a bit of a period before that new ball. He's bowled a bit more over the last few years in the One Day Cup, particularly with some of Hampshire's players off playing in the 100. With his leg spin, he'll be bowling from the pavilion end. Has a slip in play, short leg. Bit of a spread out field besides that. A deep backwards square. Deep mid wicket. Deep cover, long on. And he'll be bowling to Jennings. First delivery in at the pads and worked round the corner down towards fine leg for just a single. 239 for 4.
See Abbas warming up actually. So yeah, they're going to go straight to this new ball, aren't they, at the end of this over? Can't think of a reason why they wouldn't.
Unless Gubbins pulls off the most remarkable over and then demands to be kept on.
Give me the new ball.
Even if he just picked up 1 wicket, I think that would be enough in a game like this where there's been so few. Just to say, go on, give me a few more. As in he comes now to Bell, who's playing this one to backward point. No run as the fielder back inside the ring. I mean, there's been a lot of talk about this Kookaburra ball, and we've spoken about it a lot over these last 2 days, but actually I was looking into the results of these first few days, as this one's driven back towards Gubbins for no run. And actually in Division 1 so far at the start of today, the average batting strike rate is 57. Last year it was 53. As Gubbins just tosses the ball to himself at the top of his mark. Bowls now, full outside the off stump, driven firmly to cover for no run. So the batting strike rate's 57. The bowling strike rate is 74. And last year it was 53. Essentially, that means if you're bowling at a strike rate of 53, as Gubbins is in on the back foot this time as Bell and plays it again into the covers for no run, 239 for 4. If you're bowling with a strike rate of 53, you're essentially bowl a team out within 88 overs. But if you're bowling with a strike rate of 74, you're bowling a team out within 123 overs. So it's a very significant difference as this one full on the pads and solid in defence as Jennings finishes the over, 239 for 4. I have to have a look whether the Hampshire bowlers reach out towards that new ball. It looks quite likely as the players come towards the umpire. And yeah, we can just see Mohammed Abbas there taking off his jumper. But yeah, I didn't know about that. Obviously it's showing bowlers are struggling to bowl teams out and take wickets, but I almost think if it's the bowling strike rate's gone up to 74 in these first few rounds, by that much from last year, and actually the batting strike rate's only 4 higher than last season. Could batters be batting a bit more aggressively, a bit quicker? If bowlers are really struggling to get wickets that much, could the batters be changing the way they're playing and just trying to score a bit quicker? Or are they still wary that actually by next round they're going to be going back to the Duke's ball and they don't want to start playing recklessly?
Well, there's certainly plenty of batters got in form in this first, if not the first weekend, because they were quite badly affected by weather, but this second round of fixtures, I mean, in time for the return of the Duke's ball next week, as your stats are saying there, Mel, and you just look at the scores around the country, you've got batters in form. You've got, was it, you said 4 double centurions in the first 2 rounds of fixtures this season?
Yeah, I'll have to get those ones back up and we'll go over those again.
So you know, there's been a lot of runs around. I think in Division 1 there's only been 2 teams that have been bowled out. Nottinghamshire bowled out and Somerset have been bowled out. There have been declarations or the innings are still going on. So Abbas comes around the wicket, Jennings off the front foot defends, no run. So yeah, Hampshire, Nottinghamshire, Somerset, the 3 teams have all been bowled out. We've had declarations at Essex, declarations at Warwickshire, and then you've got innings still, you know, either 5 down or 6 down or 7 down.
I mean, there's plenty of runs to be had. I just wonder about those scoring rates, that actually could players have just changed their style a little bit, but as we say, it's the start of the season and it's hard to make those kind of adjustments so early on when you just want to get runs under your belt.
Here's Abbas around the wicket to Jennings, that clip down towards fine leg, and through he goes for a single.
You mentioned about the 200 plus scores. Yeah, there's already been 4 this year. In 2023 there was no 200 plus scores in April at all, only 6 in total across the whole season, and it was that 2022 season where there was 23 200 plus scores in total. But then last year was a bit of a strange one as well because of how many issues they were having with the Duke ball. I just seem to remember, I mean, I took it for granted how much we were actually just stopping, particularly down here. I think James Vince was chatting to the umpires more than his teammates at points and just desperately asking for a new ball.
George Bell's on strike. Abbas comes over the wicket to Bell. It's defended. And Kyle Abbott picks it up at mid-on, and there is no run.
How would you assess, obviously, Bell in this format, how he's performed so far? Because I think lots of people who don't follow Lancashire, of course, would have seen him when he was playing for England under-19s, and I know there's some really impressive innings in that tournament, and particularly in terms of those ramp shots and kind of reverse paddles, which he's particularly fond of playing in the shorter formats. But for those who haven't seen him in the longer formats, I guess.
As he waits for Abbas and defends, slightly angled bat, just tucks it away towards the leg side and through he goes for 1, moves on to 11. That's his first run of the morning at 241 for 4. Yeah, I think he's made a really encouraging start to his first class career. He looks a really composed player, quite stylish player, likes to play his shots. Yeah, I think they've been really impressed with how he's adjusted and performed so far in red ball cricket. He's one of the number of younger players in the side. As Jennings defends off the front foot and there's no run. Looks like he's got a pretty bright future.
As you said, obviously with Villas and Croft leaving that middle order as well, there is plenty of gaps to be filled for people to make their mark on those positions, which, you know, it's heartening to see how many younger players, even though they are so good in the shorter format, who are still going, no, I want to perform well in red ball cricket, I want to make my mark, because I know that those skills are transferable.
Abbas to Jennings. It's run away through point by Keaton Jennings. You might think of two. He's going to come back and add a couple. It's good running. Throw comes in from the point boundary. Made his mind up quickly, he wanted a second. And Jennings moves on to 94 not out. And Lancashire are now 243 for 4. And that's the end of the over.
Mischief there from one of the Hampshire fielders who could see Jennings running almost full pelt. He was probably watching the fielder, but there was almost a bit of a collision in the end as Jennings, just trying to decelerate, I think almost wiped the fielder out there, but in the end managed to avoid a collision. That would certainly be something half an hour into the day. You don't get too many collisions in the county championship. You see a few of them in T20s. Always a bit nasty. Obviously not to advocate for collisions, but just to know. Maybe we should add some more obstacles to the pitch.
To make it even more difficult.
Yeah.
Bell's first class career, by the way. This is his 15th match. So 14 games prior to this, just under 500 runs at an average of 25 and 350s. So it's very, very early on. He's only 21.
As in comes Kyle Abbott then with the new ball at the pavilion end, just the one over from Nick Gubbins. He guides this one to backward point for no run.
His debut came in a game against Essex. Might have been back end of the season before last, and it was a game where Lancashire were all out for 70, Essex all out for 50. It was that particular
I followed
game.
that game.
It was done in 2 days.
Yeah, it was
before
really
lunch on the second day or something.
It was quite entertaining to follow when none of your teams were involved in it.
Well, he came out that was his debut game in first class cricket.
As Abbott storms in, past the umpire, bowls, full outside the off stump, driven through the inner ring towards the boundary for 4 runs. And Bell moves his score to 15, 247 for 4.
And he top scored for Lancashire in both innings. I think he came out to bat and the team were like 20 for 6 or something, and he got 20 odd in the first innings, and I think he got 36 or 30 odd in the second innings, and there were top scores in both innings, and that was his first class debut. So I think in that moment you realise he's got a bit of something about him.
Was that the game as well where there was a lot of spin as well? Simon Harmer
Probably
tore through and picked up a few, I'm sure. As Abbott's in, this time defending. Bell on the move to the covers for no run.
Yeah, let's find it. Could it be pretty easy to find with it being his debut game?
There was certainly a similar round where there was a lot of low scores. I remember I was driving to a game and heard Kevin Howes running through the scores, and I think that week Hampshire had been bowled out for 60 when it was a must-win game for our county championship title pursuit, and I had to pull over and double check that he had just said 60, and it was horrifyingly true. In comes Abbott again, this time defending. Bell stays in the crease and just holds his position as Abbott returns to the top of his mark.
Yeah, Lancashire 130 all out in the first innings, Harmer 5 for 41. Essex 107 all out in their first innings, Tom Bailey picked up 5. Lancashire were 73 all out, second innings. Harmer picked up just the 1 wicket. Snater got 6 for 10 from 8 overs. And then Essex 59 all out in their second innings.
Abbott in now to Bell, who's driving to cover. No run.
Including a hat-trick for George Balderson. He picked up Alistair Cook, Dan Lawrence and Matt Critchley in a hat-trick.
That's a remarkably good hat-trick.
Yeah, that was a bit of a crazy game.
Snater's figures of 6 for 10. I mean, those are the kind of things you get, you know, in under-13s cricket, which you'll remember for years to come when someone says what your best figures are. You know, I got 5 for 6 in the under-11s. But that in a game against Lancashire.
Balderson got 5 for 14 from his 7 overs.
What can I think of the poor admins? All those wicket alerts there to keep putting out as Abbott is in and just steering this one to the left of backward point. It's fielded, they get through for a single, 248 for 4 at the end of the over. Bell on 16 and Jennings on 94.
Yeah, that second innings for Lancashire, there were 73 all outs, and top scoring on his debut was George Bell, making 24. I mean, you must have thought, what on earth is going on?
That is one of those innings, though, where when people ask you to reflect on your career and obviously assume that sometimes the big double centuries are the innings you'll be most proud of, but sometimes it's a gnarly 56 on a dodgy pitch. I mean, looking at that, you could really have a lot of pride in getting a score in the 20s and going, actually, that was one of my best batting performances that day.
Yeah. I spoke to him after that match, and he welcome to first-class cricket. It's not quite how he thought it would go, with his team being bowled out for 70. And then winning. Lancashire won the match. It's the back foot by Bell and pushed away into the offside, no run.
Did there happen to be any points deductions after that?
They didn't. No, they did. Essex did not get any deductions for that. The pitch was, as you can tell from the scores, not very good. But for some reason, it was all deemed fine.
Of course, Hampshire had a few warnings last year and have a points deduction hovering over them this year, so I'm sure they'll be slightly wary of that.
Abbas to Bell. Oh, that's a good ball. That beats Bell. That's the new ball that we see sometimes with this Kookaburra, certainly early on. Can just do a little bit of something. Watching back on the replay, it's a fine delivery from Abbas to Bell. Beating him. And through to Ben Brown.
You know, it's definitely been more of a batter's game when that kind of delivery has been a bit of a rarity, and we're all huddling around this monitor in front of us to just watch the replay because it's so good to see the ball beat the bat for once.
2 slips in place, looking for an edge, but not there as Bell gets right forward and defends. And the ball bounces out to point. It's picked up by James Fuller, and there is no run. 248 for 4, Lancashire. Deficit of 119 runs. Hampshire have taken a second new ball. It's into its third over, and that's the best ball we've seen sent down with it so far by Abbas, who's picked up 1 wicket, 1 for 45, the wicket of Luke Wells yesterday. He's got a short mid wicket, square leg, fine leg, mid on, mid off, cover and point, plus 2 slips. And Bell solid in defence. And again, there's no run.
It must be quite an entertaining few weeks for Mohamed Abbas. Of course, he's used to coming over now, playing for Hampshire, but having to travel, 7-8 hours up to Durham to go watch 4 days of rain, and to come back here and be met with probably a pitch he's more accustomed to in Pakistan. Just absolutely nothing in it for him. It does make you feel that he is a good candidate for maybe making an early breakthrough today, because rather than using those variations and changing things up, he just hit that same spot and again and gets slight movement off the seam. He's working hard this morning already.
He's back into Bell. Oh, and that beats Bell. He has a little fiddle, George Bell, at that ball, and then turns quickly on his heels and walks away to square leg. It's another beauty sent down by Abbas to Bell. And the Lancashire batsman, his response to quickly turn away and walk out to square leg, put it to the back of your mind.
If you turn your back on the ball, it never happens. It's walk to square leg, reset, come back.
Just had a little flirt with it, didn't he, George Bell?
Morning regrets.
Abbas to Bell, forward in defence, and there is no run. It's picked up by Abbott. It's a good over. It's a maiden over, and it was a seriously challenging over for the young Lancashire batter. 248 for 4. And Lancashire still trail, 119 runs behind.
Whilst you've been staying down here, have you had the chance to kind of walk around the surrounding area, gone up to Telegraph Woods?
I
at all?
have.
Have you?
Yes.
Did you get lost?
No, I've been there a few times now, so it's not a bad little walk, is it, in the morning? Because staying on site is all well and good, and it's lovely, but you can not move very far and not do too much exercise.
Unless you fancy going for a jog down the side of the M27.
Yeah, which you're not massively keen on.
No. Live action Crossy Road. It's a bit of a risk. Yeah, it's one of the things with this ground, and of course looking towards the future, and in a few years hosting an Ashes test, they're going to be doing a few changes to the ground.
Oh, are they?
Getting some more parking around.
Okay.
As in comes Abbott around the wicket, bowling to Jennings, who pushes back past the bowler to mid-on for no run. It's very much accepting that, when big games are on, they obviously usually have the bus shuttle service, which is helpful from the train station, but there's so much congestion on the main road. So I think they're building a kind of inlay off the main road to allow a flow of traffic a bit more freely. I know they're getting rid of some of the golf courses behind us here at the hotel to offer more parking, as well as sorting out the parking up on the hill.
Okay.
I think public transport links are still going to be the thing to focus on. Those advancing down the pitch as Jennings, working the ball into the onside for no run. Because it is, in a sport where we're trying to encourage sustainability and travelling to the grounds using public transport, it's not the easiest.
No.
But of course it's been a dream of Rod Bransgrove to host an Ashes test here, and that is coming true, and I'm sure the preparations will all be in place. I for one am looking forward to it. We're seeing the concourse lined up with lots of people watching along, and I'm sure they'll get the temporary stands in as well. As Abbott charging in now past the umpire, bowls to Jennings, who's driving firmly but fielded it mid-off. A great bit of work. And it's Ian Holland who tumbles along the ground, saves what would have been a definite boundary. 248 for 4.
It'll look great when the ground's full, as you say. I know in previous internationals here they've had the temporary stands, haven't they? To the left and right of where we're broadcasting from the hotels. Well, I presume that will be the case again to get a bigger capacity in.
It almost connects it into a full circle.
Yeah.
As Abbott is in, this time struck on the pads. A big shout from behind the stumps, but not much enthusiasm from Abbott himself. Dot ball, looked a bit high.
I was say it was one of the. I'm not just saying it because I'm here, but of the World Cup that was here in 2019. I was lucky enough to commentate on a couple of games from here, and it was one of the better atmospheres of that I witnessed in that World Cup here. It was an absolutely terrific atmosphere around the ground for the two games I was here for. I think maybe because it's a bit of a bowl and it feels like the noise is kept in.
That is the thing, as Abbott is in again and beats the edge of Jennings' bat. He just withdraws it from the shot, looks behind and accepts that was a good delivery there from the bowler. Abbott with his hands on his head, walking back towards the umpire just to have a quick word. As we watch on the replay, for those following on the stream, it went over the stumps. Just late inwards movement. Good delivery from Abbott. But yeah, I know what you mean, particularly when you come here for the T20 Blast and the 100. It does feel like the noise is contained in. So even though there can be difficulties getting here, and it isn't quite in the centre of Southampton, it's certainly on the outskirts. Once you are in the atmosphere, I would say it is second to none. As Abbott is in, driving comprehensively this time as Jennings to a wide mid-off. It's the end of the over. Dot ball maiden from Kyle Abbott. His 18th over. Still yet to pick up a wicket. And Lancashire 248 for 4.
This is the spell, really, isn't it? I think it's not entirely on this spell in terms of where this game's going, but from a Hampshire point of view, if they're going to try and be in a position of strength at the end of the first innings, and have a lead, it is this period now. The new ball has been taken, Abbas and Abbott have got it, and it's doing a bit. We've seen that from Abbott, that delivery to Keaton Jennings, and we saw it with 2 balls that Abbas sent down to Bell. So it's this little period in the match where I think if Hampshire are going to try and get a good first innings lead, then this new ball is the key to it. Forward goes Bell and defends the first delivery of the new over from Mo Abbas. No run.
I do think their bowling combinations have been really good as well. They have got variety, this Hampshire team, and even when Keith Barker's back in the folds as well, you have that left-hand angle as well. You know, when you look at some sides, particularly with these early rounds using the Kookaburra ball, they haven't been able to just go for their combination of 5 seamers. I think Somerset last week just opted for 4 right arm seamers and struggled a bit, but actually it has been spinners, it's been those who are prepared to use variation who have prospered.
Abbas to bail off the back foot. It's a nice shot, just punched away through the offside. He beats short extra cover. He'll hurry back for a couple. He might even think of a third, and he does. The ball's flicked by Ian Holland, and they're going to go for a 4th here. Well, they've run 4, Bell and Jennings. There was a little bit of hesitation. Jennings was quite keen to come back for it. Bell wasn't certain. It brings up the Lancashire 250, and all run 4. How exciting! 250 for 4.
See, there might not be many wickets falling, but at least we've got a run 4. And if I was the fielder, you'd be like, what was the point of running all this way? I could have just watched it go past me and gone and collected it. Even let one of the ground staff throw it back to me. But instead, you put in all that effort, and they run 4 anyway.
Bell moves on to 20. Abbas in and bowls. Forward goes Bell in defence, and there's no run. And lunging onto that front foot with his bat in front of his pad, and the ball bounces up to Ian Holland at mid-off.
I seem to remember a story from Gemma Green, who was doing commentary on day 1 at my old club and her current club, Hursley Park. There was a game, I think, a while ago. I hope I'm remembering this correctly, that the grass hadn't really been cut and the boundary was so huge. At one point, they did run a 5, and I can't think of anything worse.
Abbas to Bell. Let's run down to third man. Shuffled back for a couple. Might reach the rope. Vince is chasing after it. Loses his cap in pursuit of the ball. And the ball does reach the boundary rope, and it's 4 more to Bell. And he moves on to 24. And Lancashire now 256 for 4 and a deficit of 111.
That was a really nice controlled shot there from Bell as well, because if you're looking from a distance, you might think that it was just a kind of edge, but he played it really under his eyes and just opened the face of the bat, guided it down, but made sure that the ball went straight into the ground as well. He's looking good here in the middle now.
There's Abbas back at the top of his mark. 8 off the over so far. Bell waits. Abbas comes in. Bell getting forward and defending. The ball pushed away to point, and picked up by James Fuller, and there's no run. 256 for 4. Bell on 24. He's played a couple of nice shots. There's a lovely punch off the back foot that was able to bring him 4 when he ran 4. And as Lisa said, that boundary which he played late to guide down to third man. Encouraging start by George Bell. 24 not out. 256 for 4. Abbas to Bell, and that's defender to Abbott, who's at mid-on, and there is no run. End of the over. Bell on 24, Jennings on 94, 256 for 4, and Lancashire trailed by 111, and Kevin's back alongside.
Thank you very much. 256 means that Lancashire have added 23. There we are. 23 runs in 47 minutes, so it's been slow going this morning. Just be careful with that, by the way, because there was 1 or 2 problems with that yesterday. Simon Hughes,
Morning.
The analyst. How are you?
Morning.
Here's Kyle Abbott round the wicket. The 6th over of the second new ball, and I think Jennings, is he playing at that yours? I'm not 100% sure. As it goes past the outside edge.
I think he was. I think he fenced at it a bit. We'll look at the replay here. He sort of pulled his bat inside the line at the end, didn't he?
Yeah.
But I think he started to play at it.
I think you're right.
Maybe you just say he just pulled his bat out of the way at the last moment. He didn't do a lot, actually. It's just a good line from Kyle Abbott.
Yeah, it's. I think he's been doing it quite a bit in this innings. He obviously does it quite a bit anyway, but there's been times where he had played well inside the line. That one, as you say, he was a little closer. Here's Abbott again with 2 slips, bowls, and Jennings drives. Oh, he hits the stumps at the opposite end. Ricochets out towards mid-off, and they'll come through for a single. Every time the ball has hit the stumps, not necessarily when the bowler has, but when the batter has, there's always a stump that comes out of the ground.
They loosen the stump holes more nowadays, don't they?
Yeah.
I mean, that's partly because of the introduction of things like the stump mics and so on, but obviously we haven't got those in this match. But yeah, and they've got better at. I mean, you like it, don't you, as well? If you're a bowler, you want to see those stumps fly out, don't you?
Yeah.
It's annoying when you've given it everything, and it just the stump gets hit quite full and hardly moves.
You think, am I bowling quick enough?
Yeah.
Here comes Abbott over the wicket, short, pulled away in front of square by Bell. Nicely played, kept it down all the way. Goes over the rope. He was onto that nice and early. And that's the 50 partnership between these two. It's come up in 130 deliveries. Jennings has contributed 22 of those and George Bell 28. Lancashire move on to 256 for 4. Nice shot.
Yeah, nice. He rolled the wrists on it well, didn't he? It sat up a bit. It's not a quick pitch, obviously, and he's in now, isn't he, George Bell? He's seeing it well. It's good to see he took it on, actually, but he tried to control the shot.
Yeah,
He looks a good player, actually. He looks purposeful.
He does. One of 2 changes in the Lancashire side for this game. That's short, and he's decided to duck underneath that one. A bit quicker this time from Abbott. Good carry through to Ben Brown.
Yeah, and there was a man out, of course, as well. I mean, I think that man was out the ball before, but if we just watch him here, he's got a nice setup, hasn't he? And just a little shuffle across, and yeah, he saw that early.
Yep.
Perhaps he almost predicted it. Perhaps he thought, well, the man's out there. I pulled him for 4. He's probably going to try it again.
And it's not unusual for the second one to come through a bit quicker, is it?
No,
because the
quite
bowler
right.
is just that little bit more annoyed. A little bit more behind it, as Abbott showed there. Comes in again. He's got a man on the drive on the leg side. Short again. And Bell ducks underneath that one confidently and easily enough.
I suppose, in a way, the ball he pulled for 4 maybe wasn't it was a bang-in ball, and it wasn't as short as those last 2. Those last 2 were deliberately sort of trying to get it head high and even a bit above to, if he's going to go for the shot, meaning that it would be out of control.
Yes.
So it was good judgment, good judicious batting so far by
Agreed.
Bell.
Yeah. I think you're right. He wouldn't have been in control of the last 2 balls if he had have taken it on. Abbott bowls again, length ball, bit of effort there as well as it goes out square on the offside. Good overall round. That one, lots of effort from Abbott. Some nice play from George Bell, and the total is 261 for 4. Just before you talk about last night, Jos, because we're all very interested to hear. You'll give the story in a moment. But I'm going to put you on the spot here because John Hooper has emailed solentcricket@gmail.com, and he's the secretary for the Hampshire Cricket Society.
Right.
So you may know what I'm already going to say here.
Am I available or something?
Oh,
No, God,
it's unbelievable. It's like you've read the email. You haven't. He's just said, could you ask Simon if he would be willing to speak to our society next winter? And if the answer is positive, please forward this email so that he has our details. and he can
Actually,
give us a contact.
great pleasure to
Would you like to?
attend the Hampshire. Yeah, absolutely. Hampshire, where it depends where it is, I suppose.
Well, it'll probably be in Hampshire.
Yeah, somewhere. Yeah. I had a great evening actually, or afternoon, with the West Country Cricket Society in Bath.
Oh, right, yes.
In just close to the Bath station actually.
Yes,
in February, run by Stephen Chalk. Actually, excellent evening.
Yeah.
Oh, late afternoon. Went on for probably too long actually.
that's
Went
good.
on into the evening. Yeah, no, absolute pleasure. Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you where this will
great.
be. Romsey Golf
Okay,
Club,
yeah.
which is just outside Southampton.
Fine.
Right, I shall pass on the email, John.
Yeah.
We'll sort
great.
that out later
All right,
on.
look forward to
There
it. Yeah. Provided I'm free, we'll find a date, I'm sure.
Well,
So it's Mohammed Abbas now bowling from our end to Keaton Jennings, the Hilton Hotel end. Driven for 4 by Jennings. That's an imperious shot. And that doesn't need chasing. Save your legs. Just fractionally over pitch. Not a half volley, but nicely into the stride there. And that takes him on to 99. So he's just come out of his shell for that shot. He hasn't played too many aggressive shots recently. But that really was a positive thrust down the pitch past the bowler straight. So he's on to 99. Keaton Jennings, score 265 for 4. I wonder what suddenly prompted him to play that shot. He hadn't been looking too aggressive before. Now the field come in. There's still a man back at deep square leg, but 3 men in a ring on the offside to deny him that single. He drives again, and that's it. Through to extra cover, and Keaton Jennings doesn't even bother to run for that. Takes his score to 103 not out. It's taken him 224 balls and probably the best part of 5 hours. Hit 13 fours in that innings. It's been studious and steadfast, not particularly exciting, but very effective.
For sure, and his 28th first-class 100, playing in his 175th first-class match.
Well done.
Expensive drop, wasn't it, at 36?
Blimey. His dad will be proud if he's watching. I hope he is. Ray Jennings, who of course kept wicket for South Africa in the years when they were out of Test cricket. Mohamed Abbas responds with the ball from round the wicket, which beats the edge. So he's got to keep working hard for these runs. Mohamed Abbas will never stray far from the line and length that, of course, he's so famous for producing. You know, again, it's a slightly uncertain push after getting through to his 100. It must be a thrilling feeling. I never made 100. What's it like?
Thrilling.
Yeah, it must be fantastic. It must be. We'll just watch Mohammed. He drives again, Jennings, and skews that one down to deep cover for a single. I mean, it just must be so satisfying. The only time I ever made 100 was in school cricket.
Yeah.
So I've got no experience of what it must be like to work so hard for those runs, 4 or 5 hours, maybe even 6 hours at the crease, and overnight, sleeping overnight when you're 70, 80 not out, and then getting there and eventually with a beautiful expansive extra cover drive as well.
Well, I mean, to be honest, whatever level you play, 100 is like a massive milestone, isn't it, really? It doesn't matter what the level. It's just a great achievement and actually a relief, isn't it?
Here comes Abbas, bowled slightly wide of the crease to George Bell, who defends.
So even when you were playing school cricket and you got 100, you must have felt the tallest bloke on the ground.
In fact, actually, I got to the 100 off. It was against the staff. It was the staff 11 at my school, and hitting my geography teacher over mid-wicket for 6 to get my 100. That was very satisfying because I didn't particularly like him. So that was very satisfying. But it's not. You can't really compare that to the experience of, the diligence and skill required to make 100 in first-class cricket. Here's Abbas, who bowls again to George Bell, who's solidly forward there and defends that back up the pitch. That's the end of the over, 270 for 4.
It's like some are easier 100s than others, aren't they? They're all hard, of course they are, especially it depends on what sort of standard of batter you are, but they're all hard, but just some are harder than others, so the feeling of getting 3 figures in maybe conditions where it's favouring the bowler than maybe in others where you walk out and you think, this is a flat wicket, I've got a chance here. There's a difference.
Did you ever get out in the 90s?
Yes. I remember one specifically, funny enough, against Lancashire at Old Trafford, and I got to 90. I actually opened the batting. Danny Morrison was the overseas player in those days for Lancashire, and it was one of those Lancashire wickets, Old Trafford, that was like concrete. When the ball hits it and it actually makes a noise. It's like that. And it hit the bat and it was making a noise. It was it was like concrete. I remember my studs not even going in the ground. And it just came on nicely as a batter. Quite enjoyed it. Here's Abbott round the wicket to Jennings. He's forward. It's gone out into the covers. I enjoyed that one. It wasn't 100, but I enjoyed that 90. So some of you enjoy, don't you? Sometimes it's harder. You don't always enjoy 100 as much as some. I know it sounds stupid because I found that if I batted for any length of time, I would go in and out of nick. So there would be a period in my innings where I felt really fluent, and then I would suddenly, I don't know, just not feel in great touch.
Yeah.
And then you battle that, and then you find your way again in that.
Right.
It's very rarely smooth, is it? It's probably like bowling, when you bowl lots and some spells feel better than others, don't they? Here's Abbott. Jennings works that into the gap, back with a point when there's a deep fielder. 271 for 4. The deficit's down to 96.
I remember John Embry saying, the old Middlesex spinner and England spinner, was him saying once when he had a string of single-figure scores, a few ducks and a couple of twos and things, and he said, I don't feel that I batted long enough to know if I'm in nick or not. Stupid, really. But do you know, I'll give you a good fact here. How many times did Donald Bradman get out in the 90s in Test cricket? He made 29 Test hundreds and 7,000 Test runs. I'll give you just have a think about that.
Right. Well, I think I've got an answer. Always beat on the outside edge. That's a good delivery there from Abbott. I would say none.
You sure? You sure about that?
Well, there's a reason why you've asked me that. I'll say none.
So you don't actually know, do you?
No.
No, it's correct.
Thank you.
None.
Otherwise, you wouldn't have asked me. If it was 2 or 3, you wouldn't have asked me the question.
Bradman was never out in the 90s, and he always said, actually, if anyone said, with Mr. Bradman, do you get nervous? He went, nah, nerves. I never have nerves. All I want is runs. I never get nervous. And so he was never affected by nerves, and that's the thing that causes a lot of people to be dismissed in the 90s.
Mind you, if you get to that position that often...
Well, it's silly, isn't it?
Pushed back to the bowler by Bell. I didn't get that many, so I can remember 90% of them. And I remember that the 100 I got at Cardiff, I didn't really enjoy. It sounds stupid, but it weren't a great knock. I just didn't feel great. The 100 I got against Nottinghamshire, Rice and Hadley, I enjoyed that. I seriously enjoyed that because, very many people get through that. And that I did enjoy that. And I know it sounds crazy when you don't enjoy 100 and yet you enjoy another one. Here's Abbott again, slightly Midland leg, worked to short mid-wicket and there's no run. What was your best analysis in first class
we
cricket?
don't need to go there.
No, I do. I want to know.
Interesting.
Because you used to take loads of wickets.
Wait, before we go there, I'm just going to talk about 90s a bit more. Because you see, it's about mentality and calmness. And, you know, the classic opposite to Bradman, Michael Slater.
Yeah.
Remember him? You know, a cat on a hot tin roof, you know, jumpy. He got out in the 90s about 10 times. Shane Warne, famously, didn't he? Never got a Test 100 out on 99, caught deep mid-wicket.
Yeah. What was he doing?
Slogging.
It's Abbott from that pavilion end. Length ball to Bell. Again, it's pushed to short mid-wicket where... who's that fielding there? That is Tom Prest. Of course it is. End of the over. Abbott has completed 20 overs, none for 57. Lancashire 271 for 4, trailed by 96. Jennings 105 and George Bell has 28.
So you wanted to talk about last night now?
Yeah, come on, last night.
I nearly
set the scene.
So I was speaking at a very eminent dinner, actually, the 275th anniversary of Bearsted Cricket Club, which is a small village club in Kent, near Maidstone. And I think it's fantastic. 275 years of cricket on the village green there at Bearsted. So that started in 1749. It's amazing to think. Anyway, I got Rob Key to come down as the local kind of Kent celebrity. So we did a sort of half hour on stage. But you know what? I nearly didn't make it.
Really?
No, I nearly didn't make it. Because as I drove out of the car park here at the Utilita Bowl, I had a car accident.
Oh, no.
I drove into another car leaving the car park. It's true. And do you know who it was?
The chief exec.
It was Carl Abbott's partner.
Oh, gosh. The baby wasn't in the car.
Wife or...
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Karen.
Karen, yeah. Tell me
With
the baby was...
the baby
was
in the car. And do you know what? She was absolutely delightful. I mean, I was expecting, as I hit the side of her car, this sort of ferocious person to come out and go, what the hell have you been doing, you stupid idiot, and all this. But she was like, are you all right? You okay?
Wow.
I'm okay. Are you okay? And like we were okay. And we had a little chat. And I said, oh, sorry, who are you? And kind of she explained. And she said, are you being nice about Carl Abbott? And I said, well, I will be now. So, I mean, I was looking at my sat-nav to work out the best route from here to Maidstone, and I wasn't looking in the car park. You kind of don't pay that much attention, and I got caught out and hit the side of her car. Right, here's Ian Holland. No damage done anyway to anyone, either the vehicles or the people.
Good.
Ian Holland is bowling, and he's been slashed for 4 by Keaton Jennings straight away. Good shot, actually. Just waited for that. A little bit wide from Holland to start with, and put away behind square on the offside. 275 for 4 is the Lancashire score.
Right, so not a good start.
No, it wasn't a good start, really.
No. But it got better.
No, but 2 hours of driving and then the dinner and, lovely people. And Rob Key, I just love the way he talks about the game. I mean, he's just so positive and spirited and visionary, really, in so many ways. Here's Holland again, who bowls and is defended up the pitch by Keaton Jennings.
So just for the uninitiated, Rob Key's official title?
Director of Cricket, England Cricket.
England Cricket, right, yep.
Director of England Cricket. So he was the man, of course, who appointed Brendan McCullum as coach and Ben Stokes as captain. Took over after the Root sort of era, didn't he?
Yes.
And his other coaching, the coaching regime. Ian Holland, again, moving into bowl, driven firmly by Jennings. This is much more positive, actually. Just before he got the 100, he drove that one through the extra cover region, and since then he's looked a little bit more aggressive generally, but just a single that time. So, I mean, we sort of talked about a lot of things. We talked about where he got his philosophy from. We talked about how he wrote Andrew Flintoff in, and how Freddie actually, of course, had that terrible car accident in the Top Gear programme, and took a long time. Apparently he sat for 6 months just watching daytime TV, didn't want to go out. And his injuries were really quite bad. And Key, who's a big mate, they're big, absolute huge pals, they talked a lot and on the phone and, on FaceTime and stuff. And eventually Key persuaded him down to the Ireland Test match at Lord's. And that sort of got him out of his sort of situation, really. Here's Holland bowled a Bell, who defends, and there was no run, 276 for 4 Lancashire. And he said cricket was the thing that got Freddie back into the world, really. He came down with Key, and Rob Key says he likes to watch the game in a small little room. He doesn't want to sit in a hospitality box or a media centre or anything, because he just gets, ear bashed. So he likes to sit in a little room watching the game on his own. And he said that he invited Freddie down to Lord's, and they sat in a little back room at the ECB offices and watched the Ireland Test match, and that sort of got Freddie back in sync with the game, really. Defended again by Bell to Holland. Back to the bowler. I mean, I just love the way he said that when apparently he conducted a few interviews with the various applicants for the coaching job, and he just loved McCullum's approach. Here's Holland, bowls, defended again by Bell, very solidly, very resolutely. That's the end of the over from Ian Holland, 276 for 4. And he loved the way that McCullum turned up for the interview. So Key put on a jacket and tie and everything, and he said McCullum turned up in a baseball cap, round the wrong way, and a hoodie, and just basically said, look, my philosophy is I just want people to re-engage with the fun of the game and enjoy it. Remember, it's supposed to be fun. And he said he just talked about how to impart that kind of mentality. And when it came to his little first speech, McCullum, it was the same. 3 minutes of, look, I just want to remember why we took up this game. Why did we take up this game? Because we loved it when we were 10. And try and remember the feeling of going out there.
Abbott starts a new over, round the wickets to Keaton Jennings, the left-hander, drives, it's over the top of second slip, and it races down to third, well above the clutches of Liam Dawson, who leapt up in the air when it was a good foot or two above even his leap. 280 for 4, Jennings moves on to 114.
He's looking much more aggressive, isn't he now, Jennings? In fact, the fact that he flashed so hard there was probably what got him away from that being a chance, because that really flew over the second slip's head. And if he'd just played a sort of more normal kind of drive, that might well have edged slip and been kind of shoulder high. So he benefited there from the positive intent, actually, didn't he?
Certainly did.
Which is something that both McCullum and Stokes really prophesy a lot.
Still looking for his first wicket here, Kyle Abbott, straighter. Jennings works that down to fine leg. 115 now he is, 281 for 4.
So McCullum's whole ethos is, remember what it was like when you were 10 and you're about to play cricket today. It's Saturday morning. or Sunday morning, and you're waking up in your bed, and you open the curtains knowing it's a cricket day, and it's a sunny day, it's blue sky, and you just feel so excited about the prospect. And that's what he's tried to convey to the England players, to re-engage with the fun of the game.
Abbott to Bell, over the wicket from that pavilion end, fullish. Bell punches that into the gap on the offside for a single and moves on to 29. 282 for 4, Lancashire trail by 85.
Sorry, this is a bit of a soliloquy, but just to sort of finish on that. So, one of the things that he also really tries to promote is this sort of fearlessness. But how do you get people to play fearlessly? It sounds a bit of a cliche. And so one of the things they've done, as he said in India, for instance, the openers, Crawley and Duckett, it was like, it wasn't go and play fearlessly today. It was, it's okay if you hit a few sixes today, lads. Not you must hit sixes or anything like that.
Abbott Jennings drives through the covers. That should be 4. A little bit of width. It was a good length ball, but Jennings just guiding it into the gap rather than trying to hit it too hard. Came out the middle. 119 now he moves on to 286 for 4.
Is this evidence of what you're saying, Kev, in a way, that you go through periods of 100 where you're struggling a bit and you lose touch and you're a bit out of nick, and then suddenly you rediscover it again? And it seems to be happening here. The sort of that period between, I don't know, 50, 60 and 80 or 90 was looking pretty sticky, wasn't it? It took him a long time. Now suddenly he's at about 4 boundaries.
Well, I mean,
maybe it's
Jennings
the second new ball.
It's a fine player. Probably is coming on a little bit easier, which helps, doesn't it, with the timing as Abbott comes in again and bowls to Jennings. Short, he cuts that away, deliberately lifting it in the air. He knows there's nobody down to third. I think that's 1 bounce, 4 runs. Quite deliberate placing there.
That's a good shot,
Jennings.
wasn't it?
It was a good shot. Yeah.
I mean, maybe the other reason he's doing this as well is just thinking now about trying to get up close to the Hampshire score. Look how he just deliberately lifted that over the slips, and gives thinking about how to get a result out of this game. I mean, you were talking earlier about the likelihood of a draw here. Well, if Lancashire can get a decent lead in the next session and a half, then they've got the time to try and bowl Hampshire out.
Yeah, it will be Hampshire under pressure tomorrow, that's for sure. One ball left, and the field is scattered. There's a deep backward point rather than a third. There's a fine leg and a deep square leg. Short, this time Jennings decides to sway inside the line, and that is the end of the over. Sport Abbott's figures there a little bit. 21 overs, none for 71. Jennings 123. Bell 29, 290 for 4. These two now have put on 79.
So I mean,
yes.
in the same vogue as how we just watched Keaton Jennings play, actually, when Stokes, who also sort of speaks the same language as Key, spoke to the team for the first time, one of the things he said, very short speeches, one of the things he said was, try and bat loose. Be loose with your hands. Don't be rigid. Don't be too tight. Try and flourish when you're playing shots. Don't feel the tension. Try and be excited about batting. And what Stokes also, his great mentality, which he got from Trevor Bayliss. And Trevor Bayliss was coach, of course, through the 2015-2019, England winning the World Cup and all that. And his mantra is, if you have a bad day, what he used to say, Trevor Bayliss, in the dressing room was, it's all right, because tomorrow the sun will be shining and you'll still be breathing.
Right.
That's his mentality. And so Stokes bought into that. So Stokes, if they had a bad day, even before he was captain, used to go up to Trevor Bayliss and go, I've had a bad day, but we'll be breathing in the morning, won't we, coach? Yeah. And the coach would go, yeah, mate. It all sounds a bit basic, doesn't it? But it sort of works. And that is Stokes' mentality. So Holland now bowling to Bell, trying to get him LBW there, I reckon. And Bell was studiously forward as the ball was pitched on about middle and leg stump. He's got a very tight sort of ring field on both sides here, Ian Holland. 3 men on the leg side, 1 close in, and 4 men on the offside, and just 1 slip. So I think he's going to bowl wicket to wicket here and try and get a floor in, find a tiny little gap in the defence of George Bell. But he can't so far as he defends that one.
So did Rob Key last night come out with anything that really pricked up your ears? You know, something that maybe you haven't heard from him.
No, yes, actually. Very good question from the audience was, how do you go about building a team that is number one in the world at Test cricket, 50-over cricket and T20 cricket? Ian Holland bowls, defended by Bell, 290 for 4 Lancashire. And he said, we've got the batters. It's a challenge, obviously. Being top of the world, best in the world in all 3 formats is tough. But we've got the batters, clearly. The spinners are emerging. Got some good young spinners. What we need now is pace. Pace bowlers. We need more pace. Look at India. They've got pace bowlers coming out of their ears. Real pace, genuine pace. Here's Holland again. Bowls. Driven nicely by Bell. Slightly over pitch, that from Holland. He was trying to find some swing. And Bell just strode into it and hit it back past him for 4. Lovely shot.
Nice bits of timing from both batters going on at the moment.
It looks such a good pitch, doesn't it? I mean, it looks a real belter at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, they've generally said it's on the slow side, but I think obviously, we're still in this early stages of the second new ball. It's obviously coming on at a nice pace, isn't it?
So that's his desire. Rob Key's desire is to find. He said, "I'm looking out for quick bowlers, looking all around the country." I said about John Turner here, who of course isn't playing at the moment as Holland bowls and Bell defends again. Of course, he's injured, but they're on his radar. He's on their radar. He mentioned a boy at Somerset that I hadn't heard of, who he's looking at, and. Brighton Cast, people like that from Durham. Obviously, Gus Atkinson. They're trying to, but they need more. We need more.
Yeah.
And we talked about the skills of being a pace bowler, I suppose, as Holland bowls again and Bell defends, and that is the end of another over to 294 for 4. He talked about perhaps that we need to focus on a new way of developing pace bowlers. He was giving the example of Steve Harmison, who in his pomp in 2003 had trained with Newcastle United, and apparently the trainer at Newcastle United got him to run on the treadmill as fast as he possibly could.
Right.
Absolute maximum speed for like a minute and a half. And that got Harmison's stride pattern more rhythmical and stronger. And it's kind of how we build those fast bowlers, those real fast bowlers. I mean, we were talking about it a bit with Melissa yesterday. I think the technique and the drills that you need to do to get real fast bowlers. It's a bit sort of, it's hard producing fast bowlers when people only bowl 4 overs in a T20. So, this is why red ball cricket is so important. Lots more where that came from, Kev. I'll give you some more later anyway.
Yeah, a bit later, yeah, for sure. I know we'll do one more over together.
Yeah, okay.
And because, there's a lot of emails come through, so I might get Melissa to read most of those if that's all right. I might try and do 1 or 2 during this over, but there'll be a double change.
Not another booking for me, is it?
Not yet, no, but I'm sure there will be. I'm sure there will be. He's available for hire. Here's Simon Hughes, the analyst. And solentcricket@gmail.com if you fancy a bit of Simon Hughes during the winter.
God, that is, really.
Well, Hampshire Cricket
must be able to do better than that, surely.
Surely not. No, I'd pay to have a listen.
I don't believe you. You're lying.
294 for 4. Mohammed Abbas comes in replacing Kyle Abbott, and immediately he's cut down to third by Keaton Jennings, who moves on to 124, and that's come off 237 balls, 295 for 4. Jennings' 100 came off 224, so he's just starting, as Simon Hughes says, to just open up a little.
Now, who's that? I'm showing Kev a picture on my phone.
My word, a right-arm bowler in very skimpy shorts. Not you, is it?
It is, yeah.
Oh my God, good grief. It's in black and white.
I know, well that's why it was so long ago. I am from the black and white era, remember?
Well, yeah, well we are. I can't believe that's you. Here comes Abbas. He's wide of the crease to George Bell, who plays with the full face of the back to the bowler. What year was that?
He was impressed with that, actually.
Nice braced front leg.
It was nice braced front leg. Yeah, back leg contact. So the back leg is still in touch, the back foot is still in touch as I'm about to release, which is important. If you cross over your knees, so if your right back knee comes over past your front knee as you let go of the ball, you're losing momentum and stability.
Right. That's where I went wrong, I think. Here comes Abbas. That's worked to short mid-wicket, and there is no run. I like in the background of that photo, somebody who's not very far away is just lying on the floor on a coat. It's not a fielder, is it?
It's actually, that's a good point. I think that's at university. That's at Durham University, in the nets, and probably a few students having had a too late a night, having a kip on the race course during the day. That's what you do when you're a student, don't you? Go out at night. My son, who went to Hull in his first term, I don't reckon he ever saw daylight because he was out so late and never got up.
Bell just pushes that up to mid-on. Well, I have to say, in that photo, without being too unkind, you looked like you needed a couple of pounds to shift.
Thanks. Oh, I can think of a good story about that.
We'll save it for later.
I'll save it for later.
Yeah, there's much more to come from Simon Hughes. He'll be back actually after tea. Or the analyst.
I'll put a bit more weight on by then, won't I?
Well, I was going to say
the lunches and teas are any good here.
The lunches are very good here, and the way you wolfed your on the offs to go with those cream cakes you used to eat at Lord's when the tea trolley came round.
Those teas at Lord's were just magnificent, weren't they? They were loaded with every kind of cake you'd imagine. I like the macaroons the best.
Yeah.
Those flaky, fantastic jam tarts.
Oh yeah.
Not Knickerbocker, Battenberg.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Used to come on the tea trolley. It was a rattle, didn't it, into the dressing room at Lord's.
I had to pour the tea out with that massive teapot.
That's right.
And just used to go along the line. The cat used to go along the line with all the teapot, with all the teacups, with just one stream of tea all the way along. And he'd say, British Rail. He'd call it the way British Rail used to pour the tea all the way along the line of the cups without interrupting the stream.
The mass is wide of the crease again, pushed to short mid-wicket. That's right, the teapot in one hand and two king cakes in the other. Yeah. Anyway, that's the end of the over before if he's listening and emails me to say something. Jos, thank you for that's been brilliant. We've enjoyed it.
Mentioning the stream, by the way, keep an eye on the live stream. It's looking good actually, the Hampshire live stream. So check it out.
Yep. Thank you, Jos. Not that you've got anything to do with it, of course. Here's Simon. Here's Scott Reed from BBC Lancashire and Manchester. He'll be the next voice you hear, and then alongside him will be Melissa Story.
Thanks, Kevin. So 40 minutes to go before the lunch interval. Lancashire have enjoyed a very good hour here. Jennings has been terrific. Bell has batted beautifully. They have reduced the deficit down to 72. It's been a highly productive morning session so far for the Red Rose. They've pressed on. They've scored at a good rate. They've actually forced Kyle Abbott out of the attack. He went for 14 before being replaced by Abbas. Going to go back to Liam Dawson's left arm spin. And Lancashire eyeing up the potential possibility of a decent first innings lead. It might just put Hampshire under a bit of pressure batting later on, perhaps today and tomorrow. It will be Dawson to Jennings, who's 124 not out. With a slip and a forward short leg in place. He's bowling from the hotel end. There's a deep backward point, a backward square leg, deep square leg, mid-wicket, deepish mid-off as well for Dawson, who bowled left arm over the wicket to Jennings. He's using his feet, coming down the pitch and cracking it on the bounce back down to Dawson off his own bowling. Who fields and there's no run. You got a bit excited there.
I didn't observe the bounce of that one. I'm getting to that point where I'm celebrating every small moment where there could be a tiniest possibility of a wicket on behalf of obviously the unbiased independent observer.
Yes, Dawson to Jennings. That's a nice shot, played across his front pad again on the walk towards the Hampshire bowler. It's a good stop also at mid-wicket by Nick Gubbins. And there's no run. 295 for 4. And Dawson just drops the bat a little deeper towards the long off boundary. So he's now got a long on and a long off. Jennings looking to Be positive to the spinner. Sweeps this time, Keaton Jennings, and sweeps really nicely for 4 runs. Ball disappearing at a rate of knots towards the deep backward square leg boundary. And the Jennings innings continues to go from strength to strength. 128 not out. Lancashire now edging towards 300 at 299 for 4.
The good thing there from Jennings is how square he managed to get that sweep, because there was a deep mid-wicket, and in order to get that angle he stepped so far into the offside. And I guess for anyone listening, particularly younger, who are looking to play that, if you watch Jennings' head, it's just so far forward and he doesn't move it until the last minute, and it feels intimidating to do that and get it as close to the ball as possible, but it just meant he could get down so low, make a full contact with the ball, and it flew away. I think the fielder at short leg, who's now come out, which I think is a wise decision, the way Jennings is batting, and accelerated his innings. I think, he was striking around 35, 40 in yesterday's play, but actually he's really improved on that, and he's just looking so comfortable at the he delivers.
Good, we can get a little wagon wheel of where Keaton Jennings has scored his runs, and you can talk us through it. They did position an extra man on that square leg boundary, but now it's too short mid wickets. Dawson in to Jennings, uses his feet again down the pitch and lifts it down the ground for 4. And it's clever batting by Jennings, because they just broke the man up from the long off boundary, and Jennings comes down the pitch and lifts it back over Dawson's head into that vacant region for 4 more, and that brings the 300 up for Lancashire. And Jennings moves on to 32 now, 132 not out, 303 for 4. Deficit is worth 64 runs. It's been Dawson to Jennings, takes a single, nudged away to mid-wicket, and there is 1 run.
On that previous 4 down the ground, Ian Holland, who's stationed down at long off, I think he must have caught some of the Grand National yesterday, because he absolutely galloped over the boundary sponsors, flew over to collect the ball. Now we do have a wagon wheel of Jennings' innings, and I mean, as expected, some really strong, early on in his innings, some really strong on drives down the ground, but I mean, it is pretty much 360.
It is,
you see why he's managed to manipulate this innings so well, because Hampshire haven't been able to predict his next shot.
Bell goes forward and defends Liam Dawson's next delivery, and there's no run.
And with the pressure on Lancashire's top order, because of the slight inexperience of that middle order, it's just such a crucial innings from Jennings to be able to make a mark in this first non-rain affected game for Lancashire, really. And as you say, with a deficit of only 63 now, if Lancashire can get this lead, I think it would be really good for them. And if I was them, I'd just say let's pile on as many runs as possible within a certain time limit. You could bat all day, I'm sure, on this surface, and I'm pretty sure Jennings could bat for the rest of this game on this surface, but they can get themselves in a really strong position.
On this wagon wheel, where Jennings has scored, there isn't one dominant area, is there? It's all pretty even as to where he's got his runs. He's not particularly dominated the offside, or the leg side. He's not particularly dominated down the ground or behind square. It is an absolute kind of balance of runs all around the wicket.
As Mohammed Abbas comes around the wicket to Jennings, slightly slurred delivery, which he waits for and plays back down the pitch. I think as well for that is that he's never gone seeking certain areas and shots to target. In fact, he's responded well to Hampshire's plans. Hampshire have pretty much been trying everything. They've been bowling straight. They had a go at just leaving it outside the offs, trying to get everything. They've had spinners on, but he's just gone, okay, that's fine. I know this is a good batting surface. I don't need to try extra and try and force things. He's just played into the gaps and waited for the bad ball, which has come occasionally, and I think it's been such a good way to absorb the pressure. As this time he edges faintly past first slip and down towards deep third for 4. And it was intentional from Jennings opening up the face. Hampshire have pretty much had only one slip in for the majority of this innings. It's a Bass. It's just a 4th stump line for the top of the bat. He just watches it down to the boundary. 304 for 4. Jennings on to 133.
Well, Kevin called it early on yesterday, didn't he? I think he was 20 odd not out, and Kevin said, I think he's absolutely nailed on for a century here. And he's he's fulfilled the prediction that Kev made.
As a Bass. Past the stumps, bowls, leans on this one, does Jennings, and guides it down, bisecting the fielder at deep third and deep point. They converge in the middle, collect the ball and return it for 2 runs. Lancashire 310 for 4. We'll just try and get through some of these emails. You can get in touch. solentcricket@gmail.com. That's solentcricket@gmail.com. We have one email from a little while ago from Stephen Clark. Say, hi all, thanks for picking me up in the Shane Warne stand. This is when we got our stream to zoom in on a few spectators in the stand. Zabas is bowling a very short delivery well over the head of Jennings. Ben Brown launching himself into the air behind the stumps to safely catch that one, and it's marked 1 for the over. But Steve said, thanks for picking us out. My mate Neil and I are both covered in coffee now. I assume from laughing, not just intentionally. Great commentary from all involved, thank you. Hope you have a good rest of your day, Steve. Nice place to be positioned over there in the Shane Warne stand, particularly at this time of the day. Can get a bit shady later on, but you can usually follow the sun here at the Utilita Bowl. As in comes a Bass defending. It's Jennings back down the pitch, bless you. 310 for 4. Now we have a longer email here from Neil saying, morning team, yes, live interaction with those listening in live in the stadium is definitely the way ahead. I look forward to being involved and I hope the camera team is briefed. You might have to wear a particular outfit so we can spot you, Neil. Maybe come in fancy dress.
Well, you're the experts on that.
Well, yeah, I can give some tips if you want, Neil. I've got a few fancy dress outfits lying about. He has to say as well, as a Bass, comes into bowl, full, driven, straight to mid-off. He just goes down on one knee, fields that one. It's another dot ball, 310 for 4 at the end of the over. Neil says, I have to say I thought the earpiece radios worked really well yesterday. Though it's hard to order a coffee if you're concentrating on the game you're missing whilst you're at the concession stand. He missed Dawson's catch because I thought after the first wicket it'd be a good time to catch a brew. Well, the way this game has been going, I think no one could have predicted 2 wickets in 2, but he's watching from home today as he has some chores to do. Question for the team. Scott, you might be an expert on this.
I doubt it.
What's the signature clothing trend for cricket this season?
I don't even understand the question.
Is there I mean, you could have said last year was bucket hats.
Oh, I see. Okay, right.
Because the England team made them quite trendy again.
Right.
You've got quite a nice gilet on. Do you reckon those are coming back in? you could be
if
the
I'm wearing it,
trendsetter.
I think it's unlikely to be the start of a trend.
We'll have a think about that one, Neil.
I spoke to Tom Bailey the other day. He had his bucket hat on again. This is Dawson into Bell. That sneaks through and it's put the old double teapot from Dawson there, hands on hips, and his captain Vince at first slip. He's got his hands on his head. As that ball managed to squeeze its way through Bell's defences, almost clattering onto the stumps. Dawson around the wicket to Bell, goes back and defends, and there's no run. So maybe the bucket hat's still a thing. I mean, Tom Bailey was wearing it. He seems young and trendy.
I got given one at T20 Finals Day last year.
Right.
Everyone was given a hot pink bucket hat, which was quite the interesting look.
There's Dawson. Kind of creeping his way in, and something didn't quite feel right as he tries to get a good grip on the ball. So he just walks a few paces back and then sets off again, clutching the ball towards his chest, and bowls to Bell, who's forward and defends. And there's no run. 310 for 4. Deficit 57. Bell remains on 33.
There we go. If you're following on the live stream now, we have a close-up shot of... Is that a bucket hat, though? I'm not sure.
I'm not sure if that's a bucket hat, but I'm not an expert on these things. Forward goes Bell, jabbing the ball away into the offside for no run.
Of course, in the Big Bash League in Australia, they actually wear buckets on their heads, because if you catch the ball wearing a bucket, I think you win a prize.
Yeah, well...
It's a lot of discomfort for the very low chances of a catch flying into your hands.
There's a few issues with that, isn't there, really? But Dawson to Bell, who's forward and defends, and again there's no run. 310 for 4.
Got another email here from Russ, who's just said, great to have the season back, having to make do watching the live stream poolside in Ibiza with a few cocktails this week.
word.
Having to make do. Oh my goodness. We can swap places if you like, Russ.
There's Dawson. Again, Bell defends. And there's no run. End of the over, a maiden for Liam Dawson. He's bowled 27 overs, 2 maidens for 81. Lancashire 310 for 4, trail by 57.
Russ just goes on to say he'll be looking forward to being back at the ground next Friday. And can you say a big well done to Chris, Paul and Sean, who all ran the Ibiza Marathon yesterday. A few aching muscles today, and hoping a few Hampshire wickets will help ease the pain. Wow.
Oh, nice.
Massive congratulations for that.
Good effort.
I feel like lots of people are running marathons at the moment.
There's a Manchester Marathon today, actually.
I don't know whether it's something of people I know hitting mid-20s and suddenly deciding that
They should run.
either want to run a marathon or start playing paddle. But I haven't been captured by either, and I don't think I will, particularly the marathon. I don't think you can convince me on that element, but a massive well done to anyone who can.
I think I'd rather the idea of sitting by the pool with a cocktail.
Yeah, that sounds a bit nicer. I'm sure we can organise that for you.
It'd be lovely.
And there's a change of bowling as James Phillip is going to bowl his first few overs with the new ball. So far he's bowled 12 for 23, picked up just the 1 wicket. Sun shining here at the Utilita Bowl. Had a glorious day yesterday, and nice to have relatively, well, a rain unaffected game so far. There's a bit of iffiness on the forecast for tomorrow, but hopefully that can pass over as Fuller turns at the top of his mark. Got a close catcher at mid-wicket, no slips. Comes in and bowls to Jennings, who rides the bounce of that one, drops it into the onside, takes a quick single, fielder comes round, but comfortably home. 311 for 4 the score. Got a message from Sebastian as well, who said, good morning, watching from a windy Blackpool, so great to have county cricket back. Much appreciated for the quality work in the commentary box and quality work in the middle as well, as Bell and Jennings bring up their 100-run partnership. Bell on 33 of 101 balls, and Jennings now 140 not out of 249. Fuller back over the wicket now to the right-handed Bell. It's full, he drives nicely but straight to extra cover. The ball ricocheting off the fielder's hopefully hands, but there could have been a bit of knee involved there as well. 311 for 4. There is a lot of emails coming through, Scott. I feel like I'm reading out the news bulletin. I've got to get through them all. Giving me some good meaty ones as well. I've got one here from Paul Spencer, which I'll sink my teeth into over these next few balls. I'll start off by saying, he says, good morning. And watching today reminds me of the first professional match I went to at the Gillette Cup between these two sides. As Fuller comes into Bell down the leg side, and a good take from Brown, tumbling to his left. Another dot ball. So it was between these two counties. It was an eagerly awaited clash between two top teams with the likes of Greenwich, Richards, Roberts, 2 Lloyds, Peter Lever in 1975. Unfortunately, it was a bit of a damp squib as Hampshire were rolled over for about 90. It's worth mentioning, thank you, by the Little Seamers of Barry Wood. It was all over by 2:30, I think, but watching Andy Roberts close up was fantastic, though. And then we've also got a bit of an apology from Paul as well. After this delivery from Fuller, wide outside the off stump, slapped away, but protection in the deep cover field. Single taken, 312 for 4 now, just the 2 off this over so far. He says, P.S. after my ill-judged comment about Ian Holland's bowling yesterday, just before he took 2 in 2, and having seen his interview at the close of play, I think a slice of humble pie in order for lunch. Ian seems like a terrific lad. What does humble pie taste like?
Maybe he'll report back after lunch and tell us what it tastes like. But it worked well, that email for Hampshire yesterday, because he sent that email through being quite critical of Ian Holland, and he took 2 in 2.
I think we had a couple actually, so keep sending them in. Around the wicket again, and Jennings just losing his balance there, looking to play the ball into the onside. Bit of inside edge into pad, trickles out into the onside. And there's no run. 1 ball left in this over. solentcricket@gmail.com if you want to get in touch. If you're on Twitter or X, if it's a new name, you can get in touch at Solent Sport. Send in your thoughts, your observations. If you're here at the ground, you can catch some action here today at the Utilita Bowl on the nursery ground. As in comes Fuller. Back of a length and steered down towards wide deep third. They run the first one hard. They're coming back for two. Throw comes into the keeper's end, but a wayward throw means that Jennings, running to the danger end, gets back comfortably. And the score moves to 314 for 4 at the end of the over. But yeah, over there on the nursery ground, I think there's potentially a friendly game going on between the Vipers and Hampshire. I saw that Charlotte Taylor, Hampshire legend, has been rewarded commemorative, I think, T-shirt for her 100th game for Hampshire. Really impressive feat, particularly in the women's game. So massive congratulations to Taze, who joins us for commentary now and again.
Not far away from the start of the season, is it? The Rachel Hale Flint starting potentially next Saturday, 20th, I think, isn't it?
I think so.
Yeah, 20th.
Do you know who Thunder's got up first?
Don't.
We can have a look.
Okay. First home games at Sale Cricket Club. We'll be bringing commentary of that on the BBC Sport website and app. Dawson's in and Bell comes down the ground and swats it towards mid-on. And there's no run. 313 for 4 it remains.
Got the Roses clash. Diamonds versus
Oh,
Thunder.
okay, up at Chesley Street. And Diamonds against the Thunder, so that's next Saturday. Starting the Rachel Hale Flint Trophy. Extended competition, isn't it? Again, there's plenty of cricket. Bell plays a little in to out, looks to try and force the ball away through the offside. And there is no run, good low stop by Tom Prest, who's at short extra cover. Dawson over number 28 for him. He's gone for 81, looking for his first wicket. Bell waits and beaten on 34. Dawson to Bell, forward in defence, and there is no run. Dawson fields in front of Keaton Jennings at the non-striker's end. Got his sunglasses on, Liam Dawson. Squad number 8, short sleeves, and stands on the top of his mark. Brushing past the umpire any moment now with Bell, who's played patiently waiting. Bell goes back and cuts the ball on the bounce to Gubbins. It's extra cover, and there's no run. 314 for 4. Deficit of 53 with just under 20 minutes remaining of the morning session on the third day. It's been wicketless so far. It's been a good one for Lancashire. Bell off the back foot this time. Nice shot, just tucked away off the pads through the leg side. And he'll hurry back for 2. And takes his total on to 36. As Lancashire move on to 316
Yeah, that
for
was
4.
just so nicely played by Bell, picking up on the length from Dawson, just straying slightly to the leg side, and he just waited for it, leant on it, and it was just no more than a push, but it got really far distance.
Bell drives into the offside again. Gubbins across the ground quickly, patrols that area nicely for Hampshire. A tumbling stop away to his left, and it's the end of the over. Just a couple off it. 316 for 4. Trailed by 51.
Another email here from Barry Fletcher, who says, hi, watching in Nova Scotia, Canada. It's great to watch the county championship after all the T20 over the winter. Has also put in a request to fix the scoreboard along the bottom of the stream. So I do think there are a couple of things with just that lagging slightly, but as we have said, it's the first home game here of the season. There's going to be a few technical difficulties. If you saw where me and Scott Reed were standing right now, there is more wires than I've ever seen in my life. It feels like we're in one of the challenges, I don't know, in, what is it, Crystal Maze? I'm a celeb. Either way, I think there's many trip hazards here.
There's a few. I mean, Kevin's done his best to try and use the gaffer tape and stick these things down, but yeah, there's plenty of cables knocking around.
As Fuller is in on the back foot, defending, as Jennings rehearses the shot again after playing. As you say, I mean, a really good session for Lancashire, and if they can get through these final 20-15 minutes, forwards to lunch. I think on reflection it's going to be great, and they're in a really strong position because it's, you know, it probably feels a little bit demoralising for Hampshire. I think they've bowled well in this session, but there really just has been no rewards for that at all. Early on when they took the new ball, and Kyle Abbott and Mohammed Abbas got it talking just a bit, beating the edge a couple of times. But to no avail. This one cuts him through and it's edged. James Fuller with the wicket. Or no. Hampshire are celebrating, but nothing from the umpire. Let's have another look at this one for those following on the stream. As Fuller was bowling, it cut Jennings in half. It went over the top of the stumps, but he almost removed his hands up, lifted it up, as if to say to the umpire immediately, I didn't get anything on that. Hampshire seemed convinced. From their reaction, it looked like it was certain, but Jennings, well, he was sending that clear message that I didn't get anything on this. I think maybe it just might have got a bit of the thigh pad. Whether there was a bit of glove, everything was quite close together, but he survives. 142 as Fuller. Into him again this time, leans on it, goes to backward point on the bounce, dot ball, 316 for 4.
We've seen 2 replays of that now, haven't we? And I don't think it's any clearer for us as to whether he's got any little inside edge on that, or whether it's gone past the bat and just brushed some part of his trouser or his thigh pad or something.
I think the immediate reaction, he did really just almost throw his hands up in the air as if he's been, you know, got to prove his innocence immediately, and the umpire stood his ground, which is, you know, when the whole team is appealing against you, I always think that I would be crumbling under the pressure, but he was convinced. Nothing on that one this time. Leaning on the ball, guiding it out towards the point, is Jennings. Takes a single, moves to 143. 317 for 4, the score.
Been the first time for a while, hasn't it, that a batter's looked a little trouble. You mentioned when I said that when the second new ball was taken, Abbas got sent down 2 beautiful deliveries to Bell that beat him twice. Could have just flicked the outside edge of the bat, and then Abbott got a beauty to Jennings, and that's been about it, hasn't it? Really, there's not been much this morning, but that one certainly did come back and went past the inside edge.
As Fuller into Bell on his tiptoes, plays back down the pitch. Fuller fields in his follow through. 1 ball remaining in this over. James Fuller there, and almost a celebration of that non-wicket. I think had almost run the length of the pitch by then as well. I mean, it shows how difficult it is to find results up there, because when Liam Dawson took that brilliant catch yesterday evening, low down to his left, you know, considering as well that it was a fantastic catch, you could see that the desperation and the passion from the Hampshire players of how much that wicket meant. As Fuller is in again to Bell, who's again playing back, pushing the ball towards the bowler, fields with his left hand, and that's the end of the 98th over. 317 for 4.
I think that's me done. I shall catch you after lunch.
Well, there's plenty of a county championship action happening around England and Wales today. We'll run you through some of those scores before we have 15 minutes now until the lunch break. In that game between Essex and Kent in Div 1, Essex 530 for 7 declared, and Kent in reply 299 for 5. Between Nottinghamshire and Worcestershire, Nottinghamshire 399 all out in their first innings, and in reply Worcestershire 308 for 8. Surrey and Somerset playing each other at the Oval. Somerset were 285 all out in their first innings, and Surrey in reply 428 all out, so must have just recently lost their last wicket.
Here's Dawson round the wicket to Jennings. Jennings works that into the gap on the leg side, moves on to 144, 318 for 4.
That game between Warwickshire and Durham, where Warwickshire scored 698 for 3 declared, while Durham are 292 for 4 in response. Things ticking along quite slowly. I think that could be one of the games, you know, when back in the day test matches would last 10 days.
Yes.
They should just keep going.
Never stop.
Try and set a world record.
What was that famous timeless test? Was it Durban? So it's pushed down the offside, where it went on and on. It might have been 10 days or something, but then they had to stop it because the boat was leaving back to England, so they had to just stop. Otherwise it would have gone on and on and on. Imagine that. Imagine being in the field for 5.5 days. Here's Dawson. Especially in that heat. That's a good diving stop at short extra cover. Is that young Tom Press down there? Yes, it is.
I was listening to a podcast the other day, The Final Word, which Adam Collins and Jeff Lemon do, where they kind of tell stories about the history of cricket, and they were telling a tale about, I think, a domestic game in South Africa.
So worked square on the offside by George Bell for a single, 37 he moves on to.
Well, I think this one team, if I remember correctly, played 3 days, or 3 games, 4-day games within the space of, I think, 14 days or something. They only had 1 day off in between each one, and just kept playing, and I don't know how they weren't falling apart by the end of it.
Not easy. Dawson, down the wicket comes Jennings and just eases that on the leg side. Runs the first one quickly, he's going to take the throw on. It's Fuller. Throws, he goes to the bowler's end, but it's picked up by, I think, Nick Gubbins before it reaches Dawson. So 2 runs to Jennings, takes him on to 146. There was a game going on the way to our left. I don't know if you've mentioned that. You have. Southern Vipers Academy against Hampshire.
Yeah.
Is there a way
Charlotte
of-
Taylor's 100th game.
Is it?
Yeah.
Charlotte Taylor. She'll be on commentary with us from time to time this summer. Dawson runs away from us. Jennings again uses his feet, but just stabs that away on the leg side. Wasn't quite to the pitch of that one. Dawson may have seen him come. 3:21 for 4. Lancashire trail by 46. We haven't had a wicket this morning.
So apparently there was 99 timeless tests in between 1877 and 1939. And until World War II, all tests in Australia were timeless. Goodness.
Wow. All tests. Wow. I know. I'm having been to South Africa. I know, and been in Durban. I know they people there always talked about the timeless. I don't know how many
That was
timeless
the
tests there were.
first timeless test in South Africa. It was
was it?
Durban 1923,
Right.
where the series between England and South Africa was undecided after 4 matches. England won early on the 6th day of play. Goodness. And, well, this is quite entertaining. Here we go. As in comes Fuller. Shorter ball, which is pulled by Bell down towards fine leg. It was aerial for a moment. A quiet shout of catch from one of the Hampshire fielders. They'll get a single, move the score to 323 for 4. The start of one day's play was delayed whilst ground staff removed frogs from the coconut matting.
Coconut matting.
Frog delayed play.
Yeah. Not a phrase you often hear.
I think for any Tailenders fans listening, that will have a deeper context as well.
Would it?
I've heard that Jimmy Anderson is famously afraid of a certain magical frog. As in comes Fuller, shorter ball, pulled out towards deep square. He's timed it nicely, so it'll just be a single. And score 324 for 4.
A certain magical frog.
I'm not sure I can explain the deeper lore of this. Maybe I'll have to send you a link to the episode.
Okay. Has he got a name?
The frog? I don't know, but I'm sure if it didn't, we could come up with one.
Right.
I actually stayed at someone's house last night who is like a nature oh gosh, I've forgotten the word now. As Fuller comes in, full bowled and defended by Bell back down the pitch. Those people who go to sites where they're going to do development and they have to check for all of the species and nature. So are you about to build on a field mice habitat, or do you have to check for frogs?
Right.
And
Conservation list. Is that the word?
Yes. I mean,
Doesn't
combined,
roll off the tongue, does it?
Combined, we're not great for speaking or spelling,
No.
which is a miracle we've both got a spot in this box.
What was it I asked you to spell for me? Yes.
Interference.
That's right.
As Fuller is in back of a length and worked off the hip to mid-wicket by Bell for no run.
I can't remember the context that I asked you to spell that for me, but anyway.
Always here for all of your spelling needs. Just to run you through some of those scores in Div 2 as well, because I think we just did Div 1 for now. The one game where we might actually be getting a result this round is between Glamorgan and Derbyshire. where Glamorgan were 237 all out, Derbyshire in response 198 all out, and now Glamorgan 160 for 6 in their second innings, is playing outside the line of his body as Bell guides the ball down to deep third for a single. 320. I think our scoreboard might have frozen. It's not been updating too much. It still says 324 for 4, so I'll just verify that for us.
Picture feed's still showing 324 for 4.
Maybe someone got a bit ahead of themselves and clicked the button loads of times, and there's not an undo button, so it just has to stay there until the score doesn't change. We'll just confirm that. For the game, Gloucestershire playing Yorkshire in Division 2 as well. As Fuller around the wicket, bowls. It's Jennings just tucking him up there as he works it into the onside. Square of the wicket to the vacant square leg region. He'll get a single. There we go. Scoreboard moves 325 for 4 at the end of that over. So between Yorkshire and Gloucestershire, Yorkshire were 326 all out in their first innings. Gloucestershire in reply 263 all out. And Yorkshire having a good start in their second innings, 180 for 1, with Adam Live 103 not out. Finley Bean scored 73. Leicestershire Sussex, Leicestershire 338 all out, Sussex 404 for 6. And then Northants and Middlesex, Northants 552 for 6 declared in their first innings, and then 205 for 2 Middlesex in response. Not many wickets falling around the country.
Bring back that Duke's ball, which we will have next week. There's Dawson round the wicket to Jennings, uses his feet, drives, but only as far as Gubbins at mid-wicket. As we're heading towards the lunch break, Mel, have you managed to get through the emails that I've unfortunately neglected? Are you sort of right the way through them, or most of them?
There is a couple I've left unread for you to go through.
Okay.
Just to give you a bit of a treat.
Well, that's very kind of you. Simon Hughes has had another booking, there, which I will pass on. That's driven out into the covers. Not timed this time. Dave Taylor, who emailed, who's the vice chair of the Lancashire and Cheshire Cricket Society, silentcricket@gmail.com. So Dave, I will pass on Simon's details to you.
Kevin is also available to book if anyone wants
Yeah, on the
to
cheap.
come have a chat. 50 quid.
He'll be a bit cheaper than the analyst.
I did one recently actually in the talk which Simon mentioned down with the Cricket Society in the Southwest.
Oh, in Bath?
Yeah, in Bath. Yeah. Really good discussion there actually.
Down the wicket again comes Jennings. He finds the gap between mid-wicket and the bowler this time, and he moves on to 149. Is he going to get 150 before lunch?
Might do.
Get another over in, may just. Yeah. So, yeah, you enjoyed that one?
It was. I was with Jan Goodman, who used to play for England, and it was a really kind of interesting discussion. I played with her actually at Bath, and she was my coach for a few years, and it was great to hear kind of the way the women's game had changed from her point of view as a player to then her point of view as a coach, and me being a player who's grown up over this last decade with so much change.
Pushed out to short extra cover, Tom Prest there.
And she had some great stories, and particularly of, the women having to crowdfund so many of their overseas tours. I think they pushed a bed from Bath to Bristol or something of the likes to raise money for their tour over to New Zealand, I think.
Dawson again to Bell. He's looking for a single on the offside. It's a little crowded with fielders to be doing that. End of the over, we will get one more in. 3:26 for 4.
Yes, it was a really great chat, and the crowd were really engaged, and we had lots of discussions from the structuring of the game to how to further support the women's game, not just in terms of players, but encouraging more officials and ground staff and people working in the media and behind the scenes in the media. So it was a really, really nice discussion, and I'm open to more of those again. I'll do it on the cheap with Kev. Maybe we can do like a buy one get two.
Yeah, and split the money.
Split the money. Split the pie.
Might get a drink each out of it.
If you want a double act, here you go.
No, it's always good fun, actually, isn't it? I mean, I've done a few over the years, not so much now, but I know you're just starting out doing it. But they're good fun. Always with people, that love the game, and it's nice. Yeah.
It's nice to be in a supportive environment where we're all passionate about the same thing.
Yeah.
Final over then before lunch. And it's Nick Gubbins again with the ball in hand. Jennings on 149. Gubbins bowls on the pads. He works it square of the wicket on the onside, picks up a single and moves to 150. It's been a remarkable innings from Keaton Jennings so far. Has read this pitch wonderfully. He's been patient, composed, and really tested the patience of the Hampshire bowlers. True knock at the top of the order and appreciated by the Hampshire fans and Lancashire fans here at the Utilita Bowl alike.
Testing the patience of Nick Gubbins after dropping him on 36 yesterday.
Maybe that's his punishment now for having to bowl to him, as this time Bell plays a bit late. A few oohs and ahs from Brown and Vince behind the stumps. Bell, who's on 39 himself. Jennings moving to his 150 off 265 balls. It's been a long stay at the crease as Bell this time works the ball out towards deep cover. Just gives himself a bit of room. Opens up the face. He'll get a single. 328 for 4 Lancashire.
Should we quickly get this one in? Roger Arthur, solentcricket@gmail.com. Great commentary as always. Good to have Simon Hughes with you. Will he be with you more? I think he will for the next few weeks or so, yeah.
As Gubbins bowls, and again worked into the vacant square at leg region. Fielder comes around from mid-wicket to pick that one up. Single to the total, 329 for 4.
Any chance of some signed photos of all the commentators? Says Roger. Not sure we got any.
Well, Simon just showed us that one of him playing when it was in black and white photos still, so I'm sure we can get that one out. The little short shorts. Gubbins bowls straight to delivery, solidly in behind that one is Bell. Plays it back down the pitch. I'm sure you've got some selfies lying about, Kev, don't you?
Well, I've got, yeah, but, well, back at BBC, but they're not of all the commentators. I'm not sure how you go about doing that. And signed.
Gubbins bowling on the back foot, pushing back towards Gubbins, and that's the final ball of the over and the final ball before lunch. Lancashire, fantastic session for them, 329 for 4 they finish. Jennings 151 and Bell 40, not out. And Hampshire, having not done too much wrong, will be looking back on that dropped catch of Jennings yesterday and just thinking what could have been, because it's been a fantastic innings from him, really led from the top. And Hampshire have a lot of work to do in this afternoon session. I think both teams have a lot of work to do if they want to force a result out of this game. It looks like it's heading towards a draw as we're here in its 3rd day. The pitch playing a little placidly, but so far it's been a good display of batting and bowling, but Lancashire reaping the rewards.
That's for sure, Mel. Yeah, 96 they've added this morning without losing any wickets. They trailed by 38. Mel, myself, Kevin, James, and also Scott Reed, and I think a hint of Dave Allen, Hampshire's honorary archivist, will be with you this afternoon, and we'll be back in just under 40 minutes' time. Utilita Bowl, where the players are out and we are almost ready for the start of the afternoon session on day 3 of this County Championship Division 1 fixture between Hampshire and Lancashire. No wickets fell this morning, which means Lancashire will start this afternoon on 3:29 for 4. They added 96 runs in that morning session without losing a wicket. Keaton Jennings continues his knock. He's 151 not out. George Bell is 40 not out. They put on 118 unbroken so far for the 5th wicket. They trail Lancashire by just 38 now in the first innings. Your commentary team this afternoon. A little later, Melissa Story still with us. Dave Allen, Hampshire's honorary archivist, is here for this afternoon. But it's myself, Kevin James, and from BBC Manchester and Lancashire, Scott Reed, to take you through this next period.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Welcome back. Had a nice lunch again.
Indeed.
Watched a little bit of the Southern Vipers Academy against Hampshire women's game as we walked to and from the other end of the ground. Emily Windsor is in. First ball, cut 4.
Beautiful.
So she's still batting. We'll try and keep you up to date with that one. That'll be more for down south listeners than up north. But of course, Emily Windsor, well-known Southern Vipers batter, and Trent Rocket's Welsh Fire as well in the 100. So she's out there. Away to our left. Straight away, Keaton Jennings is down the wicket to Liam Dawson. Steers that to square on the leg side, and there is no run. So a good session that for Lancashire, Scott.
Superb session, yeah. Couldn't really have gone any better. There was an element of risk involved, I think, when they started this morning, an element of jeopardy because of that second new ball, and they were still 130 odd behind, and yeah, they enjoyed a very, very good morning.
Dawson, little paddle sweep there, which wraps Keaton Jennings on the pad. Big shouts from Dawson and Ben Brown. Not out, says the umpire.
So yeah, it couldn't really have gone much better from a Lancashire point of view. Jennings at the kind of the heart of it all, making his one beaten 150. Bell at the other end doing a fine supporting role. He's got a nice 40 to his name, so yeah, they could be in a good position, Lancashire. We'll see.
Yeah, that's for sure. Jennings hits the bottom of the bat as he comes down the wicket, prepared to use his feet straight after lunch. Obviously had a light lunch, unlike us.
He's been prepared to use his feet quite a bit, hasn't he, Jennings?
He has, yeah.
I mean, he's such a good player of spin, isn't he?
He is playing very well, all round. But yes, played particularly well against Dawson. Although there's not a lot of help there for Dawson, as there wasn't really for Nathan Lyon. There's the paddle sweep. This time he gets a bat on it, goes down to fine leg, and he moves on to 152. There's been a dance competition here, hasn't it, in the hotel over the last couple of days. I'm just wondering if Keaton Jennings has got his feet moving a bit, hasn't he, dancing around. You revealed that you did a bit of ballroom when you were younger.
I did, yeah. Must be still in there somewhere, must have the moves somewhere. I mean, I don't know where they are. They've been lost behind the back of the sofa or something, but they must be somewhere.
Well hidden. It feels a little cooler this afternoon from this morning, just in that 40-minute break. Bell pushes that out into the covers, fielded by Gubbins.
It's busy in the hotel bar last night, and there were all sorts of outfits, some quite magnificent sequins on display, and a lot of glitter. A lot of glitter floating around in the hotel bar last night. A lot of people happy that they'd obviously done well in their dancing competition.
Dawson bowls. Bell's on the back foot, keeps it a little low, but he steers it between mid-wicket and mid-on for 4 runs. Little short there from Liam Dawson.
And this morning at breakfast, there's a chap having breakfast next to me, and he had this huge badge on his chest, as we watch back on the replay of this Bell boundary. Slapped away through mid-wicket for 4 off the back foot, and he just had official written across this badge that was pinned to his chest, and that was at breakfast. So he's obviously very proud of his role as being an official in the dancing competition last night, because he was sat at breakfast having a full English with his official badge. And there's a few people came up to him. I wonder if it's a bit like, you know, when you're a bowler with the umpire, you're trying to sweet talk your umpire a little bit into being favourable with your decisions. This morning there were quite a few people hovering around this dancing official, as he was trying to eat his full English breakfast. I think trying to sweet talk him into maybe some favourable scores next time round, maybe. He looked quite stern, this official. I don't think he was going to be giving any freebies away. Here comes Kyle Abbott after lunch from the pavilion end, bowling to Jennings. That's cut away through the offside for a single. Jennings moves on to 153 not out. And Lancashire 335 for 4. But yeah, it was busy last night in the restaurant and the hotel and the bar, and it was busy this morning at breakfast. They were queuing out the door for breakfast this morning.
Were they?
Yeah. I'm waiting patiently for a table. I went for a walk instead.
Did you?
Yeah. Well, I knew you'd have it in control. I knew there was no need to rush up here too quickly this morning. So I thought, well, I won't bother queuing. I'll let things quieten down and go for a walk, and come back and have a bit of breakfast later on. After the mad rush. 2 short mid-wickets in place. There's Bell's on strike. There's Abbott's in and bowls. Bell defends. He's pushing away into the offside. Takes a pace or 2 forward as he defends. And there's no run. Both batters having to restart again after lunch. Hampshire are hoping that maybe a lunch interval and a break in play might just bring them a little bit of a reward. 32 behind Lancashire and 6 wickets in hand. The partnership between Keaton Jennings and George Bell that's worth 124 runs so far. Bell eyeing up a 50. Waits for Abbott, who's in and bowling. And again he defends Bell. And again there is no run. It slowly trickles its way up towards Fuller, who's at mid-off. And there is no run.
You know, the longer these two bat and the longer that Lancashire keep the majority of their wickets intact, they are going to have a lead, and I think Hampshire have to be a little careful now. There are still 66 overs left in the day, 65 overs left in the day. Only 32 runs difference between the two sides now. Lancashire are slowly but surely getting in a good position.
Abbott to Bell. He hits in behind and he defends back down the pitch, and gathered by Abbott off his own bowling, and there's no run. Yeah, it's been set up by these two this morning, hasn't it? I think they've batted beautifully. I mean, it's not just been about kind of shot play. They've defended really well. They've picked when to attack and when to defend. They've left well. It's been a very, very solid partnership. The tricky little spell when that second new ball was taken. Abbott and Abbas got the ball to do a little bit. Abbott to Bell. He wants a single. Punch to mid-off. Oh, well, it's a throw by Fuller at the stumps, trying to run George Bell out. He missed. So the debate as to whether he would have been in or not is largely irrelevant. But it was a quick single. No, I think he'd have been fine. Bell moves on to 45. 336 for 4. Deficit now 31. It's just that, I mean, Lancashire 4 down, 2 wickets in 2 balls, of course, in the final session of play yesterday. It's forced away by Jennings, but can't beat Gubbins at extra cover. No run, end of the over, 336 for 4. So without that little burst from Ian Holland, where he got Balderson, who I think might be a touch frustrated that he looked nicely set and scooped it out toward deep mid-wicket. The next delivery edged by Bruce to Dawson, who took a stunning catch. A little 2-wicket burst, which almost came from nowhere really last night. And still with that, Lancashire are potentially here just putting themselves into a good position.
Yeah, they are, that's for sure. The wicket looks to be playing about as well as it's done at any point in the game, and it's been pretty good throughout. Nick Gubbins is going to take over from Ian Dawson with his part-time leg spin. He's bowled a couple of overs so far. Got an email here from Martin Hills that came during the lunch break. solentcricket@gmail.com if you want to get in touch with us today. He says, thank you as always for the excellent commentary, chat and analysis, which continue to be a source of enormous pleasure. Thank you. That's Gubbins from our commentary end. Bowls. Oh, a short, horrible. Bell pulls that away. That's going to be at least 4. It's a short boundary side away to our right, and it's 6. Umpire was just checking with his square-leg colleague that it actually did go over the rope. I don't think it did by much, and that's his half-century. George Bell. And he has played very, very nicely indeed. It's been perfect compliment for Keaton Jennings. They've had few alarms, these two. 342 for 4.
He has batted very nicely. That's his 4th first-class 50 for for George Bell. Preview his highest score.
As he just reaches for that one a little bit, steers it out to deep point for a single.
He's 91 in first-class cricket.
Here we go. Hasn't played a lot. It's only his 15th.
He hasn't, no.
So he's still developing. Martin Hills goes on to say he particularly enjoys the knowledge brought by us and Dave Allen. Yes, you'll hear from Dave Allen shortly. Simon Hughes as well, who's with us. He'll be with us again after tea. And the perspectives provided by many fine away commentators and the charm of Mel as well. Here's Gummins. That's worked in the gap on the leg side. Run the first one quickly. George Bell, I think, is very keen to run two as he's running to the danger end. He easily makes it home. 344 for 4. He just says he'd like to hear more scores from around the country. He thanked Mel for doing that before lunch. I think I'm probably as guilty as anybody for not doing that, really. So, Martin, that's duly noted. I've been a Hampshire member for 20 years, he says, and all Gubbins dives, but can't prevent another single for Jennings. Down to deep mid-on, moves on to 153. But serious illness in the winter has meant my attendance at the ground is much more limited at the moment. I really rate Lancashire as a county team, easily in the top 3 in the country. 2 questions for Scott. That's good. Scott can do all the work here. That's a low full toss driven up to mid-on by Bell. Can anything be done to produce more results in home fixtures and allow Lancashire to contend for 4-day honours as they should?
Yeah, well, that's a great question, and it's certainly a question that is a running theme amongst Lancashire supporters and the players and the club.
Gubbins bowls, Bell pushes out into the gap on the covers, and he takes a quick single, moves on to 53, 347 for 4.
And it seems to be kind of an ongoing question, really, an ongoing debate as to what they can do, because the pitches at Emirates Old Trafford are brilliant pitches. They're really good pitches, and they produce extremely good test matches, and trying to win 4-day games of cricket, even with 4 good days of weather, is quite a difficult thing. I heard you chatting to Simon Hughes before about when you were bowling at Old Trafford and your memories of bowling at Old Trafford. So you know what the type of pitch and surface you get there. You have to work really hard to take wickets, and if you need, I guess, a little bit of a point of difference if you can. You need that extra pace if you've got it. You need a very good spinner if you have it. But even with that, to win 4-day games of cricket is quite difficult. So I think this season, Mark Chilton, who I've spoke to a little bit about this, and Dale Benkinside have looked at how they play their cricket. As Abbott comes in and bowls to Bell, that's run down to third man by George Bell, and it'll just be a single for him. He moves on to 54, 348 for 4. So maybe the idea of just trying to, we touched on it yesterday about being a little bit more, I don't know if positive is the right word or not, but having that kind of mindset to score at a good rate. I think Lancashire's previous approach to playing at home might have been to try and bat once and bat big, and that was the view, to try and force a win. But by doing that, you do take time out the game, so they might look to try and alter that approach. As Abbott bowls again to Jennings, lovely shot, driven down the ground. And he takes 1 and moves on to 157. 349 for 4. So I think all these factors are combined. They've obviously got a good spinner with Nathan Lyon. If they can get some pace into the attack, whether it's Mahmood being fit, Blatherwick, or Luke Wood when he's back from the IPL, that gives them perhaps a little bit of a point of difference. And last week they did the pitch at Old Trafford last week. There was 9 wickets fell to spin on the first day. So that might give you a bit of an insight too as to what they might try and do to try and get some more results in Manchester. But it certainly is an ongoing debate. As Abbott bowls to Bell, and that's a good stop at backward point by Ali Orr, and there's no run.
The other question that Martin asks in his email is, are there any plans in place to replace Nathan Lyon given his premature removal by Australia?
Well, yeah, that's been a real frustration, that, for Lancashire, the fact that Lyon's not here for the season. They have signed Chris Green for the T20 Blast. So Lyon's going to play this first chunk of championship matches, 7 games, until the Blast starts. As Abbott runs in and bowls to Bell, it's nudged away off the hip to mid-wicket, and there's no run. And then they've got Chris Green to play in their Blast campaign. Obviously Tom Bruce is the other overseas player. So whether they then look to try and bring another overseas in for the second half of the season, I'm not sure. Maybe that's something that they'll consider through the course of the summer.
If you're watching the live picture feed, that's focusing on the seats in front of the Lancashire dressing room. And the bell just up on the top right-hand corner, which Dave Allen, who's on commentary soon, will have a little story about that.
This is, speaking of bells, George just clipped out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run.
So that's answered. Martin Hills from Chichester. Hopefully that's, I think that's a fairly comprehensive reply to that email. And we'll note that we'll do a few more scores around the country. I certainly will. I will make a mental note of that.
3-4-9 for 4. Lancashire on the verge of another batting bonus point. Level at 4 points each so far, these two sides. As Bell defends the top of his off stump. And the ball bounces away into the offside for no run. End of the over. A couple of runs off it. 349 for 4. Deficit is 18 now. George Bell has 54. Keaton Jennings 157 not out.
Yeah, keep the emails coming in. solentcricket@gmail.com, especially if you want to book Simon Hughes. He's up for bookings. He's had 2 today.
Oh, it's been a good day for him.
He has, yeah. He'll be back after tea, so I think I've replied to one of those that I'll pass the details on. He's happy to have his email passed on. Here's Gubbins with his leg spin, forward Jennings. That's a nice looking delivery and a nice looking forward defensive to match. Score remains on 349 for 4. Lancashire are just 18 runs behind now on the first innings. And rather worryingly for Hampshire, they've only lost 4, none today. That's turned away by Jennings for a single. 158, and that is the 350 up for Lancashire, and it's within these 110 overs, isn't it? Still the bonus points.
Yep.
So that is another point for Lancashire. I do get the feeling that these sides probably will settle for 12, 13 points out of the game. Both good sides, both should be up there this year. They won't really want to give the other one an advantage, I don't think. Be very surprised if they set anything up. I think it'll be very much about Lancashire pushing home that advantage as Bell off the back foot steers that into the gap for a single on the offside, moves on to 55. And if Lancashire, what do we got? We've got 62 overs left in the day. Now if they bat the rest of the day, they're scoring at just over 3 and over, so that's 180. So that is a lead at the very minimum of about 160 odd by tonight. You would say if they haven't lost too many wickets, that run rate might increase a little bit. They won't be far away from the 200 lead, do you think, Scott? Would that be a fair assessment if they don't suffer any major setbacks? Just under 200. Jennings on the back foot, steers that out to extra cover. Ali Orr, the fielder.
I think so, yeah. And I think the scoring rate has actually increased a little bit, isn't it? That kind of final 45 minutes up to lunch, and they've started quite brightly after.
The benefit of having 2 players in at the crease. Jennings comes down the wicket, gets wrapped on the pad. Hopeful appeal, really. He was a long way down. End of the over. Decent over there from Gubbins, just 2 runs off it. Jennings 158, Bell 55, 351 for 4, and they've actually they've scored reasonably well since lunch, haven't they? Really, 329 for 4 it was at the break.
Yeah, quite a positive approach really by Keaton Jennings and George Bell, leading up to and since the lunch break. I suppose Hampshire will look at this, and we've had 14 wickets fallen in this game so far, and we're into the afternoon session on the 3rd day. So they're going to, I think Hampshire will back themselves to be able to bat through and to not lose the match. But as Abbott comes in and bowls to Bell, that's flicked away down towards fine leg. Has he got any bat on that? No. Yes he has. That'll clip on the toe end of the bat, George Bell. He's on to 56, 352 for 4.
I think this is where, in these situations, this is where Nathan Lyon will be earning his money tomorrow.
I was about to say they will back themselves to be able to bat through however long they need to bat.
Yeah.
But the Lyon factor is an interesting one, isn't it?
Yeah, I think he's very much the key on this surface, even though it's not helping him very much, or hasn't so far.
Abbott comes around the wicket to Keaton Jennings, leans into it and calmly just dabs the ball off a full face of the bat back down the pitch to Abbott, who fields off his own bowling, and there's no run.
It's not really helped any bowler, has it?
Not
To be
really,
honest,
no.
seamer, swing bowler, spinner. It's listen, nobody minds the batters having a bit more of an advantage early season. It's been tough for them over the years. Shouldn't begrudge them too much, should we?
Well, some of them are in good form for the Dukes coming back, aren't they?
Yes, well, that's true.
Abbott to Jennings, it's a short ball, it bends underneath it, short and outside off stump, and left alone by the Lancashire captain. 3-5-2 for 4. And there's George Bell at the non-striker's end. He's unbeaten on 56. It's Captain Keaton Jennings on strike. Batted very nicely, George Bell. Missed out last week. Wasn't selected for the game against Surrey, but comes back into the Lancashire side this week. And responded beautifully with an unbeaten 50. Jennings drives away through extra cover. Fletcher Middleton's on the chase. And he'll scoop up the ball. Jennings comes back for 2 more. Moves on to 160 not out. And now Lancashire are 354 for 4, so 13 behind.
Well, it's been hard going for Abbott and Abbas, really, hasn't it? It's Abbott's into his 24th over. Wicketless, none for 78. He's bowled well. Got the ball past the edge with the new ball 2 or 3 times, but it's been a long time since Abbott's bowled that many overs and not picked up a wicket here at the Utilita.
And it bowls to Jennings, who carves this one away through the offside. It beats backward point. Middleton swings round from the cover boundary to field again. Jennings moves to 161, 355 for 4.
Well, as Martin's email suggests, that he wants a couple more scores from around the country, and I'm going to sort of make it my mission to do a few more. I know Mel does, and Scott does from time to time. Essex-Kent, 317 for 7, replying to Essex's 530 for 7 declared. Kent have actually lost 6 wickets today, having started the day at 245 for 1. As Abbott from the pavilion end comes in, bowls to Bell. Bell drives powerfully, but straight to mid-off. And there is no run. Nick Compton, who started the day exactly 100 not out, is now 130 not out. Bell Drummond, who was 134 not out overnight, was out early on for 135. But Kent currently trail Essex by 212. Amazing, isn't it? Early season, and how wickets are not very forthcoming. Nottinghamshire, Worcestershire. Now, Worcestershire resumed this morning on 220 for 6 in reply to Nottinghamshire's 399 all out, as Gubbins comes in again with his leg breaks. Jennings just turns the ball away on the leg side with the intended spin. Easy as you like. And Jennings moves on to 162, 356 for 4. Worcestershire are 341 for 8. They've lost 2 wickets today, having resumed at 220 for 6. Rob Jones yesterday made 90. Smith is 58 not out. Jack Leaks is 40 not out there for Worcestershire, as Bell works it away easy as you like on the leg side and moves on to 57 now. Surrey, Somerset. Somerset are batting for a second time now. Surrey bowled out for 428, having been 358 for 6 overnight. Somerset 21 for 1, and the 1 wicket is gone. Is Sean Dixon out for no score. Jennings turns that fine on the leg side. That's no run. And Warwickshire Durham, poor Durham, 698 for 3 declared Warwickshire. Durham in reply 316 for 5. They were 178 for 3 overnight. As Jennings works that along the ground up to deep mid-on, fielded by Ian Holland. Just pushing the ball around. It's quite easy for these batters at the moment. 163 Jennings, 358 for 4. The deficit down to 9. A little chilly here at the Utilita. Sun's disappeared for the moment. I think it might have disappeared for a little while actually, but the cloud's still high, even though they're greyish. That's cut away down to deep point. Another single, 360 for 4. Durham, 317 for 5 in reply to Warwickshire. Leeds was 94, not out overnight, went for 145. So Durham still trail by 381. Jennings uses his feet again and works the ball into the gap between bowler and mid-wicket. And that will be another single. Gubbins has completed 5 overs, none for 22. Lancashire 360 for 4. 109 overs bowled at them in this innings so far. Deficit now down to 7. Lancashire have 5 bonus points, Hampshire have 4. So this will be the last over. 4 bonus points. I think we've probably seen as many as we're going to get. It's going to be Ian Holland to take over from Kyle Abbott. Just it was a quick spell that from Kyle Abbott. Just the 3 overs after lunch, in which he conceded 8 runs. 24 overs, 7 maidens, none for 79. He and Liam Dawson haven't picked up a wicket, nor Tom Prest or Nick Gubbins. 2 for Ian Holland. Those were those 2 in 2 last night, and he'll be hoping to do the same here as he's round the wicket to Keaton Jennings. Jennings cuts that away. There is a sweeper out on the boundary. Jennings moves on to 165. And the Lancashire total to 361 for 4. 6 behind now. Field changes because we have the right and left-handed combination out there. These two came together last night when Tom Bruce was out first ball at 6 o'clock. 211 for 4. 361 for 4 now. But unlucky Tom Bruce got a beauty from Holland. Fantastic first slip catch by Liam Dawson, diving low to his left. Millimetres off the turf, and it went quickly as well. Bell plays that late down towards third, fielded by Abbas. Working it through nicely, just picking up the singles here. It's still accurate bowling, but the batter's still managing to find the gaps in the field and just keep the scoreboard ticking over. 362 for 4. 5 behind now. As Holland's round the wicket again. Jennings drives up to James Vince at mid-off. So we have a deep square leg, we have a fine leg, we have a third, and we have a deep cover. Those are the fielders patrolling the boundary. Pretty standard field really, I guess, to a batter that has 165. Holland bowls, that's a nice straight drive, and Abbott does well. Falls on the ball to make sure that it doesn't go past him. I think he might have lost some glasses, did he? Something's come off his hat. Thrown back. Now, you don't throw glasses back like that, so that's something else. Don't treat glasses like that, the way James Vince threw them back to Kyle Abbott. At 363 for 4 now. Just 4 runs behind Lancashire. What a day they're having so far. I'm sure the plans they talked about this morning, they've executed perfectly as Bell works that on the leg side for another single. Singles, as I say, coming quite easy now.
Yeah, they've done that quite well, haven't they? I mean, they've run well, these two. There was an all-run 4 this morning. I got very excited about that. I think we all did. Or maybe that was just me. But yeah, they have. It's been an element of their partnership, really, hasn't it?
Yes.
It's some lovely shots and some nice boundaries, but they've actually run positively, forcing 1s into 2s, etc.
Holland switches to round the wickets, and he's gone aerial this time. Keaton Jennings hasn't quite got hold of it, but it's going to go to the boundary nevertheless, wide of mid-on. Just helped it over that area. Wasn't quite out of the middle of the bat, but perfectly safe. And that's the end of Holland's first over this afternoon. 368 for 4. 1 behind now. Holland now 13 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 55. Andy Girling has emailed solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, "Hi guys, it's Andy in Thailand.
Okay.
Good to hear from you all again. My response for Lancashire to win at home would be to play at Egbert. Regards, I'm really enjoying the commentary." You guys had a very good record there, didn't you?
Well, they tend to get results at all their outgrounds. So they're at Blackpool this season again, and they played Essex at Blackpool last season. There was a victory there, Essex won, and they're at Southport again, and Lancashire beat Hampshire at Southport last year. So they've got 2 games at their outgrounds in the county championship. Whether it's Liverpool, Southport, Blackpool, they do tend to produce results, those grounds. But you also try and find a way of winning in front of your at your headquarters.
That's right.
Dale Benkenstein said to me before the season started about as Dawson comes in and bowls to Bell, Bell drives through mid-off for a single. About the idea of, I think he says, you maybe being prepared to lose games in order to win it. Not at this stage, but as the season goes on, and I think that has to that might have to be the case at Old Trafford. To try and force wins, you might have to risk the odd defeat to do it.
I think you hinted yesterday you played a bit of safe cricket really over the last season or 2.
A sweep attempt by Keaton Jennings, doesn't make contact with it, and the score remains at 369 for 4. Yeah, I mean, they played positively. There's no doubt that there's the element of the way the team has played over the last 3-4 years has been positive cricket. But obviously, in terms of winning games at home in particular, Jennings drives through mid-on for a single, 370 for 4. It's been difficult to win, but I think we've highlighted the numerous reasons behind that. And so you've got to try and work within what you've got. And Mark Chilton, the cricket director, has been quite keen at that, saying, look, there's no point in worrying too much about the pitches, the good pitches at Old Trafford, so find a way to play on them a little bit. Bell looks to try and reverse this time.
There'll be a double change at the end of this over, so I just want to quickly read this email out, if that's all right, Scott. Stephen Donoghue, solentcricket@gmail.com. Stephen's in Sydney. He says, good evening. Look forward to another winter following the Red Rose. Of course, everything's the other way round, isn't it? Of course, down there.
There's Dawson to Bell down on one knee and hammers the ball away through mid-wicket for 4 runs. And, Bell moves on to 65. 374 for 4 now.
Stephen says, you discussed what Lancashire might do to cover the back half of the county championship. I think he's referring to a discussion about Nathan Lyon. And I think one option is already in the system. Chris Green's form in the Sheffield Shield over the last couple of summers would make him a very good pairing with Hartley. As the summer continues and Old Trafford takes more spin.
There we go. Good shout. Bell on 65. Having hammered that last delivery by Dawson away to mid-wicket. And this time plays a nice shot down the ground for 1 to keep the strike. He moves on to 66, 375 for 4, end of the over. And Lancashire lead by 8.
Thank you, Scott. Double change, as I say. And for the first time this season, and certainly not the last, it's Dave Allen, Hampshire's honorary archivist. And alongside him will be Melissa Story. So I'll quickly do a quick change. Mel?
Hello, Dave.
Hello.
How are you doing? It's a long time no see.
Yeah, long time no see, yeah. I'm all right. Sorry, I got in a panic about my headphones and they didn't seem to be fitting properly, but I think you can hear me. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay.
It's great to hear you. Don't worry, I've already catapulted my headphones into my face about 3 times across the last 2 days, so you're doing better than I am as Holland, with the ball in hand, runs into Bell, who takes one hand off the bat, flailing the ball into the covers, stopped at cover for no run, 375 for 4.
I got one of these with the pink string on that I've been listening to you all day, so I was thinking there must be people out there who've got these things with the pink string on.
Well,
So
I'm sure there are.
if you can hear me, wave.
Give a big wave up to the top of the hotel if you are
Can't
listening
see you.
in the ground. As in comes Holland on the hip of Bell, works it into the vacant square leg region for a single. Score moves to 376 for 4. I mean, I'm not sure how good your eyesight is, Dave, but
No.
I think if someone's probably waving at us from the Shane Warne stand, they might need to maybe climb onto their seat, jump up and down, and then wave for us to even spot them.
Yeah, my eyesight's not as good as it was once upon a time, I'll tell you that for nothing. I had a couple of incidents last year, I remember, when I couldn't figure out how the wicket had fallen. Ben Brown was jumping about, Liam was bowling, and I couldn't work out if he'd been caught or stumped or bowled. And Kevin came to our rescue. So I said to him actually this year, I think I ought to just do the chat really and let people with better eyesight do the ball by ball.
As Holland, just a few changes to the field now. There's a deep point, deep extra cover, mid wicket and square leg on the boundary. It's a thick edge flying down to deep third. Just get a single as Jennings moves on to 172. Spectacular innings from him so far. I mean, it didn't help, Dave, that last year, of course, the sponsor of the county championship meant that the bails were a green colour, which made them quite hard to pick out if someone had been bowled. Whilst this year they are bright red, which helps us.
Yes, you're right with that. That's absolutely correct. Yeah.
Now Holland coming back over the wicket to Bell, who's defending down the pitch. No run, plenty of applause from the Hampshire bowlers. Yet to take a wicket today. It's been good batting from George Bell and Keaton Jennings.
Yeah, they have batted well. It's a day and a condition for batting without any doubt, but they have batted well.
It's Holland in now again, and this time on his tiptoes, works into the onside. Does Bell. He's been a really good judge of that awkward length across this innings, particularly in later spells. Yesterday, Keaton Jennings as well. James Fuller was hitting in really good areas, making things quite awkward, and the joy of this innings from him has just been that patience to go, actually, this is a good batting surface. The bowlers will eventually tire, and I can make the most of it if they just stray off their line or length slightly. It's Holland in again, this time looking to guide the ball down to third, but finds fielder at point, just couldn't open up the face of his bat enough there. It's a dot ball, 377 for 4.
I missed yesterday afternoon because I sneaked off to a pal of mine who's got an illegal television set where I watched Hampshire versus Lancashire in a football match.
Dave, you're not meant to say these things on radio.
It was very exciting.
It was a very legal television set, that's what I heard.
There are probably some people listening up in Lancashire who were at the game, I suspect, because it was at Bolton. And it was a bit of a thriller, really, and I have to say that Bolton were very impressive, but we got away with a point. So, but it means I did miss the first half of the innings. I didn't see a lot of Keaton Jennings yesterday.
Apart from Keaton Jennings' innings, I think I'll say you were probably better off watching the football for points.
Yesterday was because it's an exciting point in the season.
As Liam Dawson is bowling, coming down the pitch as Jennings works the ball square, but the fielder is just in front, fields, and it's a dot ball. What was the final scoreline in that? It
was 1-1, so we need 1 point from 3 games to be promoted, which I would think we will manage at some point. So we being Portsmouth, I ought to add.
Reverse sweep, shout for leg before, and the finger's gone up. And it's Keaton Jennings, the huge wicket for Hampshire. He falls for 172 off 297 balls. Whilst the celebrations take place from Hampshire, there should be a huge applause there for Keaton Jennings because it's been a fantastic innings from him. Liam Dawson with that wicket, caught in front, looking to reverse sweep. He started rushing off for the single, but now he's got to make his way back to the pavilion.
I'd just written a note down, actually. I mean, there was a terrific, what I saw, it was terrific, and as I say, I didn't see everything yesterday, but I'd just written a note to Kevin, and then we switched anyway to say, because I'm interested in the Kookaburra ball and the pitches and so on, that last year, with the Kookaburra ball in 2 games, Liam Dawson took 16 wickets for 248, 16 wickets at 15 apiece. Until that, his figures were 0 for 100 with the Kookaburra in this game. So I think the thing that intrigues me about the Kookaburra is that it's very difficult so far to discern whether there really is a pattern. I think games are slow, and it often looks like a lot of games are big scores, but they're not actually always big scores. Some are not significantly big at all. They weren't particularly last weekend, apart from the balmy game at Lord's. And I looked up the whole of the first round of matches with Kookaburras last year, and if you reckon that you want a wicket to fall about every 10 overs for a result, then there were quite a number of games in the first round of of 8 last year where wickets were falling at around 10 or even fewer than 10. Essex 8.76, Surrey 7.3, Northants 10, Glamorgan 9. So the Kookaburra isn't stifling wicket taking, but it seems kind of inconsistent because this round there's just runs everywhere, almost everywhere.
New batter to the middle for Lancashire, Matthew Hurst, wicket keeper, as Liam Dawson finally getting the opportunity this game to squeeze the field back in. There's a slip, 2 close catches in the covers, and they'll just be hoping, like they did yesterday with Ian Holland taking those 2 wickets in 2, that they'll be able to find another breakthrough here. 377 for 5 Lancashire. They lead by 10 runs now, but the big wicket of Keaton Jennings last of all, as we just said. I mean, I guess one difference, Dave, potentially being the time of the year, of course, being trialled slightly different now, when before we've actually remarked, even though the weather can be inconsistent in April, there's actually some really great batting performances because the pitches are fresh and the ground staff can dedicate all of their time to cultivating these wickets rather than later on in the season when more fixtures are being played and actually the ground staff have their hands full and different pitches to prepare. As Dawson comes into Hurst, who's driving back to him for no run.
We did some members tours during the winter, and Simon the groundsman was one of them, and so we'd take the members out to the middle and he'd talk us through what was happening during the winter.
As Dawson creeps into the wicket, bowls to Hurst, it's full, he plays it off his pad slightly uncomfortably, losing his balance, short leg fields.
And the last one was only about 3, maybe 4 weeks ago at most, and he said that he'd never known conditions which were so wet and cold, and the grass just wasn't growing at all. So I think it's been pretty tough, but he's got a flat one for sure.
As Dawson flights this one up, and it's driven back to him slightly aerial for just a second. Again, Hurst playing just ever so slightly off balance. He'll know this is a good surface, he'll want to capitalise. And speaking of obviously lots of runs being scored, I think I threw out the question early on yesterday regarding that Warwickshire-Durham game taking place at the moment, as Dawson's bowling, advancing down the pitch, and this time working the ball to mid-on for no run is Hurst. It's a wicket maiden from Liam Dawson, score 377 for 5. And I asked the question, in case, I mean, Warwickshire had gone on to score 100 from the top 3 or so, I asked what was the most amount of consecutive hundreds, and you answered, because of course you answered. Dave.
Well, I answered from a Hampshire point of view. I don't know categorically it's the best ever.
That's the best point of view, Dave.
You said except it was against us.
you
got
said
it. Very good.
1923, a game between Hampshire and Middlesex at Southampton. The first 4 Middlesex batters scored hundreds. Hearn 232 included in that, and Middlesex were 642 for 3 declared.
I told Jones Vince's dad about it this morning. He asked if I was there.
As Holland's bowling to Bell, he works the ball off his hip up towards deep square. They run the first one hard, of course some fresh legs now at the crease, but they remain with the single. 378 for 5.
I'd have to look this one up to be absolutely sure, but I'm pretty well sure that in 1976 3 Hampshire players made hundreds in an innings, and I think it was Richards, Turner and Gilliatt, while on the same day Hampshire's Gordon Greenwich was scoring a century for the West Indies at Old Trafford. So that's quite close. Somebody can look that up. 1976 Bournemouth, middle of the season. It might have been against Glamorgan, but I'm not sure.
If you know the answer, solentcricket@gmail.com. As Holland charges in now, bowls, defending is Hurst, back towards Holland in his follow through. I love, Dave, how you said I might not remember correctly off the top of my head, and then go list off all the batters who scored the 100. I don't remember what I had for breakfast yesterday, and you're remembering these scores. It's remarkable.
No, I'm like that. I don't know, it's a different kind of memory, I suppose, really. And, I know exactly what you mean about it.
As in comes Holland again, leaving this one alone is Hurst. Watches it go through to Brown, who's up to the stumps.
Well, in another world, I think you probably know, I sing in bands. I do quite a lot of it. I've got quite a big thing coming up later in the week. But famously, I can't remember lyrics. I sing constantly. I just have the music standing in front of me with all the lyrics, and I just chuck them on the floor. And there's this great part of the lyrics by the end of the gig. Can't remember a word.
as Holland is in and just taking his hand off the bat is Hurst this time, guides the ball towards short mid wicket. Looked a bit uncomfortable playing that one. I mean, I'm the opposite. I think however many songs Taylor Swift has released, I think I could tell you the lyrics to every single one of them off the top of my head. I'm a person who drives and sings along as I go. So at one point a few years ago, I had to drive from Durham to Southampton, and that was a fun old journey. I'll tell you what. Full, and this time again he plays it cautiously into the onside for no run. Yet to get off the mark, faced 8 deliveries now.
We might talk about Taylor Swift in a minute because I'm quite interested in it. But although actually, you see, I've been driving to the ground recently, listened to a band called the Crusaders, or a jazz funk band, but there are no words. You see, so
that sounds fun though. That's good for cooking, maybe.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah. But you raised an important point, I think, this morning about the pitch, which I'll come back to in a minute.
As Holland is bowling, solid in defence. Hurst, no run. End of the over, 378 for 5 Lancashire.
Didn't you mention this morning about there is a looming pitch penalty still from last year? Did you mention?
I think
that?
so. I think I've said that because Kevin James has said that. So if that's incorrect,
no,
let's
I
blame
think it's
Kevin.
absolutely correct, and I think that would be one of the reasons why maybe Simon's been a bit cautious or a bit careful about making sure that there's no danger, and therefore the pitch is playing pretty easily. You know, there's nobody's going to turn up and fine us points for this. Although I did actually think that somebody should have fined Lords last week for that pitch. It was just a terrible game of cricket, really. But
we can't find Lords that day.
No, that's right.
The authorities will come get us.
I've just realised, of course, that wicket was too late. Well, it wouldn't have brought us a bonus point, but we're past the bonus point stage, aren't we? 114. So if we'd got even one more, wouldn't. So 1 bowling point for Hampshire. And,
sure, there's a few sides who are slightly scarce of bowling points this week. As Dawson bowls a flat delivery, Bell tucks it straight for no run.
So Lancashire have ended up with 5 bonus points and Hampshire was 4. So it could be 12-13 if it's a draw. Or difficult to see Hampshire engineering a victory from this point unless they roll them over very quickly.
Sure, a Liam Dawson hat-trick would do the job.
Yes.
But then I could see Nathan Lyon and Will Williams scoring a few runs, as this time he plays on the back foot, opening up the offside, but finds the fielder.
It's got a bit gloomy, hasn't it?
It has. I mean, I don't know if you've noticed, but I'm slightly dressed like a football parent.
You are slightly dressed like that.
I've got a sun hat, sunglasses, but also an extreme winter coat on.
Yeah.
So I'm not quite sure what weather it is. As flicking off the pads this time, Bell towards wide long on, single taken, 379 for 5.
Well, they said it would get chillier, and it certainly has done that, which isn't going to help the bowlers at all, really, because it's overcast fine, but chilly, not going to do much. Is that us? Oh, hello. Hello.
It's like being Pat, Dave. You must be used to that.
I don't know. The field's interesting, isn't it? They're not really silly mid on and silly mid off. They're almost like short mid on and short extra cover, aren't they? But they're crouched positions rather than walking in, as Dawson bowls.
Dawson bowling, playing one-footed on the back foot, back towards him. I mean, it's interesting, as you say. There's 2 close catches in, and then you have mid on and mid off are just that slightly further back, so I guess you could almost run a single there, and Hampshire are torn between trying to find a wicket but also save these runs. As this time he goes big down the ground. Does Hurst. He didn't make complete contact with it. It plugs in the outfield and just trickles over the boundary rope in the end. Poor fielder racing down there, just had to watch the ball going over his shoulder, but it was a safe shot from Hurst to play, and he gets his first runs. He moves on to 4. Bell at the other end on 69, not out. 383 for 5, Lancashire. That's Dawson at the top of his mark. Still those 2 close catches in. Comes into the crease now, flattered, fended by Hurst. And that's the end of the over. As mentioned, 383 for 5 after 115.
Yeah, it's tough going, Stowe. Difficult to know. I think Hampshire have got to roll them over pretty quickly, and 5 wickets quickly on this. It's difficult to predict that, isn't it? We're almost where are we now? 7.5 of 12 sessions gone, and in 7.5 sessions 15 wickets, so we're getting 2 wickets a session, in which case we can be confident that Lancashire will be bowled out about midday tomorrow morning.
That's great. I'll tune in my lunch break then. As in comes Holland again, bowling to Bell. He works it round the corner. They were contemplating 2 for a second there, and in the end settle on the single. Someone has sent us, Dave, that scorecard of that game in 1976 between Hampshire and Glamorgan.
Thank you.
So there you go. I'll let you have a little scroll along and...
Richards, Turner, Gillett. I got it right.
There we go.
Those were the days. Yeah.
I want to see these bowling figures, I think.
495 all out, Hampshire in 99 overs. That was good going. Mind you, Richards was just wonderful.
Defending this time is Hurst into the covers for no run.
Malcolm Nash got 4 wickets, but it cost him 146 runs. Malcolm Nash is the man who Sobers hit for 6 sixes. Yeah. And so, and this was I'm sure that this was the day when Gordon Greenwich. We didn't say who sent it, but I don't know who it was. But thank you very much, whoever it was.
So it was sent through to us by Stephen Eason. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. Yeah.
As in comes Holland, bowling and defending is Hurst again into the covers for no run. We have got a few emails through, so I'll just try and catch up on some of them, because you can get in touch. solentcricket@gmail.com. We've got an email from David Chalk. Don't think we've read this one out. He says, "Hi, loving the commentary and live stream as always." And then says, "Can I please have a shout out for Kimberton Cricket Club?" He said, "A relatively small cricket club." I'll continue now after this ball from Ian Holland, which is straight. Defender back to him. Scoops it up with his left hand in his follow through. He says, "A relatively small cricket club established in 1850. We currently run 2 senior teams in the Thames and Huntingdon Premier League, and a Sunday side in the Huntingdonshire League." Yes. We also have a thriving junior section. Apology for the noise being picked up there in the back.
Oh, they're here.
A trolley's going back.
Left to the sight screen at the pavilion end.
Here we go. It's Holland's bowling. And it's clipped straight to that short mid-wicket. Again, no runs. So he says, "We also have a thriving junior section and teams competing across all age groups. We have a team on pre-season tour on the south coast with a non-match day today, so the guys are at the bowl. You can see them at the pavilion end, just to the left of the sight screen. I hope they're behaving." We haven't had too much rowdiness, I think, today. There's still plenty of time for it if you fancy it, but here comes Holland, full, driven sweetly through the covers, beats the diving fielder at extra, and away into the advertising boards for 4 runs. Hurst with his second boundary now. Moves Lancashire's score to 388 for 5. Many thanks for your email, David.
Yeah, and enjoy the day. I hope you will. That was a fine shot. Actually, if you're Kim Bolton Cricket Club, that's half a Lancashire name, isn't it? So you're probably enjoying Lancashire doing well.
We also have another email here from Lucian Deaton. I hope I've got that correct, from Denver in Colorado in the USA. He's saying, "Enjoying the live feed from Denver. Earlier today you were all talking about timeless tests, which is an eye-opener for an American family finally appreciating the current length of test cricket. The last timeless test, I believe, was England versus South Africa in 1939. I'll read this throughout this over from Liam Dawson, as he's just waiting at the top of his mark now. Field spread for Bell, who's on 17 not out. And he's just gently defending this one, the ball trickling to backward point for no run. So he said it was in 1939, which after 11 days was finally paused by the breakout of World War II. The book Edging Towards Darkness is a great read about that series. Looking forward to the commentary this summer and hopes for Hampshire this season." Thank you very much for your email. As this ball's worked just round the corner, down towards fine leg and away for 4. Bell finding the boundary. And moves the score to 392 for 5. Just looking at that replay, sweeping it just fine enough to beat the field. And Bell really racing along to what, from a Lancashire perspective, will be 3 figures. I don't think I'm capable of jinxing it, so I don't believe in that. As Dawson is in, full, clipped off the pads by Bell towards the fielder patrolling the leg side boundary. It will just be a single, moving the score to 393 for 5.
Just a quick comment about that. It wasn't to do with the outbreak of the war, because the game finished in March. I've just checked it out. It finished in March, and war wasn't declared till September. It was to do with them having to get on a liner that they were booked onto, and they had to travel down the country in order to get to the port. But otherwise, yep, that's absolutely right.
That's Dawson. Bowls forward,
Ooh.
hit. Was that in the air or just short of the fielder? A really close catcher. That extra. Now,
Here we
if you're
go.
following along on the live stream, we've just been given a replay of that. For those listening on the radio, Dawson had bowled a flighted delivery in.
I can't see that on that screen, it's too dark, but maybe.
Not too sure what the verdict is there. Whereas this
Oh.
time again, slap to that fielder, who's done well to get his hands on it. It is a bit nippy here at the Utilita Bowl, as we mentioned, but just applying that pressure with good fielding. And of course, the benefit of having that fielder close range means that it cuts off the angle. And even though it's a bit harder for the fielder in terms of reaction times, they're always within the batter's eye line. And actually, Dawson just recognising now the good contact that Hurst has been making by pushing out the cover fielder, just as that bit of protection. Dawson, a bit more back of a length this time, again finds that fielder at short extra cover. It's the end of the over, 393 for 5.
I was recounting a story at lunch, wasn't I, about that particular timeless test, which is we have the bell here from the liner that actually brought them back, because in the 1960s our chairman was also the chairman of Cunard, and he presented the bell when we were in Northlands Road in Southampton. So we have the bell that Hutton and all the other guys came back from South Africa in March of that year. The other interesting thing about the game is that it was 8 ball overs. So they actually bowled the equivalent of 920 overs in that match.
Well, they speak about innovations being brought in the 105 ball sets, and it's not new to cricket. They've always been innovating with the length of overs, as this time. Holland comes in to Bell. He tickles it off his hip down towards fine leg fielder, not quite on the boundary, quite a few yards in, so it's just a single. 394 for 5.
When we first played in the county championship, 1895, all the overs were 5 balls. So yeah, it's not new at all.
Well, I bowled a 10 ball.
It's a really
over the other
old-fashioned idea, I think. That's the trouble with the 100. It's so old-fashioned.
I think that's a new take there, Dave. As in comes Holland. Bowls, defended by Hurst for no run. Another quick email here, very quickly, from Stuart Roberts. He's a Lancashire County Cricket Club member who says, love the coverage and the Rose Bowl is a fine ground, but I miss Northlands Road so much. A beautiful and quaint cricket ground I last visited in 1998. I must say, I
reckon
went...
Kevin James would have been playing then.
Maybe.
Quite probably in that game, yeah.
There's Holland.
I miss it.
Over the wicket, bowling, back of a length, rides the bounce as Hurst and drops it into the onside. I mean, I went to the University of Southampton and I went and stayed in the student accommodation right opposite where the old ground used to be. So if it had still been there, I think I would have been the happiest student on earth. But instead I had to commute a little bit further out to get here to the Utilita Bowl.
And I worked at the University of Portsmouth, and I was interviewed in what was called the Nuffield building by a man, and I was looking over his shoulder and I could see the Portsmouth ground, which Hampshire played in for over 100 years.
Holland bowling, and a shorter ball which doesn't quite rise off the pitch as much as potentially intended. It's pushed into the covers for no run.
It's got interesting leg side field again. You know, there's a sort of short mid on and a short mid wicket and a short square leg, shortish square leg, quite close in. But they're all in sort of catching positions.
I mean, they've got to almost think up these fields at this stage, don't they? Just trying to work anything out, I think, to get in the eye line, to make the batters think and
That's right.
force a bit of change as Holland charges in, fourth stump line, defended by Hurst, who's still on 8 runs. Another maybe test for you here,
Go on.
Dave, which I'm not sure how much you'll be up for it, from Steve Lilly, who said, not sure what season it was, but one year the same 4 Lancashire batters made centuries in the same innings twice in the season.
Oh, no, I couldn't do that.
I know you're a Hampshire man, but if anyone listening does know that match, then please do get in touch. SoCricket@gmail.com.
I mean, if we got the season, I might guess, but yeah, that's too big.
Holland is in and straying down the leg side, allows Hurst to easily work it round to wide fine leg for a single. 395 for 5 at the end of the over. I'm aware we're getting quite a few emails in, so thank you everyone for your contributions. Keep it coming because we love to hear from you.
I wonder whether he's just shifted that line for the last ball. He was sort of easing him into offside play, and then he had those three fielders there, and just down the leg side, but it was not quite straight enough to induce the catch. So it'll be Dawson again. You got more?
I've got more. I've got one from Ralph Brooker, who says, "Hi Melissa and Dave." There we go, just us, not
Hello.
the others.
Yeah, don't worry about the others.
Exactly.
We're all right.
Dawson continuing into his 36th over now. Again, that close cover in. One slip, flights this one up in defence is Hurst, back towards Dawson. He says, "A draw's par for early season in 2024 with the Kookaburra. I'm not a stats fan, but Melissa's analysis about Hampshire bowling supremacy versus their batting was important. Dave, Crusaders recorded a classic with Randy Crawford, Street Life.
Street
Loved
Life,
that
yeah,
song.
yeah.
Loving
yeah.
the commentary."
That hasn't come up on my playlist yet, but it's about 50 tracks long, so I will get there, and it is wonderful.
Dawson bowls a full ball, and going for it now is Hurst. Far down the ground, plugs in the outfield, and because of this dampness we've had early season, the ball doesn't quite carry over the boundary rope. It does plug, allowing 2 runs to be taken. 397 for 5. Hurst moves to 11.
Sorry, miss. I guess we would need to ask Scott about this, because I don't know about this young man at all, but I wonder, has he been sent in to play like this? You know, are they saying we need quick runs now, we've got to get at them and bowl them out? Or does he play like it?
Off the back foot, and a dive from both the fielder at short cover and Dawson to stop that one. Well, we'll have to bring that one back up once Scott's
he's pushing
next on
along, isn't he?
commentary. Do you know something I love from this email from Ralph is that he's put his location emailing from France, and also just reminded us it's 29 degrees there. Thank you very much for that, Ralph, as we mentioned that we were quite cold.
It's not here.
As this one fuller outside the off stump, giving himself room, looking to slice the ball through the covers. Hurst doesn't find a gap. It's fielded at backward point. I do know what you mean though, Dave. It certainly feels as if Hurst is playing with a bit more impetus, which actually I pointed out earlier in an analysis of how the Kookaburra ball has performed so far this season. As Dawson bowls, defended, backed in for no run. I did a quick comparison that in Div 1 so far, the bowling strike rate is the batting strike rate is 57, but the bowling strike rate is 74.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, last year, the bowling strike rate was 53.
Right. Was that just Div 1?
Just Div 1, as Dawson bowls and it's slapped to cover for no run. And that's the end of the over, 397 for 5. And I kind of suggested that actually, with such a difference in that bowling strike rate, but barely a difference between the batting strike rate of 57 this year and 53 last year, I feel like the batters do have that opportunity to be going for it just that little bit more, because they know that, you know, bowlers are really struggling and there's plenty of runs to be had out there. I just wonder whether they can score a bit quicker, but Hurst is certainly trying to score that bit quicker. He's playing aggressively.
It did seem to me that just checking it out, that in some cases the wickets fell rather slowly at Edgbaston last week, for instance. That would have slightly skewed it, but whereas elsewhere they were sometimes coming down.
As in comes Holland for his 18th over, bowling to Bell, who works it towards backward point for no run.
It feels to me, Melissa, like in this round of games, batters are really on top, whereas it was a bit balanced last. And of course, terrible weather last week, you know, disrupting and so on and so on.
Well, you live by the coast, don't you? And it's been pretty miserable.
Well, we were almost flooded where I live. Yeah.
As Holland's bowling, defended by Bell to the onside. I'm sorry to hear that. Was everything?
Oh, we were okay actually, but the house that we lived in previously, which is right by Portsmouth Harbour, the entrance. You know, whenever you see Portsmouth on the telly, it's always an aircraft carrier going into the harbour.
Yes.
That's where we used to live, and that whole street, which is called Spice Island, actually, where there's water on 3 sides, that was flooded completely last week. Yeah.
As in comes Holland, gorgeous drive from Bell. Holland just managing to get his hand on that in his follow through, but almost too much hand. You can see he was just trying to glance it back onto the stumps, but he got enough finger on it to stop it almost in its entirety. 397 for 5.
I can't see an overrate sign on the. My eyesight's terrible.
It is there. It's very small. I think it says 1 at the moment. As this time, An edge down towards deep third from Bell. Fielded by Mohammed Abbas. Back towards Brown.
Does it say -1 or +1? I can't.
Should we take a guess?
Yeah, well, I just have a feeling that the fielding side are beginning to push round rather quickly, and that maybe they're just mindful of, if they're not going to get many points out of this game, they don't want to lose anything.
I think it is just one, but if anyone's closer to the screens
that's
within the
okay.
ground, you're listening on one of those pink headsets, then do get in touch, let us know. Holland bowling, driven back nicely again by Hurst, who's making good contact with the ball here. He's looking promising. Of course, these are two really great prospects for Lancashire in the middle now. Got an email in about George Bell from Robin Stevenson saying looks an excellent prospect again. There's a bit of namesake Ian in his setup. Interesting Lancs are playing him as a specialist bat. Of course, Hurst, his partner out there in the middle with the gloves this game. Holland bowling to Hurst and just balloons up off his pad into the onside. A few shouts of catch, but that is the over. 398 for 5. Lancashire with a lead of 31 after 120 overs. Right, I think we've got a change coming up, so you're okay to carry on through this over, and I'll swap with Kevin James now.
Okay, right. And I'll just keep going. I was going to just say briefly that I've been using that pink ear set, and it's terrific. Really, really good. Very, very enjoyable to get the simultaneous commentary. Kevin's just putting his headphones on, and I'm going to give way to Scott in a minute. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right. Yeah, he's coming.
Right.
Dave, thank you very much. First time this year, Dave Allen. He'll be back a little later. He's with us just this afternoon. He's part-time now, Dave. And always with a great depth of knowledge, though. Just a little bit of a break here where they decide the field. I think James Vince is just asking Liam Dawson what he wants. Trying to work something out between them. And Lancashire 398 for 5. Then they lead by 31. They've lost just the 1 wicket today. After lunch, Keaton Jennings, we were all so surprised. We were all jumping up and down, apart from Scott Reed, who's back with us, saying, there's a wicket, there's a wicket. We were all surprised. Took 40 overs today to get the first wicket. Here's Dawson over the wicket. And her Bell just works that away on the onside, and there is no run. Welcome back, Scott Reed.
And understandably, it has just slowed down a touch, hasn't it? Hurst is just starting his first-class career. Played a couple of games towards the back end of last season. Impressed, actually. A couple of 50s last season.
So down the leg side, called a wide by the umpire. Obviously feels that, well, when you come over the wicket as a spinner, immediately it's a defensive line of attack, and the umpires get very tight with the line that you bowl. Anything down the leg side, they call a wide. Now they're appealing for a caught behind. That's flicked something because it's gone past Ben Brown. It won't quite reach the rope at the top end of the ground. What has it hit? The umpire looks like he's going to signal leg byes. No, something wide. Hasn't hit anything. That's the replay. Dawson's appealing for something. Can't be LBW. Maybe he was. Anyway, it's another wide. There's a perfect example of the umpires being very strict now with a left arm over bowler bowling over the wicket, trying to hit that rough outside leg stump. So Dawson's got to be very tight with this line. That's worked away square on the leg side by Bell, and he moves on to 78.
Brings the 400 up for Lancashire, so the lead of 36 now. For the Red Rose, Bell on 77 and Hurst on 11. Got a naught last week, first game of the season. Matty Hurst took a little bit of time to get off the mark this time round, but he's played a couple of positive looking shots. He looks like quite a busy player. Not seen too much of him bat.
They look two youngsters out there, don't they?
They do a
batting
bit,
together.
yeah, they do.
It's pushed out on the offside. Fiona, the scorer, over the other side, the Hampshire scorer, has just messaged me saying about the over rate. I presume I didn't quite hear everything that Melissa and Dave were saying, but maybe we can talk about the over rate. Hampshire's over rate is okay. It's -1 at the moment. Thank you, Fiona, for pointing that out. Always on the ball and listening to us. That's driven back to Liam Dawson, and there's no run.
It's a thing of wonder, the over rate. It's like a magical calculation that I don't understand.
No, because if you bowl your allotted overs in the day, you're still behind, aren't you? Which is the crazy thing. That's tossed up and it's caught at first slip and he's clung on as James Vince. I'm not sure he was totally convinced when he was diving to his right, but somehow the ball stayed somewhere near his hands, enough for him to cover. Just watch that on the replay. Oh, I think he did. I think it came out and then he scooped it back up as he fell to the ground. But James Vince takes the catch. Liam Dawson has his second wicket. It's the second wicket of the day and Hurst goes for 11.
Well, I said he's been quite positive, Hurst. I mean, he's come out and tried to play a few shots, especially to Dawson. I think he's hit him twice back over his head, hasn't he? He's twice tried to whack him back down the ground for 4. Good catch from Vince. It did. Just watching it back again, Kev, it definitely did. He spilt it and then caught it again second time round. It's quite an awkward land. He's done well there, Vince, because he didn't take it cleanly first time round, but then is able to react kind of as he's falling to the ground to take the catch, and then as he hits the ground in kind of awkward fashion, he still keeps hold of it. So he's done pretty well there, Vince.
Certainly has.
But yeah, Hurst is it's an interesting little knock, wasn't it? I mean, he's come out and tried to play a few shots and try to be positive, and
which is fair enough.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah.
I mean, he's only playing his 4th first-class match. I know he came in at the back end of last season, a couple of half centuries.
Yeah, he
so
batted well last season.
Confident, obviously.
I don't think he's shy. Yeah.
He's not.
I don't think so.
So we await the new batter, who's taking a bit of time. I'd be asking the umpire, how long's this been? Isn't he just walking over the rope now?
I think Tom's had his feet up. He's having a cup of tea, I think. Barely coming out to bat.
Well, wickets have been so few and far between, especially today, but actually over the course of the 3 days, that I think as the next batter in, you'd normally be padded up and ready, but they probably think, well, I won't be in for a while.
What's the point?
I'll live it a while. So, obviously not as bad as Edgbaston, but...
no, there's not quite been that volume of runs that we've seen in 1 or 2 of the other games elsewhere this week.
Well, I know we had an email earlier about not mentioning around the grounds enough. Probably a not very quick opportune time to do now. Durham 350 for 6, replying to Warwickshire's 698 for 3. So they've had 9 wickets in that game. So actually, we should be thankful that we've had 16. And Somerset 61 for 2 in their second innings, replying to Surrey's 428 all out. So Somerset trail by 82. Worcestershire bowled out for 355 against Nottinghamshire, who are batting for a second time 9 without loss. Nottinghamshire lead that game by 53. Here's Dawson, and the new batter is Tom Bailey. I think Scott might have said that. He's forward. Plays that back to the bowler. And Liam Dawson has 2 for 117 from 37 overs. And a round of applause from this crowd very quickly in the other game in Division 1. Kent, a 378 for 7. Trail Essex by 152 on the first innings. They've had 14 wickets there at Chelmsford.
It's unlike Chelmsford.
That was usually 2 hours play
in
the old days.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. That's
the game would normally be all over by lunchtime on the first one.
Would, to be fair.
Wasn't it Glenn Chappell, your old head coach, described a wicket about last year or a year before at Chelmsford as unfit for first-class cricket?
He did. That's the game where Bell made his debut. And I think there was scores of 100, plays 100, and then it was 70 odd and then 50 odd. It was over by lunch on day 2. It was brilliant.
And it was deemed fit.
It was deemed fit.
Bad batting.
Bad batting, yeah. Couldn't lay a bat on it. Yeah, it was remarkable how that was how that was deemed to be okay. But yeah, he wasn't happy. He wasn't chappy with that. I mean, Lancashire won, so imagine if they'd lost. He would have been even more grumpy, wouldn't he?
I was going to say, a head coach to actually say after your own team's won to say that must have been bad.
Here comes Mohammed Abbas, balls to George Bell. That's defended up towards James Vincent mid-on, and there's no run. So I don't know what we're going to get next week at Chelmsford. If this week it's 530 for 7 declared, and now it's 380 for 7. It's not kind of with Harmer in your side. I know Cripsey's got wickets. It's not quite what you'd expect at Chelmsford, but maybe different next week because it's the Duke's ball again, isn't it?
Yeah, back to normal.
Yes.
Just pack for one night.
Yeah. 403 for 6, Abbas from the pavilion end into to Bell. Bell defends. Ball bounces back to the bowler, no run.
Got a question here. It was a little earlier, and we've waited for you to come back on commentary. Howard emailed solentcricket@gmail.com. Question for Scott. Lancashire Outgrounds. Does Scott know how many championship games Lancashire expect to play at the new facility at Farringdon?
I don't know. I think they're hoping that there will be some cricket played there within the next couple of years, potentially 2026 maybe. There's a Abbas bowls to Bell, that's worked her way to mid-wicket, no run, but that won't be kind of first team cricket. Obviously that's just too early, the ground's not even built yet, but I think they're hoping to have some kind of facility in place, either for nets or community engagement as well. And then the idea is for them to play academy games there, to play women's cricket there, and to play some men's first team cricket there. I don't know how many championship matches, I don't know how many, whether they'll play T20 games there. I think that's probably unlikely, or one-day cup matches there. There's a Abbas bowls again to Bell, punched up to mid-off and there's no run, but I don't think even Lancashire could even give you an idea themselves yet, because who knows what the fixture list looks like next season, let alone by the time it's ready to play to host first class cricket. Could be looking at probably 5 or 6 years away, I would think.
Yeah.
So no, I don't know for certain. I don't even think the club would know yet, but it will be. Ultimately, the idea is to play a whole range of cricket: academy cricket, women's cricket, senior cricket, men's cricket, the whole lot. Abbas into to Bell. Ooh, that's bounced in front of Ben Brown. He's just turned Bell around.
He just have caught a thin edge.
Could have done, yeah. Looking at the reaction of the bowler and as he wanders back to his mark, maybe it did. Bell certainly in front of Brown.
So has there been any work started?
Yeah, yes, they have. They've started kind of excavating it, and that type of work is underway. And there will be two grounds there. So there'll be one that will be based for Lancashire to use for men's and women's and boys and girls cricket, and then there'll be one that will be community based as well, and there will be side by side with a pavilion in between them both. It's quite a big area that they're developing. As Bell works it to the leg side and there's no run. That's the maiden as well for Mohammed Abbas. 403 for 6, Lancashire lead by 36. So it's quite a big project. And they obviously want, because Emirates Old Trafford is like this place, is used for so many different things, international cricket and different franchise crickets, whether it's the 100 or Lancashire games and concerts and this, that and the other. They want somewhere where they can have a second base without having to necessarily always go out to the clubs and say, can we borrow your ground for a week, and can we use Southport and Blackpool, and can we go to Sebba or wherever it might be. So they want something that's a little bit more permanent, where they can have as they're describing it, a second home for both men's and women's cricket.
Here's Dawson bowling to Bailey. Bailey prods forward, stopped at short extra cover, and there is no run. Got a longish email here from Philip, which I'll sort of paraphrase in a moment. Coming up to 3 o'clock here at the Utilita Bowl. As Dawson Bowl's got it very chilly now, actually. It's decidedly chilly since lunch, left alone outside the off stump. You can pick us up on BBC Sport Online. Just go to the cricket pages. There's a slightly different link. Don't go to the live bit, which you'd think that's what you would normally do, and that's what you've done in the past. You know, go to the live text feed, and then just sort of scroll down a little bit. That's pushed up to mid-off by Bailey. He's off the mark. 404 for 6 lead for Lancashire now. He's 37, and there's sort of two things. There's whilst also watching live from the relative comfort of the hotel 3rd floor balcony. We're just above you. Well, actually no, we're same level, actually. What am I saying? Well, 3.5 floors we are. To be exact, because we have to come up some wooden stairs from the 3rd floor. Here's Dawson. I'll come back to that in a moment. So it's pushed out on the offside by Bell. I should say, as well as, of course, the BBC Online, we're also on the live picture feed via the Hampshire Cricket website, also on the Hampshire Cricket App, which is free to download. And we are, for the first time this year, around the ground via the pieces. That's pushed out on the onside. I think Hampshire are quite happy with the earpiece rate that they've been disappearing out of the club. I presume they're in the club shop. I don't know where else you can get them from, but anyway. Reception. Oh, in reception as well. Yeah, in the atrium. Thank you, Dave. That's a cutaway by Bell out into the covers for a single. 79 he moves on to. That's the end of Dawson's 38th over. He's getting into Lyon territory. They've both completed 38 overs. I think Nathan Lyon bowled 38.1 or something like that.
He did, yeah.
405 for 6. Anyway, Philip says, although I've been a lifelong follower of cricket, having watched countless county and test matches online and via TV, this is incredibly only my second ever live match. My first was 60 years ago in 1964. Dave Allen has pricked up his ears at the mention of 60 years ago and 1964. You're in his territory. When my father took me to watch the first day of Essex versus Australia, Keith Fletcher scored a century that day, and now I've had the pleasure of watching Keaton Jennings complete his century. Well, it wasn't quite a double century, though, put that in brackets. You're right about the long queue for breakfast at the hotel restaurant this morning. I'll come back to that.
Comes Abbas into Bell. Bell plays a late cut away through backward point and hurries through for 1. Can't come back for 2. Moves on to 80. It's now 406 for 6.
During what job has he got?
Has he moved in?
Wow.
That's his right, I reckon.
Days. I hope you got a discount for that many. My wife hadn't had to queue once. Well, we have mentioned it once or twice. There's been a dance competition here, hasn't there, really, which has probably not only created a queue at breakfast, but for the lifts. It's been interesting. Because none of the ladies want their ball gowns to anybody to go anywhere near them. So the lift should take 10, take 2.
Abbas bowls to Bailey, that comes back into him. That's nudged away to mid-wicket, and there's no run. And you have to be very careful where you're standing, don't you?
Yeah.
These dresses trailing along the lifts.
You do.
The floor.
Yeah, and quite understandably, I imagine they're quite expensive, and there's been a lot of time spent, getting sort of made up, and it's a real sort of occasion, isn't it, when you see everybody walking around in their ball gowns, they're dancing, whatever the outfits they're called, sequins and that. Anyway, it's been going on for a couple of days, so yeah, it's been very busy here.
Abbas from the pavilion end to Bailey, who waits and then pushes forward, and there's no run.
One final paragraph in Philip's email. One cricket-related question that I've yet to find an answer to. Regarding run rate, why are the overall team's run rates and bowlers' economy rates expressed as runs per over, while the batter's scoring rate is expressed as runs per 100 balls? It would make an easier comparison if all rates used were the same method of measurement. Dave, that's one for Dave Allen.
Definitely one for Dave, isn't it? Get his teeth stuck into that.
Yeah, well, once we got away from 1960, Dave went off. That last paragraph, Dave, make sense of that as you will, and we'll get an answer from Dave later on. He's back later on.
Abbas for Hampshire balls again to Bailey. Comes back into him, he brings the bat down, takes his bottom hand off it as he guides it away to those 2 short mid-wickets. And there's no run, one being Tom Prest, the other is Liam Dawson.
Sorry, Scott, give us an answer later on, Dave. There's your thoughts anyway, even if you disagree. Got an email here from a Lancashire fan in Madeira. This is from Lee. Come back to that in a moment.
2 balls left of the over. Just 2 short mid-wickets, the short square leg, there's a fine leg, there's a third man, there's a point cover mid-off and a mid-on. And Abbas is over the wicket to Bailey, who plays a forward defensive. The ball bounces back to Mohammed Abbas, who fields off his own bowling. And again, there is no run, just a single off the over, which was the first ball of this over, the 124th of the Lancashire first innings. A lead of 39.
Sorry, Lee's only on holiday in Madeira.
Okay.
Doesn't actually live in Madeira. sonatcricket@gmail.com. Lee's a Lancashire fan. Always love this time of year, returning to listening to brilliant county cricket commentary.
Comes Abbas, final ball of the over. Searching for his second wicket of the innings. Bailey waiting. And off the front foot, pushing away into the offside. 1 bounce to Gubbins, an extra cover, end of the over, 406 for 6, and a lead of 39.
So Lee's on holiday in Madeira, listening while sunbathing in 28 degrees, sunny weather. You've mentioned it's quite cool there today, so I thought I'd bring you a little bit of sunshine. The American listener earlier mentioned a book called Edging Towards Darkness, which I'll take a look at, but just wondering what other cricket history book recommendations you would have. I think that's one for Dave again, isn't it? We just pass on to Dave. Well, we're not sure, is it? Dave.
Pass it on to Dave, yeah.
When you come back on, any recommendations for cricket history books? All right, there's one for you as well. That's pushed away on the leg side by George Bell. Start of a new over from Liam Dawson, who's now bowled exactly the same amount of balls that Nathan Lyon did in the first innings. 38.1 overs now he registers on the scoreboard, and the Lancashire total is 407 for 6. So Dave is going to recommend some cricket history books.
I suppose it depends how far back in history you want to go.
I think with Dave we're fairly safe. We know it's going to be about 50 or 60 years.
Fair enough.
There's anything up to date, don't ask Dave.
Fair enough.
That's played back to Dawson, and there's no run. It's got a man on the drive. That's Tom Preston. There's a slip there, James Vince. Down the wicket comes Bailey and drives it off the bottom of the bat back to Liam Dawson. And there's no run. The Lancashire lead currently is 40. We are just over 12 overs away from the tea break. Lancashire still in a decent position, although they have lost a couple of wickets this afternoon. Keaton Jennings being the main one for 172, as Bailey pushes out into the gap in the covers for a single, and he moves on to 2 for 08 for 6. Richard Shelley, saw him actually at lunchtime walking around the ground. solentcricket@gmail.com. He says earlier the question was raised about the same 4 players making hundreds in the same innings twice in a season. I guess that was Melissa and Dave talking about that. There's a single for Bell on the offside this time, 82. He moves on to. It occurs once in 2003 when the batters were Lloyd Chilton Law and Hopper. The opponents were Middlesex and Somerset, says Richard. I hope that's not a spelling mistake.
Must
Lloyd
be Hooper. Yeah, it must be Hooper.
I think it's Hooper.
Hooper, yeah.
All right. It's played back quietly to Dawson at the end of that over. Dawson's 39 overs now. 2 for 122. Lancashire 409 for 6. Lead by 42.
Yeah, this came up in a conversation maybe the other season I was having. I think we were having a similar debate, and I don't know who came up with the stat, but someone came in with Loy, Chilton Low and Hooper.
Ah, right.
So
sorry, they're the names. That's not all one name. Lloyd
no,
Chilton
that's Mal Loy, Mark Chilton, Stuart Low and Carl Hooper.
Ah, there we go. Thank you. Good job you were here. It's just the Hopper sort of.
Yeah, it's through. Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
I think it must be Hooper. 409 for 6, lead of 42. So Abbas to continue with this field as well. The 2 short mid wickets. Said this through the course of the game so far. Abbas to Bell, who's in behind it and defends. No run. The slips are a thing of the past now. Got men in front of the bat really, looking for other ways to try and create wickets. We've already potentially seen the edge off Bell's bat, which bounced short in front of the keeper. So I get too much joy with you having 2 or 3 slips in there at this point. Both sides actually adopting similar tactics to try and find a way of producing a wicket with this now aging Kookaburra ball. Bell on 82 not out. Little bend of the knees and waits for Abbas, who's in and bowling. Punches to mid-off, calls Bailey through for a single. Takes Bell on to 83. And Lancashire to 410 for 6, lead of 43 now. Brings the tall Tom Bailey back on strike.
Stephen Eason emailed. He's on the ground at the far end in the Shane Warne stand. solentcricket@gmail.com. Helped Dave and Melissa earlier out with a scorecard. He's enjoying his first day of cricket at the Bowl this season.
Abbas to Bailey. Comes back into Bailey, does ever so well to get his bat on that. Flicking it away off his pads behind square on the leg side. Coming back for 2. And and doubles his score, moves on to 412 for 6.
Stephen Clark has also emailed summit@cricket@gmail.com. We were talking earlier, weren't we, about the over rate, so I might just mention that, well, Hampshire's over rate is still -1, so they're just under, they're okay. Oh no, they're not, -1 is one behind, isn't it?
Yes, one behind.
Plus one is one in front. And we were saying that 96 overs in a day actually doesn't equate to the amount of overs you should be bowling, but Stephen's saying that he's a bit flummoxed by the whole thing. I think it sounds like I am as well.
Abbas bowls. Deflected down towards the boundary. Now, what's that come off? It's gone down to fine leg. No, he's been giving us byes. Just tried to flick it away off his hip with his bat, Tom Bailey, but it missed the bat, it missed everything. 4 byes is the signal from the umpire. The score moves on to 416 for 6.
Richard Shelley's just emailed to say sorry you can never spell. So we're talking about Hopper and Hooper.
In front, Lancashire. It's Abbas. It's off again. Bailey defending. That ball just jags a little back in towards him, and he finds Kyle Abbott at mid-off, and there's no run. A little wander out towards square leg, Tom Bailey. Got through 27 overs in that Hampshire first innings, 2 for 60. Resting his bat on his right shoulder now. Settles back into his crease. Deep point and a third man. Fine leg. 2 close catches on the leg side for Abbas, who's into Bailey. And he gets on the front foot and forces the ball away into the offside. Nick Gubbins at extra cover to field. End of the over. 416 for 6, lead of 49.
Thank you, Scott.
I'm off.
Yep, Melissa Story coming back in alongside me. Quick look around at Division 1. Kent are now 389 for 9. They trail by 141 with 1 first innings wicket remaining. Nottinghamshire 19 without loss in their second innings. Lead Worcestershire by 63. Somerset 92 for 2 in their second innings. Trail Surrey by 51. And Durham 373 for 6. Still trail Warwickshire by 325. That's all on the first innings.
Hello, Kev.
Hello.
Sorry I was a bit late. I was talking some nonsense on the side.
No, you were having a very deep conversation with 2 or 3 others there, I saw. That's turned away on the leg side, but no run.
I don't think it was that deep. Rosie's written some limericks, and we were trying to guess which character she was talking about in the limerick. And we've now trying to ask her to do limericks based on Hampshire players, and we have to guess which Hampshire player. The fundamental problem being that she's a Lancashire player and she doesn't want to do that. So.
Is she good at writing limericks?
Very good.
Oh, so we could probably guess, as that's turned away. Foolish delivery there from Dawson to Bell, and he'll pick up 2 as the ball's just scooped back a couple of yards in front of the deep mid-wicket boundary. That's the short boundary side to our left. Ian Holland, it was, doing the scooping. And Bell is on 85. It's 418 for 6, and the Lancashire lead is 51. Dawson again. It's turned away just to Ian Holland's right at mid-on this time, and Bell moves on to 86.
Okay, I've got a limerick for you here.
Have you? Right. This is a Hampshire player, is it? And we've got a guess.
Yes. Well, it might be a bit obvious, but I think it's good writing.
Okay.
This is Rosie. This isn't me. I don't want to claim any credit.
This is you, Rosie. Right. Okay. Right, after this ball. How exciting. Down the wicket, and it's hit high over mid-on, wide of mid-on as well by Bailey, and that is 4 runs. Doubles his score to 8, and that is 423 for 6.
So there once was a man from Oz who did change the game because, with very few dots, spinning the ball lots, a legend, a star he was.
And this is a Hampshire player?
Yes.
Right. I'm not sure I can get this. Right, silentcricket@gmail.com, if you know who that is. Because is it that obvious?
I think it's remarkably obvious, Kev.
Hang on, let me read it again. Outside the start, I thought it was about a bit of turn, left alone. Go on.
There once was a man from Oz who did change the game because, with very few dots, spinning the ball lots, a legend, a star he was.
Oh, I've got it now. No, I have got it. It's outside the off stump again from Liam Dawson and left alone by Tom Bailey. End of the over. Dawson has now completed 40 overs. 127 overs in total at Lancashire, of which they've scored 423 for 6 and lead by 56. We are talking about
the man on the stand directly opposite you.
Correct.
That is correct. Shane Warne.
There we go. That's a good limerick. I like that. How many limericks have you got?
She's-
Lots. Oh,
she's
this is a bit of
plenty.
fun.
Not all of them are cricket related though. A lot of them are kind
Oh,
of
right.
popular culture related. So
Oh,
maybe
okay.
maybe in the tea break we'll do a few. But
Yeah.
I'm sure we can challenge her now if she can write one about a current Lancashire player
For after tea.
for after tea. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is unpaid work, by the way.
Yeah, Rosie.
just to
Yeah.
let you know.
Rosie was telling me actually she's just started a 2-week holiday from her job, and now here we are getting her to do more work.
There's a Bass with the ball.
People think they can come up here and just waltz around.
We'll have Alex scrubbing the floors soon. As a Bass is bowling on the back foot, playing that one cautiously as Bell on 86. He's just been creeping towards those 3 figures. It's been a really impressive innings from the youngster. I've got to that stage of my life where I can refer to people as youngsters now. You've seen the age of some of these players coming through.
Yeah.
Goodness, 15-year-olds in the women's game playing 16. Makes you feel very inadequate.
Does it?
Yeah, it's all right.
You'd be a veteran now in women's cricket, wouldn't
I
you?
would.
Would you?
I'm not sure I'm prepared for that. An experienced campaigner is the polite way to say it. A Bass bowling, driving by Bell, slightly off balance, finds the fielder.
Would you be called now a journey person of women's county cricket?
What does that mean? A journey
Well,
person?
in county cricket, county cricketers are often referred to as journeymen. Now, obviously, in female game, you
Oh,
wouldn't
you
be a
make me-
journeyman, would you?
Thank
You'd
you very
be.
much.
So, would you be a journey person?
Is that just to say I've jumped around quite a few counties?
Well, there's a hint of that.
Wiltshire, Hampshire and Gloucestershire.
Yeah.
It's just I like moving around, keeping things fresh, you know. As a Bass is bowling on the pads of Bell up towards deep square, umpire having to move out of the way slightly for that return throw to Ben Brown. Just moving to wherever I don't have to carry the drinks.
Well, say 2 of your old teams are playing over there on the nursery ground,
They are. They play.
which suggests that you are a journey person.
Ouch. No, that's correct. Hampshire women playing the Southern Vipers Academy over there. I think I heard that the Southern Vipers Academy won the first game. That's correct. Runs for Ella McCacken. They won by 9 runs.
Was that your sign for saying 1 by 9? Oh, sorry.
Need a greater effort from our employees. As a Bass is in and perfectly bisects the gap between the 2 short mid wickets. Really great placement there from Bailey. They run back for 2, 426 for 2. So that first T20 won by the Vipers Academy, and the second T20 taking place. The Hampshire team currently 88 for 3 after 15. Emily Windsor 38 not out. She got runs in the first game as well.
And good
Rachel
form.
King 22 as well.
Yeah. Who was the other one, sorry?
Rachel King, 22 not out at the moment as well. Really good wicket keeper for Hampshire. It looks a nice pitch down there, I must say, as well. Very good for batting. A bit soggy around the outfield. As a Bass is in, tickled fine down towards fine leg for 4. And Bailey, easy runs for him, moves to 14. Lancashire, 430 for 6. We're getting quite a few emails through, haven't we?
Yeah, there's a
It's
few,
been
yeah.
nice.
William Rickier has emailed solentcricket@gmail.com, says, watching the live stream in Singapore. Greatly enjoying the commentary. I've been watching Hampshire with Stephen Eason, who emailed earlier. He's over in the stands at the far end. Since the 1960s. I have to say that quietly, because whenever any mention of 60s and Dave Allen suddenly stops what he's saying and looks round.
We're getting listeners from all over the world today. It really feels like we've had Canada, America, Singapore, France.
Yeah.
Very impressive. As a Bass, straight to delivery and just playing round the front pad as Bailey clips it into the onside, just short of the fielder. End of the over, 430 for 6. I just want to kind of mention quickly, of course, we've seen the results so far with these first 2 rounds of the County Championship with the Kookaburra about bowlers finding wickets hard to come by. Looking at kind of the places wickets are being taken, obviously we saw Tom Prest bowl a bit yesterday, Nick Gubbins has also bowled today, and you know, occasional bowlers like this are a very useful asset. For Yorkshire, Brooke bowled an over of off spin, which is different from his normal medium pace, and then Root bowled an over, then Adam Live bowled an over. So lots of part-time spinners are being used. And actually, if you look at the number of wickets being taken by spinners actually early on.
Here's Dawson, who's taken 2 today, 2 overall. That's driven by Bell out to mid-off. And he moves on to 88 now, 432 for 6.
But the spinners are actually reaping some rewards early on the season, which isn't common with Derbyshire's off-spinner, Alex Thompson. He took 10 of Glamorgan's first 13 wickets, whilst then Mason Crane, formerly of Hampshire, took 4 wickets for Glamorgan.
Good on him. It's a drive by Bailey up to deep mid-off this time.
Calvin Cameron Steele has took some wickets against Lancashire. He's now taken 9 wickets for 75. He might even have a few more now, because this was at the start of today's play.
Low full toss, which is half stopped at short extra cover by Prest.
And pretty much apart from Sam Cook, it really has been the spinners who are having a bit more of a lucrative time at the moment. So I guess good for sides who do have those part-time spin options, because it is something a bit different in April.
That's very true, Mel, as that's pushed to Prest this time, because how many years has it been said spinners don't get a look in early season, and yet, as you're saying, they've actually all contributed. A lot of those, they've all contributed, and lots of names you mentioned unheard of a couple of years ago outside the off stump, left alone.
I mean, I guess the kind of influence of Ryan Ahmed, Shah Bashir, Tom Hartley going out on that tour to India really does just show that, you know, there is opportunities for younger players to break through, particularly in the spin department, where England are always seeking new options.
That's for sure. Miscut goes over the top edge of Bell there as it goes into keeper Ben Brown's gloves. End of the over. Dawson's done 41 overs now, 2 for 131. Bell has 88, Bailey has 15. The lead for Lancashire is now 65. So it's interesting, you know, if you did a survey now with players at the end of these 2 weeks, I think you get very differing answers as to was the Kookaburra Ball a good idea or not.
Keaton Jennings, yes. Emilio Gay, yes.
Cameron Steele.
Any of the Warwickshire batters, apart from Ed Barnard, yes.
Any of the Durham bowlers?
No. I think it should be posted as a simple yes-no equation. I reckon we could get a very good 52-48%er again. Yeah. That'd be lovely. Our country needs a bit of division.
Well, I think you could roughly group it together and say the spinners would say yes, the batters would say yes, seam bowlers no.
And the umpires would say, we don't care.
Well, the over rates are slightly better, I guess, even if you just take
spin.
these days, you know, this game, it's been better, isn't it, the over rate?
There's not too much the bowlers can complain about. As change of bowling, Kyle Abbott is in, wristily flicked off the pads by Bailey, down towards Wine Fine leg. They'll come back comfortably for 2. In fact, Bailey stops running halfway down the pitch and just walks his way into the crease. I guess because last year the umpires had quite a hard time with constant requests from the captains and the players to look at the state of the Duke ball, and there was a few issues in that respect. I guess they're not really hearing a peep from the players here. I'm sure there's a few complaints out there and maybe some rude comments, but it's nothing they can deal with, nothing they can help.
No.
Abbott is in outside the off stump, slashed away down to deep third. Protection down there. Ian Holland fields. Return to Brown for 1 run, 435 for 6.
Got an email here from Roy Millward, solentcricket@gmail.com. He's in Stoke. He says, hi, watching on my iPad mini, other tablets available, while on a walk with my mum. Supporting Lancashire. I've always been a fan of the Championship of becoming 3 divisions of 6, meaning the season becoming 10 games in length.
As Abbott into the crease now, again straying to the leg side. Fielder at Deep fine leg fields, another single, 436 for 6.
Means you lose games in early April, the 2 in the middle of the Blast campaign, and towards the end of September. What's your thoughts? Says Roy. I'm not against 10. I've said I'd love 3 divisions.
You want a break?
Well, apart from that.
Bit of time off.
No, I think it'd be great. 3 divisions of 6. I'd love that. You?
I think probably something does have to change because it is such a congested schedule. Whether that is less games, splitting up leagues a bit more, as you say. This one worked a square leg, straight to the hands of the fielder for no run. It's so many big questions, isn't it? And I just think of everyone in cricket administration and can think of a million other jobs I would want to do before that. Maybe someone who jumps out of planes, someone who works with lions. They sound more preferable
Nothing
than
extreme,
being
then.
nothing genuinely anything but cricket administrator.
Not easy.
Feeding alligators.
Keeping everybody happy. Just keeping the counties happy is not the easiest, is it?
All those voices behind the counties as well. Differently represented. Abbott charging in, bowls and flicked off the pads. It wasn't a perfect contact, but it's enough to get it out towards the boundary rope. Fielder in pursuit brings it in within the rope, and they come back for 3 runs. 439 for 6, a lead of 72. What do you think here, Kev, Lancashire are thinking in terms of a lead, in terms of can they continue to bat at a particular pace, or would they want to hurry things up a little bit?
Well, the 2 wickets this afternoon, I think, have set them back a little bit. I mean, 6 wickets down now. I mean, the thing is, it's what they don't want to do now is get stuck as you start getting into numbers 8, 9, 10. So you've got to keep the scoreboard ticking, which they're doing.
Abbott in, defended by Bell, still on 89. He's just had a bit of a pause to his scoring rate over the last few overs. It's been good from the Hampshire bowlers. I say send Nathan Lyon out as a pinch hitter, as at the end of that over, 439 for 6. He's been having a great time out here. You know, he was throwing himself around in the field. He bowled so many overs. I reckon just say, go on. Go on,
one
Gary.
leg.
Off you go.
He was at first ball last week, wasn't he?
Maybe.
He was, yeah.
He was.
Against Surrey.
Yeah, but that's because he's just, you know, he's creating an illusion that he's not going to score any runs. You've got to make them fall for that, and then suddenly the next week come back with an 18-ball 50. Very plausible.
Well, very easily. I don't know. My thought is that they've got to keep scoring, Lancashire, now. That's a big setback with Jennings and Hurst this afternoon as Dawson comes in round the wicket. Bailey drives out to one of 2 men on the drive on the offside. I think Hampshire will be thankful that what looked like it could have been a reasonably decent lead from Lancashire. It might still be, but it has set them back a bit, no doubt about that, those 2 wickets. That's a drive, nice drive by Bailey up to deep mid-off, and he moves on to 22, and it's 440 for 6, and the lead is 73. Yeah, the Lancashire may not get the lead they wanted, or thought. They worked hard. They had 40 overs before the first wicket today, and they were getting themselves into a very decent position. They still are in a good position. As Dawson comes in again, flighted, driven, but off the bottom of the bat to Prest.
Well, it was thanks to, you know, a good bit of bowling for that leg before dismissal to remove Keaton Jennings, and then a good catch from James Vince, as well as Liam Dawson's catch yesterday. Hampshire have taken 2 superb ones.
They have cut to backward a point by Bell, no run.
But then, of course, the costly drop of Keaton Jennings when he was in his 30s.
36, yeah.
36. So they'll look back at some things with joy, some things with a bit of pain.
130 runs, that drop. That's off the bottom of the bat, squeezed to Mohammed Abbas. Backward a point, they'll pick up a single. Bell moves into the 90s, he's on 90 now. Just over 200 balls he's faced for that. 441 for 6. There are a couple of emails here about recommended cricket history books. We'll wait for Dave Allen to come back on that one. Dawson bowls, Bailey forward. Again, Abbas is in the game there at backward a point. He threatens to throw the bowler's end. I don't think he was really serious about that. 441 for 6.
Speaking of those great catches as well, Dawson's catch yesterday pretty much emphasised how valuable he is to Hampshire, not just with the bat and ball, but in the field, because I believe he has more catches for Hampshire than any other player in the past 30 years. He's now got 192 catches. You can have a look at the list of people ranked above him. James Vince is pretty high up as well, with 178 as of today.
Oh, wow.
Some good names.
Like that list. Top of the list. A certain Gordon Greenwich with 315. Mike Barnard, I think that is Dave, isn't it? Who played football for Portsmouth as well as Hampshire Cricket Hampshire.
As Abbott into Bell, defending into the offside for no run.
312. Barry Richards is up there in fourth, 264. Henry Horton, Danny Livingston. These are names before me, just to say. It's only because I've heard Dave mention them. Raj Maru was a very good slip fielder. Roy Marshall, Derek Shackleton, Mark Nicholas there with 207 catches for England, for Hampshire. And Dawson, as Melissa says, on 192. Ahead of Dave Turner, ahead of Jimmy Adams.
As Abbott's in, solid in defence as Bell to mid-on. Can't find a run. Score 441 for 6.
Like that list. Good list.
Is it a particularly good list, or are you just a fan of lists in general?
Well, lists that... no, it's just a good list. I like lists that appear in context with what's being said.
Cool. You would have hated the lists I made as a child then. My parents have an entire box of lists I would just make. You can tell that I was a bit of a control freak from a small age. I just used to like listing categories for fun. I think I was like 7. Defending, again, as Bell. No run.
Shall I bring Dave Allen back in at the end of this? Because I want him to be able to... you'll be able to read out those emails about cricket history, won't you? I know Scott's supposed to be on in it. I don't think you'll mind not being on before tea. I know Scott. He's pleading with me to come back on. Not. So... Is that all right, Mel? I might just leave you on for a couple of minutes,
That's
a few minutes with
fine.
Dave, and then you can read the emails out and prompt him towards these cricket history
Would love that.
emails. Thank you. So Dave Allen on at the end of this over.
As Abbott in again down the leg side. A good take from Brown. And it's a dot ball. As you can hear a particularly loud aeroplane going over.
Yeah, Eastleigh Airport's just to our right, about a couple of miles to our right, isn't it? We see planes taking off and landing from time to time. That one sounds a bit off course. Don't normally hear them that. Oh, there's one going up in the air, away to our right.
Maybe they just want to have a little peek of this scintillating cricket. Yorker length delivery by Abbott. Worked off the pads by Bell, straight to the hands of mid-wicket. Another dot ball, good from Abbott so far. Someone just is like, I'm so desperate to see Lancashire on 441 for 6 as I'm on my way to Mallorca. It's the final sight I want to see of England.
Out the plane window.
Yeah, they'll be going, oh, that looks like a road. Yeah, I'd love to bat on that.
I flew up to Durham last week, actually, and as you take off, I thought, I wonder if I could see the Utilita, but I couldn't, it was too cloudy.
Abbott in. This time takes a quick single to mid-on. Shy at the non-strikers and stumps, and actually, I wonder if Bell had been in just a bit of trouble there if that had hit. It was good work from James Vince, who just crept in a little bit closer. Just one run off that over from Abbott, 442 for 6. Wonder if just have a replay of that one on the live stream if you're following, just to see if it was close. Saying that, it might have been entirely far away, but Bell on 91 now of 207 balls. He's been playing an innings similar to his captain, and then Bailey sporting at the other end, 22 off 31. Of course, do keep on getting in touch. We've loved your emails so far. They are particularly nice and comforting for days like this where it's hard work for the bowlers and things are just ticking along nicely, but it's good to hear from those who are following along. Dave's back with us.
Hello. Got some questions or something, I think.
Oh, you know it. People love you being on, Dave. They know you're the expert, as Dawson is in and defending is Bell for no run.
Actually, we did have a question earlier about why is it that batters are shown with runs per 100 balls and bowlers' runs per over? And I think the answer is I don't know, really. It's just a sort of convention. But yeah, I can't really answer it.
Dawson is in wide of the off stump, leans into a drive nicely, does Bell, finds the deep cover fielder, and will get a single 443 for 6. Right, let me find some of these emails. I mean, we've had a few questions asking about book recommendations.
Oh, yeah. Right, hang on a minute.
We'll let you go get your list. As Dawson bowls again, finds the extra cover fielder, fields on the bounce. We mentioned Hampshire's over rate, still -1. We had it confirmed by our many sources hidden around the ground. Thank you very much to Joe and those who get on touch. Dawson in, firm drive straight back to him from Bailey. Have you got your list?
Yeah, well, it's a short list to start with, but
Just the odd 100.
I've got 2 or 3 initially that I'm going to say.
This is brilliant. Right, we'll ask for your thoughts on those. This is Dawson. Bowls, almost a low full toss, but in the end, York's Bailey. He was looking for an expansive drive. It's a dot ball. So what's the first title?
Okay, so the first one is a history of the county championship, and it's 5 or 6 years out of date now, but that doesn't matter really. And I'll tell you the name and also in a minute.
As Dawson is in, left alone by Bailey. Well, no one needs to know about the last 2 years where Surrey won. So
Yeah. It's by a man called Stephen Chalk, PH, Stephen Chalk, who's written a lot of books about cricket. He's a very good oral history author. And he wrote a book called Summer's Crown, which is a history of the county championship, and it's quite marvellous. And I mean, one of the things I would suggest is if you're looking for general books about history of cricket, check online, because a lot of them now go second-hand really quite cheaply. The other great authoritative book for me is a book by a man called Peter Wynne Thomas, who was he was far more prestigious than me, but he was my equivalent at Nottinghamshire. He was a historian at Nottinghamshire for years and years and a leading light in cricket history. And that's called The History of Cricket.
As in comes Abbott, and on his back foot is Bell, just pushing the ball into the covers for no run.
There's an much older one, really from the 1920s onwards, by a man called H.S. Altham, Harry Altham, who was a school teacher at Winchester, played cricket as an amateur for Surrey and Hampshire, president of the MCC, president of Hampshire. Now, that history has been revised quite a lot, but the H.S. Altham, which is a history of cricket, so Peter Wynne Thomas, the history of cricket, H.S. Altham, a history of cricket, quite interesting. The other thing I would suggest, if you're interested in this sort of thing, get online and check out the Association of Cricket Statisticians. Strictly speaking, the Association of Cricket Statisticians and Historians. All kinds of stuff online.
Coming around the wicket, this time to the right-handed Bell, is Abbott. He guides it down towards the backward point for a single, fielded by Ali Orr. 1 run to the total, moves it to 446 for 6.
But I'm restricting myself to that at the moment. Just and people can come back. I'm back on tomorrow, and we can talk a bit more about. It depends how detailed a history you want and so on, but the Stephen Chalk history of county cricket is so evocative. It's just lovely book.
That sounds great. As Abbott is in, 4th stump line, just again glided towards forward point this time for no run. Got a few more emails coming in as well, just trying to keep track of these ones because it's great. We've got some recommendations sent in from Rebecca Boswell. I don't know if those have been read out yet, but the likes of The History of Cricket by Eric Parker, The History of Cricket by Harry Altham.
Yeah, oh, that's the one I just mentioned. Yeah, Harry Altham. Yeah.
The Phoenix History of Cricket by Roy Webber.
Yeah, that's quite old as well. Roy Webber died.
Abbott in on the hit, worked into the onside for no run.
I would think Roy Webber died 60 years ago, so that you've got to be a little cautious with those older ones. There's an awful lot. I mean, there will be very little in that, for example, about white ball cricket. Nothing, obviously, about T20 or the 100. Nothing very. There's also, particularly for somebody like you, Melissa, there's also the question about the history of cricket. Are we just talking about men's professional cricket? Are we talking about women's cricket, etc., etc.?
Well, there's some fantastic books on on the women's game, which if anyone does want to get in touch with some recommendations on that, I know Isabel Duncan's written a fantastic book on the game. Is driven and for 4 by Bailey. It was overpitched by Kyle Abbott, and he dismissed it with ease, moves the score to 448 for 6.
The great pressure on, I mean, I've written a number of cricket books about histories of Hampshire cricket, but they're always out of date, you know. I mean, I wrote one in 2006, wrote one in 2013 with Stephen Saunders, which was 150 years of Hampshire cricket, but then you suddenly think, oh, that was 11 years ago, you know. So there's always stuff that gets missed, but they can still be interesting.
As in comes Abbott, full toss, flick down to fine leg. Fielder sprinting round to his left will do the cleaning up. They come back for 2 runs, 449 6. Was that just the 1 run? It was just the 1 run in the end.
The other thing is there's so much very good stuff now simply online, so you can put a question in and you get so much information back. I mean, if you wanted to know about that timeless test and all the other timeless tests, it's probably just as quick nowadays. And in my academic life, we used to advise students never to read Wikipedia or trust Wikipedia, but actually for things like cricket history, it's fine. There's very good information online about those sorts of things.
Got an email in from Andy Wallace saying, "Hi guys, listening to the commentary and your comment on the 3 divisions and 10 games, which me and Kevin James were discussing just before you joined us, Dave." Ooh, Dawson in outside the off
get me into that
stump and fielded at cover. Slight misfield actually as it ricocheted off the hand. They get through for a run and it brings up Lancashire's 450 in the 135th over. It's been a good first innings for Lancashire. Dawson been bowling a long stint now. This is 44th over. Creeps in past the umpire. Bowls and looking to cut that one as Bell. He makes good enough contact. Fielder in the deep on the offside keeps that down to just 1, 451 for 6. And he goes on to say, are the top national sides in a place to potentially fill a few spots to make it 3 leagues of 7? So 12 matches, which I think is a fair tournament. I seem to recall Devon were looking to combine with Cornwall a few years back, although my memory might be out there. As Dawson is in, down the leg side, and worked off the pads with ease, in fact into a vacant region on the leg side. It's the shorter boundary that way, and mid-wickets having to chase the ball down to the boundary. They get back for 2 runs, and this is the 50 partnership between George Bell and Bailey. 82 balls to bring up those 51 runs.
Dominated by Bailey, twice as many almost as Bell. Interesting. Andy
just finishes, I don't like the fact the current system means you don't play every side home and away. You can get really lucky not having to play Surrey twice. Thanks for the great commentary. Great having it on whilst doing the Sunday jobs. Thank you, Andy. We've got a few more actually on these divisions.
To the idea that we're going to play even fewer county championship matches, and that's last weekend. You know, if you're a Durham supporter and you're going to play 10 games in a year, 5 at home, and you have last weekend and you lose one, you've got four championship matches at home in a season.
As Dawson bowls, defended by Bailey. I mean, here Liam Williamson agrees with you. He says, I'm not in favour of losing any more county championship matches. It's the competition I attend the most games of, and the thought of only 5 home matches a year would leave me far less to look forward to over a county season. I realise, though, I'm only looking from a fan's perspective, but surely less cricket isn't better. Thank you for your perspective on that one, as Dawson bowls a flatter delivery, punched down the ground towards long off.
The only thing about that I disagree with is the word only. What else perspective should you be looking at? It's quite right to look at the fans' perspective. You know, we're the people who ask to pay and come in and buy our memberships every year. You know, I've committed to a membership at Hampshire forever, and I don't want every year. When I took out my life membership, there were 16 games a year. Now there are 14, and they're going to tell me 10. Can I go back to them and say, actually, I want a refund? You know, that drives me nuts, really. Just sorry. I'm quite vehement about it. I just think that, and I also think that English cricket changes itself more than any other competitive sport ever. The number of changes in the 65 years I've been watching cricket, unbelievable in comparison with football, rugby, probably hockey for all I know, I don't know. And I just think it's about time they stopped changing it all the time. you know.
Just to cut you off there for a moment, Dave, just to say that Nick Gubbins is coming on to bowl at the end of that.
Yes,
over,
it's a good idea to
454 for 6.
Good idea to stop me. I think
Well,
I'm pretty clear.
This might be some sweeter memories, and an email from Ralph Brooker as Gubbins bowls Bailey in defence, and he fields and his follow through. He says, "Hi, Kevin Mel," but I'm assuming that extends to everyone else. We just happened to be on at the time. Dave and Mel and Hampshire faithful were reminiscing about the old county ground in the middle of Southampton Common, Northlands Road, as navigating this one is Bailey. Into the offside, again for no run. My last memory was David Gower getting run out without facing and laughing way back to the pavilion. I think the handful of faithfuls in the stands were looking forward to a Gower innings. I was on leave, I found it all a bit weird, but I loved Northlands. As Gubbins beats the edge here, and was that an edge behind the reactions of Vince? The issue is with this game and that the lack of opportunities there have been, that even just good deliveries are met with that kind of reaction.
I think it was just a good delivery, Mel. I'm not sure.
It was a bottom edge off the bat which almost went into the stumps in the end. There's a quicker ball from Gubbins and a shout for caught behind. And Hampshire cheered, but nothing from the umpire. So 2 good deliveries from Nick Gubbins here. A bottom edge and then beating the bat. 4 dots in a row so far. We'll continue with Ralph's email just shortly. As leaving this one alone is Bailey.
Bit of ounce.
He says, "I agree with Kev over 3 divisions. I look at Sam North East at Glamorgan, consecutive seasons of first game, triple hundreds, a bit weird. I don't follow short format cricket, but a few years back, the Royal London One Day Cup was superb with youngsters like Prest coming through, as this one again. Dot ball playing a miss. End of the over, 454 for 6 off 136 overs. Of course, the Metro Bank One Day Cup now. They said arguably they didn't go on, joining up with the 100, so it's an open question. In terms of history books, Dave might like this. We've got Prashant Kimdambi, Country Cricket, and Indian Odyssey in the Age of Empire. Superb. Love to all Solent Cricket and guests.
Oh yeah, good. Yep. Not one I've read, but I have. I've seen about it. Yeah, there are so many. That's the thing. Just cricket publications these days, churned out by the ton. The ones that generally least excite me are the biographies or autobiographies of individuals, to be honest. But that depends partly on your tastes. There are always tons of those, and you go to somewhere like Waterstones and you just queue up, really.
Go to a few car boot sales as well. You can get a few of those. As Dawson in to Bell, who just drops his hands, softly plays that one into the covers. He's on 94. Bailey at the other end on 31. Spin at both ends here for Hampshire.
His problem, not problem, but he's going to have to go into tea perhaps without having got the 100. And he's been batting all day, hasn't he? So it'll just add to the nerves a little bit.
I'm sure he'll be wanting a cup of tea and maybe a bit of cake in the tea break, as driving this time nicely to cover for no run.
It was that great story.
He'll want to get to his 100 first.
Sorry, did you hear that great story this morning about Bradman? I think it was Simon asked Kevin. Bradman was never out in the 90s, and somebody said about nerves, and he said, "Don't have nerves, just want runs."
As Dawson's in, leg stump line, cautiously worked round the front pad into the onside by Bell. He'll get a single, move to 95. It's a bit gusty up here on the camera gantry at the hotel end. Dave's lost his pencil and your piece of paper, which I'm afraid neither of us quite have the mobility to reach. So one of our interns, Rosie, will go pick that up for us. As this time an edge, and is that taken? Wow.
And he's contesting it.
Hampshire are celebrating, but here Bailey is just pointing, maybe insinuating that this didn't carry. We've got an instant replay on the live stream. There's nothing from the umpire to suggest this was out. It was a full ball. It was edged, and from what I can see, it was caught by James Vince, but immediately Bailey didn't move. He pointed to James Vince as if to say, "I don't think you've caught that." And from what I can see, if we just watch the replay again, for those following along on just radio only, flighted delivery edged. It's whether it bounced. It was one of those ones which was deceptive, almost floated out to Vince. Did it bounce, or did he catch it and then drag the ball along the ground? This time Bailey defends. But again, the umpire remained unmoved. So, I think from the indignation of Bailey pointing, and he's closer than we are, certainly, and closer than our cameras are, he was going, that didn't carry.
I doubt whether the square leg umpire would have got a very good view of it either to corroborate.
Dawson, flatter delivery. Bailey plays that confidently to extra cover for no run. End of the over, 455 for 6. Well, The umpires
That's tea,
have
isn't
stood
it?
their ground. It's the tea break, with Lancashire having another good session, losing a few wickets in the process. We'll just shortly run you through that scorecard. But in terms of, I guess, reflecting on the point in this game, how Lancashire have done, obviously a wicketless first session, Dave, and now
Yeah,
coming back in a position at 455 for 6.
they're in control without any question.
They certainly are. Keaton Jennings in the end falling for 172, leg before wicket to Liam Dawson. And then it was Matthew Hurst who fell for 11 off 36 balls off the bowling of Liam Dawson, caught by James Vincent Slip. A brilliant catch from him. But for now, at tea, George Bell 95 not out, and Tom Bailey, a brilliant supporting role from him, 31 off 53. Well, we'll be back with commentary very shortly after the tea break, so please do join us then.
Bowl, a chilly Utilita Bowl, has to be said, where we are shortly to get underway the evening session on day 3 of this County Championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Lancashire. Just 16 wickets have fallen in 5 sessions, 2 of those this afternoon, so we were lucky. 455 for 6 are at Lancashire in their first innings. They have a lead which currently is 88. George Bell, 95 not out. I'll let Scott Reed talk around that in a moment. And Tom Bailey is 31 not out. Those wickets this afternoon. Keaton Jennings for 172. Matthew Hurst for 11. Both wickets falling to left-arm spinner Liam Dawson. Your commentary team for this final session on day 3. A little later will be Melissa Story, who's been with us all day. Simon Hughes, the analyst, who was with us this morning. He's back this afternoon. But I'm Kevin James, and next to me from BBC Manchester and BBC Lancashire, it's Scott Reed.
Yes, and potentially a special moment for George Bell. He's got 5 more runs to get. Would be his first-class century. Has to start again though after tea, with James Follett coming into the attack and bowling to Bell, who defends to mid-wicket, where James Vince, the Hampshire skipper, fields, and there is no run. It's been a pretty productive day, hasn't it, for Lancashire? Starting 130 behind this morning and resuming after tea 88 in front, and still with 4 wickets left. But let's see, we're starting the final session on the 3rd day, just 1 day left, and only 16 wickets have fallen so far in the match. Seem a draw would be a likely option, but we'll see. Here's Fuller to Bell. He takes a quick single here, just dropping it into the offside. Pick up and throw towards the stumps. And they've scrambled through for the first single after tea. And Lancashire move on to 456 for 6.
Yeah, I would have thought any discussions last night in the Lancashire camp and this morning would be pretty much as it's panned out today. No wickets fell this morning. Lancashire adding 96. This afternoon they added 126. At Keaton Jennings and at Matthew Hurst, the 2 men that went, but I think you'd set off with just 2 wickets in 2 sessions, wouldn't you? I think Lancashire will be looking back saying, do you know what, we're in with a chance here of at least putting ourselves in a position to try and win.
Fuller to Bailey, fires one in full, and Bailey brings his bat down and keeps out a Yorker from Fuller, and there's no run. Yeah, they're in a position where potentially they can put some pressure on Hampshire, batting second time round. And then you see what happens. The Nathan Lyon factor as well. He'll have a big part to play, I'm sure. I'm not sure how much the pitch is turning yet. It wasn't a great deal on the first day and wasn't massively on the second day, but full up to Bailey again. That jags back in and plays it, or at least gives us an impression he plays it. That's come back in towards him there, the way he's brought the bat down and chipped it away to mid-wicket. And there's 2 fielders in catching positions close in on the leg side for something that might come back into Bailey that he just chips up mid-on, 2 mid-wickets, and there's a deep backward square leg and a fine leg, mid-off, an extra cover point, and 3rd man. 456 for 6. And James Fuller for Hampshire from the pavilion end bowls to Bailey. Bailey finds Vince at mid-wicket, and again there's no run. 89 in front. Be hard work to bowl Hampshire out twice in the time we've got left, having bowled them out once so far in the match. To do it again, take 10 more wickets in the time we've got left, but they're in a position, I'm sure, whenever they come to bowl again, where they can at least try and put that pressure on Hampshire. Hampshire, I'm sure, will back themselves to be able to bat through and take something from the match. Bailey looks to drive. It comes off the inner half of the bat, and he picks out Vince at mid-wicket, and there's no run. That's the first over complete after tea, with Bailey on 31, Bell on 96, 456 for 6. The lead of 89 runs, and Melissa's come back with ice cream. It's about 3 degrees.
What, the ice cream?
Yeah, I think the ice cream's warmer than the temperature, yeah.
Yes, as Scott mentioned there about possibility of a result maybe. I've been asked also to mention, I think it's fairly safe to say we're going to get a full day's playing tomorrow.
I think so. The weather forecast has improved a lot.
It's good. Certainly from the point of view of a game, we're going to get a large part of the day in, unless somebody bats pretty badly, but I don't think that's going to happen on this pitch. I think you can bat badly and still keep most of your wickets intact. It's that sort of pitch. So I've been asked to mention that if you want to come tomorrow, ticket prices for day 4 are just £10 and £5 for under 17s. Here's Dawson, bowls to Bell. Bell drives out into the covers. He moves on to 97, 457 for 6. So £10 for adults tomorrow, £5 for under 17s, and if you want to park, it's £10.
Nice. Well, if you're in the area and you fancy watching some cricket tomorrow,
there we go.
Get yourself down. Get yourself an earpiece as well.
Yeah, well, yeah. That's full. Bailey wants a quick single as it goes out on the leg side. Ben Brown's quickly round from behind the stumps to make sure they don't. A lead now is 90. So, we've got just under 31 overs left in the day. That run rate has hovered around sort of 3.3 actually, Scott, isn't it? For a while now. So, will Lancashire bat out the rest of the day one way or another? We'll wait and see. Bailey drives out to Gubbins at extra cover. If they did bat the rest of the day, then you're looking at another 90 runs. Is that right? Yeah. Lead of 180, just under 200. I think we said that a little while ago, didn't we? A lead of just under 200 would put under a bit of pressure. Plays and misses there. Bit of a swat drive there from Bailey outside the off stump. Liam Dawson is into his 46th over, which, when you compare that with Nathan Lyon, maybe Nathan Lyon got away with it. Maybe he had a quiet innings with his 38.1. Dawson bowls reverse sweep, wrapped on the pad. That doesn't quite look right. Oh no, the umpire's put his finger up. Well, we are on a slight angle. Keaton Jennings was out reverse sweeping this afternoon, and Tom Bailey's fallen the same way. Watch it on the replay. That's the wrong one. That's the slash drive. There's the reverse sweep. Was he outside the line?
He's got a fair way forward, hasn't he? Yeah, he's got quite a decent lunge in. I think that would be, again, we're not directly behind, and the umpire's got a far better view, obviously looking right down the pitch, and obviously at the right height as well. We're elevated up here on the 3rd or 4th floor, whatever it is, in the hotel, but he did seem to thrust his pad forward quite a bit. That might be one aspect of doubt, but wasn't any doubt in the umpire's mind. He's got the best view in the house, hasn't he? So Bailey's gone for 31 and a 3rd wicket for Dawson. So he's into his 46th over, but he's toiled away pretty well for his side on a pitch. It's not giving him much, and he's picked up 3 wickets, just as Nathan Lyon did as well.
That's right, yeah. There's still not a lot in it for the spinners, even though Liam Dawson has taken all 3 wickets today. You'd look at that and you'd say, oh, is he starting to turn? No.
Don't think so. No,
it's not. 2 reverse sweeps that were LBW, and a very good catch by James Vince to get rid of Matthew Hurst, who was driving at Dawson. Well, we've seen 3 wickets today. Jack Blatherwick is the new batter. And that Lancashire lead.
90, isn't it? Dead on 90.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. That's right, let's come back on the scorecard. So out of those 7 wickets, 3 Dawson, 1 Fuller, 2 Ian Holland, 1 Mo Abbas, shared around. Dawson's got 1 ball left of his 46th. Jack Blatherwick into the side for this game, having recovered from his hamstring injury. Right-hander faces Dawson, and he's forward. Plays it back to the bowler. Got a bit excited there. Players. I suppose when you bowl the ball that's the right line and the right length to a new batter, I suppose you always hope, don't you? That's the end of the over. A round of applause for Liam Dawson. 3 for 141. What was Lyon's figures in the end? It was
3 for 110.
Yeah. Wow.
38.1 overs.
Yeah, so they've bowled 90 odd overs between them, haven't they, so far?
Yeah.
Not even in the second innings yet. Plus a sprinkling of overs from Luke Wells and also Tom Preston adding to that. So there's been plenty of spin.
Yeah, Wells picked up 2 wickets, 2 for 31 from his 8 overs. Bell on 97, quite ready as Fuller sets off. He's just looking around to see where the fielders are. You can see 2 mid-wickets, a mid-on, a mid-off, extra cover, deep extra cover. There's a third man, deep square and fine leg. Fuller to Bell. Take a single. In fact, he might want to come back for 2. He's just dropped it down towards short third, and he'll hurry back for a second. Throw comes in, and he does run 2. He's run well all day. Ran well, I thought, with Keaton Jennings earlier on, Bell. And he's now on to 99, 459 for 7. Lead of 92. Played that quite well, because the third man's down on the boundary. Deep points out on the boundary, so he's just dropped it down into the third man region and backed himself to be able to scamper back for a couple. Fuller sets off again. Here's Bell waiting on 99. Bell turns it, but straight to mid-wicket, where Vince fields, and there's no run.
Ring of fielders on each side now. All the fielders up, bar fine leg. Try and cut off that single. There they are. There's the ring if you're watching the live picture feed. Mid-wicket, or one of the mid-wickets slightly shorter than the rest, not in stature but in position.
Made the field previously a little bit surprising that they had the men out on the deep and just allowed him to come back for an easy couple, really. It's Fuller into Bell, and just leans into it and turns the ball away to mid-wicket. Vince fields, and there's no run. Plenty of fielders in the eye line of George Bell. Most with their hands in the pockets, keeping the digits warm for the time being. All doing what they can to deny Bell the single, which would take him to 3 figures for the first time. Fuller from the pavilion end. Little bend to the knees from Bell, and again. Bell off the back foot, trying to force the ball away. There's a stop at backward point. There's a run-out chance as well. Oh, he's been run out on 99. He set off for the single. The single wasn't there. He turned and tried to get back in. The throw came in, direct hit, and the square leg umpire took an age to make the decision. Thought about it, and to Bell's horror, raised his finger, and he's been run out by Nick Gubbins for 99.
Wow. Oh dear, you'll need a JCB to get him off now. He's trudging off. Oh my word. What a sad way to go on 99. He was desperate to get it, wasn't he? And the misfield. I don't need to say any more.
It's the misfield that got him interested, wasn't it? We can see it back on the replay. I say misfield, he's actually done well to stop it, hasn't he, at backward point? It's a good stop at backward point. But because he stopped it and the ball deflected away from him, that's just kind of got Bell interested.
Yeah.
And then Gubbins with a throw in towards the stumps. He's still not left the field, George Bell. You feel for him. He's second time he's been out in the 90s now. 92 previously and now 99. That will feel horrible for George Bell, but I'm certain that 3 figures will come for him. He's a fine young player. He might not feel so good now, but he'll get there at some point. 459 for 8, a lead of 92.
I must admit, my first thought was he got back, because he didn't seem to have to go too far. And it's almost as if, I don't know whether the bat got stuck a little bit on the crease or whatever, so it didn't actually go over the line, but my initial thought was he actually got back. I'm just wondering if the initial bit of fielding was Nick Gubbins and the throw was for me and Holland, but never mind, it's... Ben Brown looked convinced. Oh well, you don't need to say any more about being out in 99 run out.
No, do not.
Yeah, I thought the throw might have come from Ian Holland actually. The initial stop was Gubbins.
I think I saw Gubbins on the score.
Well, that's what I saw. Then I thought, is it really? But I won't disagree with that.
It's Fuller to Will Williams, who's the new batter. It's played out towards mid-wicket where James Vince fields, and there's no run. Well, it's difficult to tell on the replay because as to whether Bell was in or not, because it cuts back to the pitch, but you don't really see. By the time it goes back from the fielder to the wicket camera, the stumps are uprooted, as this is a full ball by Fuller, which is dug out by Williams.
Yeah. My only thought was, as he ran the bat in, it stopped on him. You know, sometimes that can happen.
So this is the live pictures. Well, this is the pictures now on the live stream of the replay. Do you think he's tried to run the back in and it's just...
Maybe he's just held in the turf a bit, but it's difficult to tell from that angle, isn't it? You need a square on camera.
So 4-5-9 for 8.
2 wickets since tea. Which is what we had yesterday, but it took a little longer. 2 quick wickets.
I mean, the square leg umpire didn't give it out straight away. He thought and waited and waited. Sure, what? He's either made his ground or he's not made his ground.
Here's Dawson then bowling to Blatherwick. Blatherwick's on the back foot, cuts that away. That'll be a single. We've got Fletcher Middleton out in the deep, away to our left. Blatherwick is off the mark. We've got 2 new batters out there now, which hasn't often happened in this game. A new pairing in the middle of an innings, or even towards the end of an innings, which we are now, because Lancashire are 8 down. They have a lead of 93. And it's Williams to face Dawson. Williams is forward. Now we can sort of getting down the order, aren't we? We're sort of getting well down the lower order. Lancashire won't have the lead that they would have liked. You shouldn't think we're playing a missing outside the off stump. Still time, there's still 28 and a half overs left in the day. There's a lot of cricket left in terms of if these last few Lancashire batters can score a few runs. I don't think they'll want to be scoring them too slowly. I don't think that will help. Williams pushes forward back to Dawson, but that's a setback, both those wickets, especially George Bell, not least for the man himself, but from a team point of view, because he was keeping the scoreboard ticking along, wasn't he, throughout his innings. On the back foot, Williams pushes that up to mid-on, where it's fielded by Ian Holland.
Yes, he was. Yeah, he played beautifully, didn't he, with Keaton Jennings last night, and then through the course of the morning session, and played at a really nice tempo. It was an excellent support for Jennings, and kind of took the centre role.
Forward Williams. That's the end of Dawson's 47th over. 3 for 142, 460 for 8 for Lancashire. That lead is 93.
He's not a senior player, but when Jennings got out, he became that kind of senior batter, didn't he? Only a young man playing his 15th game, but he looks the part. He does. I mean, from the last, he played through the course of last season. His debut came the season before that, towards the back end of the campaign. I don't think, from what we've seen from George Bell so far, there's any reason as to why he's not in this Lancashire side. He looks every bit the player, not just today, but through the course of his time in the first team so far.
Keeps wicket a bit as well, you said?
He does, yeah.
I mean, that's useful, isn't it? I mean, you know, if ever your keeper for whatever reason gets injured or maybe just loses a bit of form, you've got a guy in there as a batter and can take the gloves. You've got options.
Here's Fuller to Jack Blatherwick. It's nudged away towards the leg side where Vince fields, and there is no run. 93 in front, 460 for 8, and we've got 27 overs left today. I'm sure where's the game heading? The game's heading potentially in one to one outcome, but I suppose with Lancashire in a lead now, it's from the balls to Blatherwick, kind of gently onto the front foot, and there's no run.
The pitch can be as benign as it likes. The ball could be doing as little as it has been doing, but the fact when you walk out to bat as an opening pair and you look at the board and you're 120 behind, there is a bit of pressure. There's always pressure when you walk out to bat, no matter what the situation, but there is pressure there.
Follow 1 for 35. Sets off again and a loopy approach as he gets to his top of his mark and then straightens up as he comes towards the crease and bangs in one short to Blatherwick, and he bends his knees and gets underneath it. Through to Ben Brown, and there is no run.
A couple of emails, one that came in just before the tea break because we were talking about run rates and what have you. Just to go back to that subject, Nicky Thomas, solentcricket@gmail.com, says read the query about batters' run rate being expressed per balls, because we were saying how it's different than some other ways that calculations are worked out. Sure, it's because it's balls faced, which is not the same as an over played.
Fuller to Blatherwick, Fuller ball which he guides away off his pads up towards mid-on for no run.
It would not be fair to use runs per over when the batters may not have been on strike for most of it. Yeah, that makes sense. Keep up the good work, says Nicky. Thank you very much. On the subject of books and the cricket history books we were talking about just before the tea break, John Hooper, solentcricket@gmail.com, says any book by Duncan Hamilton, particularly Larwood, says John. Recommended cricket reading.
Fuller to Blatherwick. There's a peel in there. There's another run out chance here towards the bowler's end. Direct hit. I think Blatherwick's probably struggling. Williams was keen to get down the other end. And there's two things here. First, there's an appeal for an LBW, and then Williams is almost level with Blatherwick before Blatherwick sets off.
It was a long way down, wasn't it?
It was.
Wow.
It was a long way down. To Blatherwick's horror, I reckon, as he looked up and saw his mate alongside him.
Those wickets have definitely made the scoring rate go down, and I'm just wondering, the chat at tea time was just to keep the scoring rate, reasonable. Don't let it drop.
Into Williams, who plays off the front foot and jabs the ball up towards mid-on, and just a single off the over, that slightly frantic scrambled single. 461 for 8, lead of 94.
And of course those two wickets have really set things back. The momentum's gone a little bit out of the innings, and all of a sudden the two new batters have faced 3 or 4 overs and there's hardly any run being scored, and then all of a sudden that creates a bit of pressure in itself, and we just saw that there. So it's amazing, isn't it, how a couple of wickets can just change things. It's been most part Lancashire's day, and probably still has been Lancashire's day in a way, but just going through a little sticky period here. Focusing on the Lancashire dressing room quite a bit if you're watching the live picture feed. Here's Dawson then round the wicket, still going strong. Always an edge through to the keeper. Oh, there's not a convincing appeal. Dawson and Ben Brown went up, but then you just felt that they weren't 100% convinced. It's Blatherwick facing. Ball looks as though it might just have turned, straightened a fraction. Dawson again to Blatherwick on the back foot. Steers it back to the bowler. Dawson into his 48th over here. Looks like Lyon might have a bit of catching up to do in the second innings.
Don't worry, they'll get the money's worth out of him.
Yeah, he got off lightly.
Didn't he? Yeah.
38.1 overs. Strong in the park.
Part time.
Dawson into his 48th. There's Dawson again then. Ball's flighted. Coming forward. That's a nice delivery, that, actually. To the new batter. Almost inviting the shot over the top. Have we got another limerick from Rosie, by the way? Because we had a lovely limerick before tea, didn't we? That was about the late and great Shane Warne. Rosie, I think, has written another one, hasn't she? Which, if it's every bit as good, right? So this is about it's a person that's associated with the club here. Okay. Previously was elsewhere, but right, here we go. This is another limerick from Rosie. He writes a lot of limericks, by the way. I've seen some of the others that don't refer to cricketers, and they're very good. Right, this limerick. A long-standing great of the game, a competition bears her name. With her bat she bashes, winning 3 Ashes and set England women aflame. If you didn't know who that was about, who would you think? solentcricket@gmail.com. That's Solent Sport. We've seen the answer. Now there's a hit nicely over the top there from Blatherwick. And I've lost the flight. It's gone for 6. Well, he's picked the right length. He's waited for his moment. And that spoilt the maiden for Liam Dawson. 6 off the final ball. And that's a lovely strike.
Yeah, it's a clean strike with the ball, Jack Blatherwick. Takes him on to 8. Might takes the lead up to 3 figures as well. Exactly 100 in front now, Lancashire.
We'll keep that competition going for a couple of overs. So if you want to fancy entering it, who was that we were talking about in that limerick? solentcricket@gmail.com. I said that too fast. solentcricket@gmail.com. Falling into old bad ways.
We thought you got you out of these bad ways.
You had, yeah.
You've returned to them.
The final straw was when somebody in Bournemouth couldn't understand what I was saying.
Yeah, that was it.
Looks like the Vipers Academy are going out to bat again in the second T20 game. Vipers Academy are playing Hampshire women to the left in the nursery ground. Emily Windsor finished with 60 in the second game, I understand. Runs in the first game, runs in the second. She'll be on commentary with us next week against Warwickshire down here.
We're waiting for a Hampshire 12th man to come. I think I just saw Liam Dawson disappearing up the steps back towards the Hampshire dressing room. And
is that Joe Weatherly on?
I think it is, yeah. I think I saw his name and squad number as he was sprinting down the steps.
We've got a correct answer already. I'll give the answer. Stephen Eason, well done to you. He's at the far end of the ground. solentcricket@gmail.com. Charlotte Edwards, yes. Well done. First time. Great limerick, Rosie. Well done. Top draw. We need more of Rosie.
Here comes Fuller in the balls. And Williams leaning back, almost trying to uppercut it. Ball through to the keeper, no run. Don't get many limericks, do you? It's not something I often hear, a limerick.
They're not easy to write, I don't think. Obviously, Rosie has a talent for it, because you saw on a computer. I saw a Paddington Bear one, which was a great limerick.
Okay.
Yeah, she just writes them and then has the answer next to it. It was great.
I like that. That could be an on-running feature through the season for you with that.
I think she should write a book.
4, 6, 7 for 8. It's Fuller to Williams. Loops away in towards the onside as she tries to shove it away off his hip, and there's no run.
A lot of commentators, when you're listening to them, and we work with several, don't we, up and down the country and what have you, other sports as well, that they have a question of the day or a question of the game, don't they? And that's I think the limerick of the game or limerick of the
quite
day.
Good.
Yeah, it's good fun.
A couple of seasons ago, Chris Rimmer, the Lancashire scorer, used to provide me with the most useless pointless stat, and we used to have a pointless stat of the day.
Okay.
He used to come up with something that was completely irrelevant to anything really, largely quite, dull.
Why is there a slow hand clap?
I don't know. Fuller balls to Williams, back of a length, tries to pull the ball away down towards backward square leg, but picks out mid-wicket where Tom Pressfield's no run.
Has our commentary sort of slowed down a bit? Has the pace of our commentary slowed?
He's slow clapping us, in theory, mate. It's all right. I'm off in a minute at the end of this over, so don't worry.
We'll pick up the pace again.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you got rid of me. I've only got 3 balls left, and I'm finished. Fear not. Williams still on naught. So point drops back in deep backward square leg. It's Fuller to Williams, swiped away through the onside, and Williams gets his first run. Moves to 1, 468 for 8, a lead of 101 runs to bring Jack Blatherwick back on strike. 25 overs remaining today. He's got a little bit gloomy. Might be a case of the floodlights being required a little later. We had them on yesterday for a little bit, or maybe it was the second, maybe it was the first day, but they have been on once in this match. Fuller bouncing his way back into Blatherwick. Blatherwick launches into this. A baseball shot from Blatherwick, playing a miss. Through to Brown again, there's no run.
Yeah, I mean, just look at a shot like that. It does suggest that these two out in the middle do feel that the scoring rate has dropped, which it has since those 2 wickets, which is understandable. But obviously the plan is to keep the scoring ticking along. Even if you lose a couple of more wickets now, just try and keep the game moving forward. Otherwise, it's just going to meander.
Last ball of the over for Fuller. And there he goes again, Blatherwick. Heaved away into the onside. Bouncing out towards the wide, long on boundary. And this time he does get a hold of one. And he moves on to 12. And Lancashire are 472 for 8. A lead of 105. Blatherwick there, boshing that one back over the bowler's head for 4.
Thank you very much, Scott. Melissa Story.
Don't need to slow clap anymore, I'm disappearing.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. In fact, the clap speeded up. There you go. It's the slow scoring, isn't it? Definitely. There's a few Lancashire fans here. I think it might have come from them. 472 for 8, Scott says. We got Pauline Toop also entered the competition. She was going for an either-or. Rachel Hayhoe-Flint, no. Oh, Charlotte Edwards, yes, as we mentioned. Charlotte Edwards played for, amongst others, Hampshire, which she did. Rachel did not do so, so it has to be Charlotte Edwards. So there, you're right, Pauline. Thank you very much. Got the right Edwards. Right answer. That's good fun. I like that.
Yeah,
I like this competition.
There's another one in the making.
Oh.
That's why I bring my friends up here. As we said earlier, we've got to make them work for the benefit of being sat on this camera gantry.
And have a lovely view. Dawson bowls, and he's bowled. Stepping away, Will Williams, trying to force it away on the offside. Just showed too much of the stumps, and it's crept through. And Dawson picks up another. Williams goes for 1. And Lancashire now find themselves 472 for 9. Just watching that on the replay. It's just coming with the arm.
Yeah, and I mean, if you look at the position that Will Williams was left in once his stumps were clattered apart, he was pretty much face onto the ball, almost doing the splits, and it's not quite a position conducive to hitting the ball. So a good wicket for Dawson, who has 4 now. I'm sure he'll be eyeing up this final one. And I must say, I'm absolutely devastated because I've been waiting to come on air for Will Williams to be batting, because I want to ask the question, why William Williams? But I can't now, really.
You can still ask it.
What? Then why? Why? James? I'll never know, but I'm sure there was a very good reason. Nathan Lyon comes to the middle for Lancashire. I mean, this would be a great fifer for Liam Dawson if he could get Nathan Lyon as his 5th wicket.
And he's out-bowled Nathan Lyon in this game already.
Still got Nathan Lyon to come in the next innings. I mean, have we seen much turn? I'm not too sure. I don't think this pitch is really offering too much. I think, if anything, spinners are picking up wickets, and Liam Dawson is picking up wickets because, he's got that stamina in the sense that he's bowled a lot of overs, and he's just been able to make subtle changes.
It was a good delivery from Dawson. He does bowl that ball, doesn't he, that just comes in with the arm a fraction, which that did. This limerick writing is catching, Rosie. Because Rosie, have you just done that in the last few minutes? Because I've got another one here from one of the listeners or watchers. Is Dawson forward is Lyon? Well, he's lasted 1 more ball than he did last week, because he's flicked that away on the leg side. May just have come off the pad, or has it? It's gone up to the boundary. What's the umpire signalling? Leg byes. 4 to the Lancashire total. Go on then, because just in case the wicket falls now. So this is another one of Rosie's?
Another one of Rosie's.
Oh. Is this another what? What's the?
Well, you can hear it first and then see if you can work it out.
Okay.
This is fantastic. It's like having a live writing room in the back of the commentary box. If people aren't a fan of limericks, though, they're probably going to be tuning out. But hey, who's not a fan of a limerick?
Well, the way they're written, I mean, why wouldn't you be now? I'm a convert.
I'll wait for this ball from Liam Dawson.
Bowling to Nathan Lyon again. Lyon sweeps away. That's a good shot. There's nobody out there. That's off the middle of the bat. That is a glorious sweep shot to get off the mark. 480 for 9. The lead is 113.
Pretty relevant limerick here. A man with only 1 name faced a few balls, but shame. Is out for just 1. His batting is done. I'm sure that was not his aim.
I think I've got it already.
Go on.
Well, that must have been written in about 20 seconds. If it's the one I'm thinking of.
Oh, it's Mr. William Williams.
Yes! Rosie, top draw. Dave Taylor's joining in with the limericks. Cricket@gmail.com. Come to that after this delivery as Dawson bowls. Another sweep shot there from Nathan Lyon. Same result. That's 2 good sweep shots in a row, and he moves to 8, 484 for 9. This is Dave Taylor's limerick. No matter at what level you played, the memories you make never fade. But that ton with a bat, or a fiver that followed that, seemed to be so much better with age.
That's lovely.
Nice.
Might wipe a few tears away from that one.
Oh.
Good 2 shots though, as you say, from Nathan Lyon. They always say that spinners play spin better. You know, he picked up on the length of Dawson, just a bit leg side-ish, and even though they positioned a fielder out there at deep square, he still managed to avoid them, and actually now that fielder on the boundary pushed back to backward square. Will he try it a 3rd time? Dawson's now coming over the wicket.
Comes in again then. Lyon this time plays with a straight bat, much to the delight of 1 or 2 in the crowd just below us to our left. The lights are coming on here at the Utilita, with Lancashire 117 in front. Still focusing on the lights. Still 1 or 2 bulbs need replacing. I suppose it's been the weekend, so that might happen next week. Let's cut away to backward of point. Lyon has 8, Blatherwick has 12. The lead for Lancashire is 117 at 484 for 9, and we've had 3 wickets since tea.
God, we've been absolutely spoiled.
Limericks, wickets.
Fancy helping them change the bulbs?
No, I'd never go out there.
Scale up the floodlight?
I couldn't do that, could you?
Oh, I could.
Could you?
Yeah, I reckon so. I'd climb up there like a lizard going up a wall. So if they're looking for anyone, I'm putting my hand up to volunteer here. I've always thought it would be good if they could get some kind of like bike-powered element here, so if spectators wanted to get a bit of fitness done, they could jump on the old exercise bike, get the floodlights going.
I'm sure that will come somewhere. Make your
Maybe
contribution.
Maybe in the Indian Premier League.
Yeah.
You can win a prize to go be the person who pedals the bike to turn on the floodlight which shines down on MS Dhoni. That'd be an honour.
And if you don't like him, you don't pedal very hard, so there's not much light.
Who doesn't like MS Dhoni? I don't think they'd be inviting you. I think it'd be hard to find someone in the whole country. As in comes James Fuller, storms in, bit of a win now across the Utilita Bowl. Bowls a shorter delivery to Blatherwick, and it goes through to Brown behind the stumps. 1 for the over, signalled by the umpire.
Now this is going to be difficult for Lancashire, isn't it? Especially Blatherwick in this situation, because everybody's back on the rope, virtually everybody, apart from a conventional mid-wicket. It's difficult to see now, other than the odd single. This is where it gets difficult now, isn't it? Where you've lost those wickets to actually get the scoreboard moving.
Yeah, it does look like the only option will be a single unless he goes over the top. As in comes Fuller. Bowls to Blatherwick, he tries to go over the top, and humongous swing, doesn't make contact.
It's a slightly slower ball. That bounced twice, didn't it? Yeah, cutter, yeah.
The analyst analysing that delivery.
Yeah. Of course he's here. I should have known without even looking round. I know I'm not sure Fuller bowls that many cutters. I'm just wondering if that is a recent development of his. Because I'm thinking back to the spells I can remember him bowling over the last 3 or 4 years, and I don't remember him bowling too many of those.
He's in again now, past the umpire, deep in the crease is Blatherwick, and he's edged behind. And that's it, the end of the Lancashire innings. It's the faintest of edges through to Ben Brown. And before he can even have time to ponder his wicket, both him and Nathan Lyon are running off the pitch. They know they'll want to get as much time bowling at Hampshire this evening. So it's 484 Lancashire, all out. 2 wickets for James Fuller as Blatherwick departs for 12. I mean, it looked at some stages today, Kev, that Lancashire's innings was never going to end and that surely a declaration was on the card. But as you say, we've seen a few more wickets already after tea. But actually, when you consider the conditions around us, you mentioned the floodlights coming back on. There's cloud cover above, it's got a little bit colder. Even with this Kookaburra ball, it might be a slightly difficult period for the Hampshire openers to deal with. And with Fletcher, Middleton, Ali Orr both still quite young, still both looking to entirely cement their place at the top of the order, particularly Ali Orr joining the club recently. It might just be a tricky period for them. There's already a few fans who are making their way out of the ground who potentially maybe don't want to see what could happen next.
Got to find some warmth. Now, Lancashire lost their last 4 wickets for 27 there. Tom Bailey for 31, George Bell ran out for 99, would have been a first class century for him had he just managed one more run. He was looking for it, but a little too eager running on a misfield. Will Williams went for 1, Jack Blatherwick for 12 at the end there, so 457 for 6 became 484 all out for Lancashire, so 4 wickets.
I mean, does that show that there are wickets to be had in these conditions, or does it just reflect perhaps the change of mindset for Lancashire at the end there? I think just trying to get a few more runs in at the end. I'm leaning towards the latter.
Yeah,
but,
I agree.
You know, when you look at the position Lancashire have got themselves into, I would say that they'll probably be feeling really confident. They've got a healthy lead, and they'll be looking at the likes of Bailey and Williams and going, we've got a really good chance of getting a few wickets this morning, and you know that's the only way they'll be able to really force a victory.
So 484 all out, 145.3 overs that Lancashire first innings lasted. Top scorer Keaton Jennings with 172, George Bell with 99, and well, he looked forlorn when he was run out, and took him a long time to get off. 4 for 156 from 49 overs for Liam Dawson, a couple of wickets apiece for Ian Holland and also for James Fuller, and Mohammed Abbas pitched in with 1 first wicket of the innings yesterday afternoon, that of Luke Wells. So overall, Lancashire have a lead of 117 runs. And we've got a few minutes more waiting for the start of the Hampshire second innings, and while we'll wait, we'll take a little bit of a break. There you are, if you're watching on the live picture feed, there's a summary of the match situation so far. Hampshire 367, Lancashire 484. We'll be back with you in a few minutes.
Who's the analyst? What have you made of it all? I mean, from no wickets falling to quite a few falling at the end there, obviously because of a change of mindset from Lancashire, but I mean, in terms of forcing a victory, is that possible?
Yeah, I think it is, and you have to believe that if you're Lancashire. I can't see how Hampshire can win the game, really. But Lancashire can, yeah, for sure. And it's amazing what a new bowling attack can make of what appears a dead pitch. You know, if you know you've got that lead, what is it, 117 lead. If you know you've got that 117 lead, and you know you will be in the dressing room just before coming out here, and the captain will be saying, "Come on now, guys. You know we've got an hour and a half. It's a nice little spell to bowl as well. What is it, an hour and a half, something like that? That's quite a nice time because I've always felt 20 minutes to bowl was too short, and actually, if it's 20 minutes at the end of the day, you tend to try too hard.
Yeah, you're trying to force something
You know,
to happen
and bowl
and you can
try and bowl too fast, and often you'd actually concede runs. Actually, I liked your point the other day. I was listening to you the other day talk about coming into bat near the end of the day's play and whether you'd have a night watchman. And I think it was when Tom Bruce came out, and you said, "I bet he'd probably fancy it actually and get a few runs." Dean Jones, who I played with a lot for Durham, Australian, he loved the last 20 minutes coming out to bat. He didn't want a night watchman because he'd say, "Mate, you know, I can get 25 runs here, get it," because they bring the field in, don't they? They attack the last 20 minutes of play, bring the field in, lots of slips, bowlers with lots of optimism, and naturally that means lots of gaps and lots of potential runs. Hour and a half to bowl, you can build up a bit of pressure. Might even have a second spell. If you're the opening bowler, you might bowl 4 overs, try and get a wicket, you know, maybe not, change the bowling round a bit, and then come back for the last 2 overs of the day. So it's all in the bowler's favour at the moment, and the batters have got nothing much to play for, you know. I mean, yeah, okay, they can stay in, but there's not an opportunity to make a lot of runs, really.
There's still that element of danger, I guess,
Plus
which isn't
you've
there
also
when you've only got 20 minutes.
Yeah, you've only got 20 minutes. Plus the lights are on now, you know, it's a bit overcast.
There's
Nice
4
time to
very
bowl.
loud Lancashire fans down there as well who are supporting the visitors.
Who are probably
so
used to this kind of temperature.
So Bailey with the ball in hand coming around the wicket. Left-handed Orr who leaves that one alone through to Hurst behind the stumps. And the first ball of Hampshire's second innings.
We've seen a few run-outs, haven't we, today? Some really sad run-outs. Obviously that run-out of George Bell was really, I felt for him, on 99. And Fletcher Middleton was run out in the first innings, wasn't he? The first time these two had batted together in first-class cricket, Ali Orr and Fletcher Middleton, and not the good understanding they needed. So let's see if it's any better this innings.
So comes Tom Bailey again, makes good contact as Orr, just coming down the wicket a bit, driving to mid-on. No run taken. I mean, how long, I guess, from your assessment playing within the professional game, does it take for almost these new partnerships? And not just normal, you know, partnerships in the middle order, because obviously there's many variations of those, but, you know, an opening partnership is something quite unique.
Yeah, it takes a bit of time, because you get to know when a batsman wants to get off strike and what he's looking for initially, and you get that there becomes a telepathic understanding.
As Bailey is in, straying on the pads, and Orr has a few steps down the wicket, just waiting to see if it beats the mid-wicket fielder. It doesn't, it's another dot ball.
You know you learn what each other's stock trademark shots are, what their get out of jail shots are, you know, when they're under pressure, how they try and work a single to get off strike. You know, some batsmen have these mannerisms where they hit the ball and they start to run, and that's often just to threaten the fielder. But often a non-striker who doesn't know that batsman very well will start to set off as well.
Bailey in now, and shout of catches. Or works the ball off his hip. There's a short leg in who's still stood in the position with his hands out, waiting to see if that had just gone to a little bit further to the left into his hands. It doesn't, it goes out for a single. The batters exchange end because the right-handed Fletcher Middleton, so do the Lancashire fielders. 1 for none Hampshire.
When batters have been, you know, together for a few months and years, then you don't need to call opening pairs. They're just a little nod and that's all you need, and the other guy knows, and off you go. But it takes a while to build that relationship up.
2 slips in for Bailey as he bowls a swinging delivery outside the off stump. We haven't seen that too often this game. carries nicely through to Hurst behind the stumps. I mean, also I guess it's that understanding of each other, and you mentioned the strengths and weaknesses that actually, you know, when you're operating out there in the middle, spin's brought on at one end, you know, one of you loves playing against left arm spin, and actually you have that mutual understanding to know, okay, we'll not obviously force things, but we'll consciously just, you know, remember that so that you can face a bit more of the strike, and that comes with time. Hampshire have had plenty of opening combinations as playing round the front pad as Middleton down towards fine leg. Another single finishes this first over, 2 for none Hampshire, with a deficit of 115. You can hear the noise from the Lancashire players out there in the middle, because they know they're in a strong position here and they're going to be loud about it.
Sure, and they'll have had a couple of little pep talks in the dressing room saying, come on, you know, 3-4 wickets tonight in the next hour or so's play, and we've got the chance of winning this game. And Lancashire are not used to winning too many championship games, are they? I think they only won 3 last year. So, you know, a win is going to be priceless. And in a way, I think Scott was saying yesterday that there's no results at Old Trafford last year at all. No games either team won. So try and win away, I suppose, is a mentality. And this is a great opportunity. You know, the clouds have come over. You know, in olden days, without floodlights, we'd be off now, wouldn't we? We'd be off a bad light. And batters hate it, having to bat under lights. Even though it's a Kookaburra ball, so what? It's still going to do a little bit. I thought they would attack a bit more here, actually, Lancashire. Williams is going to bowl, isn't he, from our end. And they've only got 2 slips. I thought they would perhaps have another one as well as he moves into bowl, and that's on the pads of Middleton and clipped into the leg side. Got a man catching at short mid-wicket there, as well as a short leg. So, not an over-attacking field. With a lead of over 100, I would be thinking of attacking a bit more here.
Particularly when you see the kind of fielding positions Hampshire employed. Not that they necessarily got catches at those positions, you know, that really close in cover and straight on mid-on, but, you know, they forced the Lancashire batters to think of different ways to score, and that brought dismissals.
It's a nice drive from Middleton, but fielded by the bowler, trying to find a bit of swing, but...
and as you said, that, you know, a deficit of 115, they have that safety to be able to squeeze more, and whether it's just getting a fielder in front of square in the eye line or getting another close catcher in, I agree that this is the real time to put a young opening partnership under pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. Williams is a bowler who will bowl pretty much wicket to wicket, I think. He will look to mainly try and nip it back, and he's got a bowled a good one there. There's an appeal, and I don't think there was any bat on that. In fact, Fletcher Middleton wandered out of his crease there after the appeal was denied. Let's just have a look at this again, because you'll notice actually that he plays and misses, and it might flick the pad, and look, he just wanders out of his crease soon after this there. He didn't even look back to see.
Johnny Bairstow not teach you anything?
Exactly. I was just thinking that. Yeah.
That was very, I mean, as you say, he didn't even look back to check to see what the keeper was doing.
Obviously, Matthew Hurst is more polite than Alex Carey. Although Alex Carey is extremely polite as well. What a good delivery Williams follows up with. That really left him, actually. Middleton seemed to be looking to play slightly down the onside there, and that one opened him up. He bowls from quite wide of the crease, Williams, and then he gets the ball to sort of seam away or swing away slightly. Yeah, good delivery again. Middleton wanders out of his crease. I would be I'd be having the old underarm at the crease, at the stumps here, if I was the keeper.
And interesting enough, the helmet's just...
And the slip. They've moved another slip in, haven't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. Put the helmet back behind the keeper now. The short leg's gone to slip as Williams bowls again, outside off stump this time. And on the back foot is Middleton, forcing that to short mid-off.
See, I'll always like Alex Carey, because he brought us the greatest moment on the internet, which is him falling in that pool in Pakistan.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Have you seen that? It's
oh, yes, I have
brilliant.
seen it. Yes, I have
seen it. When they're
seen
arriving at their hotel, I think, in Pakistan, and everyone's just kind of recording each other arriving, lots of laughs, and then you hear the biggest splash ever. But the best thing is his career average before falling in the pool and after falling in the pool is just so different. The post-pool, he's brilliant.
Williams bowls again and beats the bat again. That was a good delivery. That swung late and bounced, actually. And Middleton was a bit lucky to survive that over. We just watch the replay here again. See, actually, it's a beautiful length. That's a Jimmy Anderson delivery. That really jumped and nipped away. It was unlucky not to get a wicket there. The Hampshire batsmen were lucky to survive it. Maiden over. Score is 2 for none in Hampshire's second innings after dismissing Lancashire for 484. I'm just thinking back to Lord's last year. There's actually, talking of videos and stuff, there's a good sequence on, I think it's the final word. I think it's the Final Word podcast, or maybe the other Australian podcast. Anyway, so over to you. I'll get this over between balls.
As on the pads and worked away through mid-wicket for 4. Ali Orr with his first boundary of the day. Glorious shot. And Bailey there, just straying onto the pads. Made a great contact.
No, it's the Grade Cricketer, in fact. The Grade Cricketer podcast. They interviewed Mitch Marsh, David Warner and Khawaja about the scene in the Lord's dressing room after Bairstow was run out by Carey. And it's really worth watching. It's very funny. It's on Instagram.
There's Tom Bailey past the umpire now, and this time punching outside the off stump. Finds the fielder at point. No run. 6 for none.
Have you seen that?
No, I have. I've definitely seen quotes from it.
Yeah, those 2 clips. So Mitch Marsh basically is eating his lunch, and Bairstow storms in about 5-10 minutes late from the lunch interval.
Doesn't he?
Yeah, and Marsh is still half eating his lunch. Warner's there as well, Bairstow's former colleague at Sunrisers Hyderabad, and a couple of other Aussies all having their lunch, and they sort of look up and there's Bairstow, and Bairstow's just absolutely steaming as he sits down for a potential lunch.
As Bailey bowling to Ali Orr again onto the pads, and this time to the hands of short leg on the bounce. Was the muted cry of shout. Another dot ball.
So Bairstow's so furious and apoplectic he can't eat. And he looks around and his eyes meet Warner's eyes.
Which of course they would in this
across
situation.
The table. Full room, the dining room at Lord's actually, the players' dining room. Eyes meet and Bairstow just looks up and says, "Well, are you happy about that?" And Warner just says, "Yes." And the Aussies...
As Bailey in, defending down the pitch, fielded by mid-on, no run.
The Aussies all try desperately to suppress laughter, but actually, because they've all got their mouths full, food starts dribbling out of their mouths and they start splattering food everywhere as they try to laugh or try to suppress a laugh.
It's a bit like when you're in class and the teacher tells you and your mates off and you can't make eye contact with one of the other ones because you know you're going to burst into a fit of giggles and make it all worse. It was a remarkable situation when that did occur at Lord's. Ashes always has tons of drama, is down the leg side and taken by Hurst. But actually, when it happened at the time, I was firmly of the opinion that he should have stayed in his crease.
Well, yeah.
When you bring in matters of the spirit of cricket, which obviously are invoked a lot, there's also a rule book and common sense, I would say.
Yeah.
And when you're playing in one of the most heated sporting competitions in the world, I would probably just check that the ball's not still in the keeper's hands before going off for a walk. But I guess that's to be said in hindsight. At least it's created some entertaining stories out of it, as again, leaning into this one, playing it into the hands of mid-wicket is Orr. He's timing them nicely, and that's the end of the third over of Hampshire's second innings. 6 for none.
I'm not sure Bairstow actually ever had any lunch in that particular incident. I think he so furious, and just by chance they were actually playing the replay of that moment as he walked into the lunchroom, which obviously added to the Australia's sense of amusement. But Bairstow was so furious in the end, I think he just stormed off and didn't actually eat his lunch. There we are. So we are just on 5 o'clock here, just after 5 o'clock at the Utilita Bowl. In fact, it's 10 past 5. Time's caught up. And Williams is to bowl to Fletcher Middleton. A very good first over he bowled, Will Williams. Beat the bat 3 times, but this time Middleton is solidly forward. 6 for none is the Hampshire score in their second innings, following Hampshire's dismissal of Lancashire for 484. Scott Reed's come back in to join me now. So, what is it, an hour and 15 minutes left? How many overs do you reckon they'll bowl? Well, it says minimum 17. We'll probably get that in.
Yeah, I think so. If light stays all right.
Here comes Williams, bowls again, and defends up to the bowler, back to the bowler. The Sussex Northants game last week didn't finish because Sussex didn't want to put the floodlights on. Did you see that story?
I heard something about they can't use them this season.
Well, they haven't. Apparently, they've elected. I believe they've elected on financial grounds,
right?
Because they're 150 quid or 200 quid an hour to put them on.
Right.
So they decided against it for the whole season. In comes Middleton. He's nicked that one.
It's a good ball.
That is a good ball, and he's out, caught behind. A very good delivery from Will Williams. And Fletcher Middleton couldn't help himself there, just drawn into playing at that. And really fairly simple catch behind by Hurst, the keeper. And immediately Lancashire have struck, and Williams deserved that. He beat the bat several times in the previous over, and that was too good for Fletcher Middleton.
Yeah, he's been searching for that, hasn't he? He's been bowling that line, just getting the ball to shape away from Middleton. There was a ball maybe in the previous over that was almost identical to that, and he almost got the outside edge. On that occasion, he does find the edge of Middleton's bat. He's a good bowler. Bailey and Williams are very good new ball bowlers, and even with the Cooker ball, if there's something in there, they will find it. Williams can move it away and into the right-hander. Bailey will naturally take it away from the right-hander. This should be quite an awkward spell, this, for the Hampshire opening batters under the floodlights with 17 overs left and two good new ball bowlers. This should be quite a tricky spell for him.
Definitely. And he's bowled exactly the right. And I was surprised to start. He only had two slips, and he soon moved that slip across. I think he's found the right sort of line and length now. So in comes Nick Gubbins at number 3, who played well in the first innings, but this is a tricky situation. Actually, it's never easy coming out to bat when the light is like this. The floodlights are on, of course, but the red ball is just harder to see. It's funny actually, but cameramen, we've been talking to cameramen a lot over this this match, because I've introduced a few new cameras to this stream, and sort of partly my little company I created, and they say the red ball is just much harder to film. White and red and pink is fine, but searching for the red ball, trying to follow it is tough, and of course that applies to batsmen as well, and they have the benefit of a sight screen as well. So Gubbins comes in to take strike, 3 slips, a weight, plus a sort of shortish mid-wicket, and 2 on the offside. Man back on the hook as well. Williams sets up with Hampshire on 6 for 1 in their second innings. He bowls to Gubbins, who defends competently away on the offside. How long have they been a partnership now, these two? I suppose Williams and Bailey, a few years, haven't they?
Yeah, I think
chugging away.
He came into the Lancashire side kind of midway through a season. He was playing club cricket in Somerset.
Yeah.
And Lancashire brought him in to have a bit of a
because he's a Kiwi,
trial.
Isn't he?
He is, yeah.
He's wearing number 30. He runs into bowl again, and it's a good delivery, just slightly angling in towards the left-handed Gubbins, who defends.
So he's got a really good first-class record in New Zealand,
Yeah.
and he was over here playing some club cricket. They brought him up to Old Trafford. He trained with them for a little while. They gave him a 2-match contract, 2-game championship contract, and then that became 3 years. After he impressed, he just looks at absolutely every bit a county bowler.
He's one of those bowlers that's very like Bailey, actually. You just hate facing in the nets, because they nip it around and they hit you in the inside thigh, and it's just absolutely horrible. Good length and line again. Gubbins sets off for a quick single. That was a little bit risky. There was an interception from cover, but Gubbins was quick and he made it. So he keeps the strike, 7 for 1. There are those bowlers that are tall and hit the pitch hard, and in the nets they always keep a hard new ball in their bag as well to make them look even better, and then they just bowl a horrible length in the nets, just short of a length, and especially if you're not a very good player, you're trying to find that ball and it's just wrapping you all over your legs, inside thigh, outside thigh. on your fingers occasionally, and they're just the bowlers you hate facing in the nets.
The added benefit that Lancashire have got is he's not an overseas player. He's a local player. He's got a British passport. His mum's from England, so that's an added bonus that he's not one of the overseas slots neither. And there's Bailey to continue from the pavilion end, and in and balls to Gubbins, and that's defended to mid wicket, where Will Williams fields and there is no run.
You know, it's a great thing actually. Bowlers, they look after they have their favourite ball in their bag, and they don't let anyone else touch it. And they're always polishing. I'm sure they take it home and sort of polish it with a chamois leather or something just to make one side even better. They always produce it just on a horrible cold day as well.
Just when you don't want it the most. Bailey around the wicket to Gubbins, nudged away off his hip. Bell's at forward short leg, reaching up to his left. Throw comes in there from Luke Wells out on the boundary, and they do get through for a single, and the score ticks along to 8 for 1.
I was talking quite a bit yesterday. I mean, I mentioned earlier about spending the evening yesterday with Rob Key, and he talked a lot about fast bowlers, and quite keen actually to set up a fast bowling academy in England. You know, because we don't really nurture super fast bowlers, do we? We produce a lot of types of like Bailey.
He's past the umpire balls. He's worked away to the right of short leg, and here comes Wells again to send him from the deep. Single for all. He moves on to 6, 9 for 1.
It's something that we don't perhaps address in a modern way. I mean, if you look at India, you know, Pace Foundation, they've had that for so many years. Dennis Lilly runs it, or used to, and now Glenn McGrath goes down every winter, and we don't really have an equivalent here. And it's certainly produced a lot of fast bowlers in India.
How would it work then, such an academy like that in this country? Bailey in and balls to Gubbins through to the keeper, no run.
It's a good question. I was thinking about that actually after Rob Key mentioned it. I think there are lots of very good fast bowling coaches here. I'd pick out two. I've mentioned them before actually, Ian Pont and Stephen Jones in particular. There are many others, but those are the two that I know run their own academies. And well, I think you obviously have to identify potential talent at 16 or 17 or even a bit younger, and then you've got to work with them, perhaps at weekends occasionally to start with.
Bell bowls again. Gubbins takes another single off his hip, clipped away to Wells on the square leg boundary. The score moves on to 10 for 1.
I mean, I suppose, you know, it's talent recognition, but it's funnily enough, Mark Wood wasn't actually a quick bowler when he was 16. He was a batter who bowled medium pace, and he really only found his sort of fast bowling stripes much later, sort of 17, 18, 19. Darren Gough was another one. Do you remember that? I mean, when he first played for Yorkshire, he was brisk. He wasn't rapid, and he was playing with Richie Richardson of the West Indies, who encouraged him to go for become a quicker bowler.
So Bailey in to Orr, who's leaning forward and having a little fish at that one, just pushing at it. Ball snakes away past the edge of the bat into the gloves of Matty Hurst, the keeper, and there's no run.
There's Nathan Lyon loosening up. He's going to have a bowl in a few minutes, I should think, but he doesn't need to just for the moment, because these seam bowlers are getting a little bit of movement. No, I mean, you know, it is a good question, and I'm sure it takes a lot of thought, but one thing that Rob Key said, which I thought was interesting, was about talent recognition and not worrying about data and records and experience, and just if you see someone who looks good, say, and that's what they said with Shoaib Bashir. They just said they saw him bowl 3 overs. He can bowl. He looks good. He's got the potential, and that's why they chose him, partly on that basis. Here's Williams, who bowls, and Gubbins defends. In fact, it's Ali Orr facing. No, it is Gubbins. Gubbins defends, back up the pitch. So it's partly talent recognition. But one thing Rob Key said, which I thought was very good, was to sort of ban that culture of wides against young fast bowlers who get penalised. They run into bowl, they bowl as quick as they can, and it goes down the leg side and an umpire wides them.
Okay.
And to sort of try and banish that and encourage them to be quick. And if they are a bit erratic to start with, it's Williams bowls again and Gubbins defends to mid-wicket. If they are a bit erratic to start with, work with them, work with technique. And there's so many things you could do. We were talking about this yesterday a bit, weren't we? So many things you could do as a bowler to improve, but you want to find that potential there first, I suppose, which kind of comes out around 16, 17, 18. I was a fast medium bowler. I discovered I was probably on the high level of fast medium at 19, quicker than I thought I was in a way. As Williams bowls again down the leg side, this time Gubbins turns it for a single. So what I mean by that is I knew I could be quite skiddy, but then it was only when I sort of filled out a bit bodily, 18, 19, that I actually found I could bowl quick, relatively quick anyway. So I think it's that sort of age. You can see the ingredients at 16, 17, then there's the sort of development 18, 19, 20, but then you work with the technique. He said Steve Harmison, and I think I mentioned this earlier, Steve Harmison, when he was training to be England's quick bowler, he went to Newcastle United, worked with the trainer there, and they just got him sprinting as fast as he could, so that his running technique was better. So there's so many things you could work on in that fast bowling academy, but I guess you've got to try and identify potential first. It's Williams again bowling to Gubbins. No, it's not. It's Ali Orr this time, who defends up to mid-off, back up to the bowler. 6 for 1, I was going to say 6 for 1. 11 for 1 is the Hampshire score. Lancashire bowled out earlier for 484. I mean, Lancashire would be a great place for it, really. You could call it the Jimmy Anderson Fast Bowling Academy, couldn't you? I bet there's lots of wannabes up there.
I bet, yeah.
Here comes Williams. Bowls, and that's edged, is it? And I don't think it carried to the keeper. And was that a leg by? I think he probably got an edge on that. He did. Yeah, and it didn't carry to the keeper, who sort of parried it round the post past first slip. If we look at the replay here, yeah, it's sort of in between keeper and first slip. Low bounce there from Williams that enabled Orr to escape that edge, and he picked up a single. So 12 for 1 is the score. When are we going to see Jimmy, by the way? Any idea?
I'll come back to that.
Answer after this ball. Williams bowls, and this time Gubbins defends.
I think that's the end of the over as well. 12 for 1. I think not until at the earliest kind of late May that they've identified potential gains for him. There's 2 championship matches in June. The Test match starts in July, doesn't it? So there's a possibility to me that either late May or those 2 championship matches in June.
What a life! You don't have to get your bowling boots on until mid or late May or early June. My God, I mean, it's a busman's holiday.
Dale Benkenstein said it's quite nice, the idea of bringing Jimmy in June just for a couple of games.
I bet. But he doesn't want to be playing with the Kookaburra ball in April, that's for sure.
No, he does not. No, don't blame him. And there's Saqib Mahmood, who's on his kind of road back to full fitness. He's bowling again now. He's fit, but it's a slow process to get him back up to kind of full bowling fitness. So he's hoping, I think, for something similar. Bailey into to Orr. It's got underneath the fingertips of Will Williams at mid-wicket. He went low to his right to try and feel the ball and just get through for a 1. Ali Orr moves on to 8. It's a 13 for 1. Deficit of 105. As we start the 7th over of the Hampshire second innings. Ali Orr on 8 and Nick Gubbins on 4.
Gubbins is a great tinkerer of his method. You can see him here, he's sort of settling at the crease, making sure that his feet are in exactly the right position.
He's off the back foot and punches to mid-off for no run.
Yeah, sorry, he just sort of a little shuffle as the bowler bowls. I like watching batsmen between balls, actually, seeing what they do, how they compartmentalise. You see he there is just shuffling, he's just moving away from crease just briefly, just collecting his thoughts. It's the switch on, switch off kind of mentality. So at the moment he's still probably switched off. Then there'll be a little cue here, getting his 2 feet into position, a couple of taps at the crease. Now he's switching on for the ball.
Because Bailey's in and bowling to him. Fullish ball, leans into it, defends, pushes away into the offside. No run.
Little bit of rehearsal there. Just thinking about how he played that one. Then again, he walks away from the crease. Just that's switching off, trying to clear your mind. Obviously, he's not trying to prepare for a 4-hour innings here because it's only an hour to the end of play, but still they're in this routine that batsmen like to find where they switch off for a few seconds and then switch on when the bowler starts to run in.
Bailey sets off again as Gubbins waits, and Bailey around the wicket, again forward in defence, and turns the ball away to the leg side where Will Williams fields, and there's no run.
You wonder how many yards or even miles they cover if they bat a long innings. I mean, Alistair Cook used to walk miles each ball. He'd walk about 5 yards, 5, 6, 7 yards away from the wicket between balls and then walk back in. I mean, if he played a long innings, he's probably covered. That's why he was such a good 5k runner, I suppose, because of the stamina he needed.
13 for 1. There's Bailey from the pavilion end. 2 slips in place. And Gubbins leaning forward and steering the ball safely away to mid-wicket. There's no run.
You know, it's why I was completely rubbish as a batsman. I just couldn't do any of this. I'd be sort of flinging my bat around and imagining an extra cover drive and playing everything premeditating all the time. I mean, which obviously, if you're a top-class player, you don't do. You say to yourself, play the ball on its merits. Don't think about the last ball, just think about the next one.
Well, this is the final ball of the over. Just a single off it so far. Bailey to Gubbins, forward again, calmly working it to mid-wicket, and there's no run. 13 for 1, so Gubbins on 4 and Ali Orr on 8. We've got 14 overs left tonight, and Hampshire trail by 104.
And I wonder whether they will give Lyon a little burst here, especially with 2 left-handers at the crease. It's funny, isn't it? Off-spinners always want to bowl at left-handers. Sometimes I find it quite hard to understand why, because if there's a lot of rough, yes, I can see, but it's this idea that they want to threaten the outside edge and get past the outside edge, and if there's no spin, they're not going to be able to do that. And of course there's no DRS either. I mean, Nathan Lyon might be someone who doesn't play much first-class cricket, therefore he's not used to no DRS, and DRS has been a big aid to him over his Test career, I should think. Williams bowls, and this time Ali Orr defends very elaborately. I wonder if he has a different sort of method in between balls. So he's walked, look how far he's gone away. He's walked miles, almost a square leg as he comes back in there and just sort of considered his thoughts. I remember comparing Kevin Peterson and Michael Vaughan in between balls once, and Peterson was frenetic in between balls, playing around, flinging around with his arms, and Vaughan just stood calmly in between balls, did absolutely nothing. Williams bowls again, turned into the leg side this time to mid-on, fielded by Nathan Lyon, but the batsmen go through for a single.
I suppose it's whatever works for you, isn't it? Whatever kind of allows you to relax, to switch off a little bit. You get some. It's probably a reflection of your personality, I would think.
Well, that's actually what I thought with Peterson and Vaughan. Was Peterson was absolutely sort of mad, sort of manic almost, and he is a bit like that, isn't he? And Vaughan was just very calm and composed and phlegmatic. So they're talking here about where to bowl, perhaps at Gubbins. Gubbins has looked solid so far. He's only got 4 runs, but he's looked immaculate in defence. So there's a bit of a discussion with Nathan Lyon and Will Williams talking about where he might bowl. He comes up, he's bowling round the wicket to Gubbins, and that's a little bit fuller and dabbed, sort of squirted behind square for at least a couple. Might actually make it to the rope, it does. So Gubbins picks up 4 there for just a little push outside the off stump, went all along the ground, nicely controlled. Quite a short boundary down there. I think the outfield's quickened up a touch actually in the last couple of days. We haven't had any rain, of course. Rain tomorrow though, I gather, Scott.
I think
is that right?
so. A little bit in the morning, I think.
Yeah.
And then it looks pretty dry for the rest of the afternoon. Albeit this morning on the forecast it suggested it might not be quite as bad as it was predicting maybe 2 days ago. So we might get a bit lucky.
Williams again. Gubbins quite an open stance, and he tries to work that into the leg side, doesn't get past mid-wicket. When I say open, sort of, I suppose I meant feet quite wide apart. The batsman I never believed had such a wide stance, well, apart from Peterson, was a chap called Graham Pollock, who played for South Africa, an amazing batsman, and he literally stood with his feet almost as wide as you could get, and at the crease, and he never moved those feet. If it was short, he just went onto the back one, and if it was full, he just leant onto the front one. He was a hell of a player. Williams bowls again and defended by Nick Gubbins. Pollock, actually, I mean, he's one of those rare species who averaged in Test cricket over 60. He only played about 10 tests or 12 tests or something. Not many have averaged over 60. I think actually Steve Smith's average has dipped just beyond, below 60 now. So not many have managed to sustain that. One who has so far, Harry Brook. Harry Brook's test average is 62, I think. Here comes Williams, bowls again, forced into the offside by Gubbins, but straight to mid-off, and that is the end of the over. I think I'm out of here, and I don't know, maybe.
Yes, you are.
Yes, I'm out. Right.
Thank you.
Very good.
Thank you.
Very good.
Simon Hughes, Scott Reed. You back with us tomorrow, Simon? Yeah?
Yes.
Good man. You proved very popular. Well, you have. No, it's interesting. No, interesting as always. Steady Mel. Mel, I was just about to introduce Melissa Story for the next half hour, but actually she very nearly tripped over the chair, and I wouldn't have been able to. It would have been me on my own. But fortunately, you're still standing.
I am. I think it's probably due to the amount of layers I'm now wearing that my movement's slightly inhibited.
I feel like the venue of this game has suddenly moved to Antarctica, looking at you.
I mean, luckily the jacket I'm wearing is like walking around wearing a sleeping bag.
Bailey's round the wicket to Ali Orr, who turns it away square on the leg sides. Square leg, short leg has gone a little deeper, I think, for the push that Ali Orr plays. I think he's hoping that there's a push in the air somewhere and it gives the short leg a little more time. There we are at the top. There's Melissa. Oh, it's just gone. Yeah, there she is with the white top on. And look, she's got a huge coat on. And I've seen people that go to the top of Everest wear less than what you've got on at the moment.
At least we don't have to carry a big sleeping bag on my... I mean, there we go. We've been shown someone else in the crowd who also looks similarly cold.
Forward is Gubbins, but he played that straight in front of him and no more.
Actually, with that shot there from Gubbins, he played it and the ball had top spin on it. It almost came straight back towards him. Well, there we go. We've got a Hampshire bobble hat, which is a good fashion choice. Me and Emily Windsor brought you a Hampshire Hawks bucket hat, I think, previously. You could be wearing that.
I should be, shouldn't I? But I fear that that's not enough in this weather.
Just a bucket
It
hat.
needs a bit more, yeah.
Do you not have a coat with you?
I do. I might.
Or do you only put it on
Well,
for
I've got a thickish jumper.
circumstances?
Yeah, no, I've got a thickish jumper, which I'm okay with, actually. Outside the off stump to Gubbins, and there is no run. But when you look around at the crowd at the moment, the ones that are still here, there is definitely more attire. Certainly a sweat top is the order of the day at the very least. If you've got anything less on that, then you're a very hard person to get away. I don't think there's anybody wearing shorts here around here. I'm quickly looking.
There'll always be one. When you least expect it, someone will always show up wearing shorts when 4 inches of snow have fallen the day before.
I think we all know people that wear shorts during the winter and just won't wear anything else, which really... That's played back to the bowler by Gubbins, and there is no run. So, a few hardy souls around the stadium at the moment, even using coats as leg warmers as well. It's got decidedly chilly, hasn't it, since tea? On the whole, we've been all right, haven't we? Actually, temperature-wise.
Well, it's great to have had a pretty much rain-unaffected round of the county championship.
Yeah.
And around the country as well. I'm sure some bowlers would be hoping for rain at this point to save them from the misery of the Kookaburra, but...
Yes, why oh why?
Bailey. Why is it still your over? I was going to cut you off then.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Down the leg side, trying a little touch there. Is a leg slip in for that? Well taken by Hurst behind the stumps. Score remains on 19 for 1. So the lead for Lancashire is 98 earlier. They were bowled out for 484. They lost their last 4 wickets for 27. Keaton Jennings, the top scorer, of 172. One of 2 wickets that fell this afternoon. First wicket that fell today was in the 40th. Mel's doing some...
There's a man wearing shorts on the concourse.
Have you found one?
I have been given intel from Robbie James.
Ah. I wonder if the camera can find that. Gets wrapped on the pad there, Ali Orr. End of Bailey's Oval. We've got 12 overs left of the day's play. Have they found?
We
the
found
camera's
another
panning.
shorts. Here we go.
Right.
This feels like something they would have done on like Dick and Dom and the Bungalow. Just like frantically zooming in on people who are crazy enough to be wearing shorts.
Ah, there we are.
Weather. We've got more.
By the sight screen. He's wearing shorts. Wow.
Well, lots of respect to them, and of course to the players, because you know at this stage of the game you've been out there for a good few hours. Your hands are probably a bit cold, particularly if you're one of those fielders in the close catching positions as well. I must say, I as you say, I like this idea of Ali Orr having that short leg just a
Another
little
one.
further back. God, my goodness gracious, people, go put on some layers, you'll catch a chill. But because we were speaking earlier and you said you saw in a few pre-season games how good Ali Orr was
Yes.
through that mid-wicket region off his pads, and obviously new to Hampshire, a lot of people will be keen to see how he plays if they haven't followed his career so far at Sussex. And he's going to be met with the challenge of Nathan Lyon, who I'm sure would not be wearing shorts in this weather because he's probably really, really cold.
Yes, and I don't think Ali Orr faced him in the first innings. Orr made 10, was the second wicket to fall on the first morning. I don't think 26 for 2. Yeah, I don't think we've seen Nathan Lyon by quite yet. You've got some interesting stats as well, haven't you, Mel? Because I know this is your final day today of this game, not final day.
As Lyon bowls, it's pushed into the covers and he goes around to field off his own bowling. Ali Orr on 10, Nick Gubbins on 8. I do have some interesting stats. They were initially there out of reach for both of us, but showed some wonderful stretching skills to go reach my stats for me. Lyon, flatter delivery, and just guiding this one away to short third is Orr. It's quite a tight packed in field. Slip, short cover. Nathan Lyon is wearing the jumper, probably quite wise. Most of the Lancashire players opting for short sleeves. As in comes Lyon again and beats him. Now, there was a shout for a moment, whether there was a little edge behind, maybe even a stumping, and Orr just has to remove himself, walks away towards the square leg umpire for just a second here. We've got the replay on the live stream. It was a good delivery, bit of turn.
It's a bit of rough now, isn't it?
It certainly is. Lyon bowling, more turn outside the off stump, and in the end Orr actually having a bit of width but just playing close to his body. Thickish edge just short third. I'll just wait for the end of this over before we look into the Lancashire and Hampshire's batting performances over the last year. Of course, just in round 2 of the county championships, they've got plenty more to go, and to assess how these two teams will fare up, particularly when the Duke ball is reintroduced. As Lyon skips into the crease, again bowls on target to Orr, who's low down in defence, almost in a full lunge. 5 dot balls so far.
He looks a different proposition now, Nathan Lyon. He looks as though he knows he's got some areas to work on or work with on the pitch, especially to the left-hander.
As he's in now, final ball of his first over in this innings. Again, low to the ground, or lunges towards, keeps it out, and the score 19 for 1 after 10 overs. So looking first at Hampshire's batting last year. Conversely, if we first look at 2022, Hampshire had the highest team strike rate at 58. But last year, Hampshire had the joint lowest batting strike rate, which was 50. It
That's
doesn't.
per 100 balls, isn't it?
But yeah, it doesn't really sound like much, but to put it into context, in 2022, Hampshire would score 300 runs in just 86 overs on average. But last year in 2023, to score 300 runs, it would take them 100 overs. So they began to score just that little bit quicker last year. Overall, though, that is about 14 overs difference.
Here's Bailey round the wicket to Gubbins, who's prodding forward.
And if you do that in both innings, let's say, that's about 2.5 hours less time to bowl out the opposition. So I guess, one thing Hampshire have had is their strength of their middle order, who do tend to score at that slightly higher rate. But last year it had gone down a bit. And if we look at Lancashire in comparison, in 2023 they scored more runs than any other Division 1 team.
Bailey from that pavilion end to Gubbins. Gubbins gets a straighter one, turns that onto the leg side, will pick up a single, moves on to 9, 20 for 1. Lancashire's lead down to 97.
And they have the highest team batting strike rate of 57 in Division 1. And they had the most batters scoring more than 300 runs. 12 of their batters scored more than 300 runs. I guess the only implications of that, which we spoke about a bit yesterday, was that even though their batting was so strong last year, they finished 5th in the county championship, and that was because they played on some difficult surfaces at home, and also because their bowlers couldn't quite force those victories enough.
Bailey to Alior. Alior's trying to flick that away on the leg side, may just have touched the pad as it goes through to the keeper. So from a Hampshire point of view, you're saying that they scored quicker last year on the whole?
They scored quicker in 2022.
Oh, right. Not so quick last year.
But so they scored at a strike rate of 58 in 2022, but only 50 in 2023.
That's interesting.
They also scored with a lot of boundaries in 2022. 57% their runs scored in boundaries.
And Lancashire's strike rate went up last year. So as Bailey comes in, forward is all, pushes it out square on the offside.
I mean, theirs did go up. It was the highest in Div 1, so it was 57. They were making lots of runs, and Lancashire didn't really have that issue either in 2022, because even though they only had 6 batters score more than 300 runs back in 2022, it was pretty much because Jennings, Wells, Croft and Bohannon had such great seasons. They actually didn't really need any other players to score that many, and they didn't really get the exposure lower down the order. So pretty different pictures for both of these sides. They've almost reversed in terms of how attacking their batting is.
It's driven to one of 2 men short on the leg side, sort of on the drive area.
I absolutely love this field to Alior now, at the point where you have a short mid-wicket, mid-on, quite a far away short leg, so I guess a medium leg, and then a slightly longer leg than that.
Yeah,
It's a bit lopsided.
3 men on the leg side, aren't they? That's very close together.
They've clearly analysed the way he plays and seen that there's the potential for a catch here.
See a bit on the live picture feed there as Orr gets another one on the Midland leg, but tucks that away down to fine leg, and will jog through for a single, moves on to 11, so he's beaten his first innings score by 1.
He's going to have to really consciously make sure that anything at that awkward length back of a length, he has to get on top of the bounce and really drop his hands, force the ball down into the ground, because there's people waiting there for him to play that shot. And I just wonder, not to predict anything, but if this tactic works, if this is something we'll be seeing employed a lot over the next few weeks as he plays in Division 1, there'll be a lot of emphasis on working him out as a player. And if teams do work him out and identify that strength through the leg side, then he might just have to adapt his format a bit. We've just seen on the live stream a young boy playing on the concourse. Didn't quite have as much success with hitting the ball there, but if you keep trying, he'll get there.
He's just hit the ball actually this time. It's gone
There
down
we
some
go.
steps. Yeah, he's finally got hold of it.
As Lyon. It's bowling to Orr, defending. Too short cover, who's creeping in closer and closer, probably about a foot away from the cut strip. First slip as well in place.
Just going back to your stats, Mel, in a minute.
Absolutely fine. As Lyon. Flatter delivery and just stepping into the leg side, almost leaving the stumps exposed for a moment there.
If Alior does have a reasonable season, which we all hope for Hampshire, he does actually, he's quite an attacking player. So I'm just wondering if that actually might help that strike rate improve from last year.
It's Lyons in, it's forward, shout for leg before from the keeper and the slips, and pretty much all the fielders, but not Nathan Lyon. He's the kind of player who you can pretty much gauge whether the ball's going to be hitting the stumps based on his reaction. You often see in international cricket, sometimes you'll get a raise of the hand if he's not utterly convinced, but that time, nothing from him. Defending solidly or Lyon fielding off his own bowling. But if he thinks it's plumb, you'll be able to tell.
Yes.
Down on two knees, screaming. It's going to be so exciting just having Nathan Lyon here for the start of the county championship. Such a shame that he's not going to be around for the rest of the season for Lancashire. But of course the signing of Chris Green for the T20 Blast means that one Australian out, another one in. Lyon, quite a long run up for a spinner as he's in now, and or defends again. I just wonder as well, speaking about his preference of the leg side as well, of how much he does really play through the offside, and can he force that when it's potentially not in his arc entirely. It's going to be interesting to see how that develops over the season, as this one leg stump line works it into the onside for no run. It's a maiden from Nathan Lyon, and the score 21 for 1.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that if he scores runs in this innings, he will have earned every single one of them. At the moment, Lyon looks eager, and just causing one or two problems for the left-handers out of a little bit of rough on and around off stump.
Oh, and we're getting a change of shoes. Who's that out of the Lancashire team getting a new pair?
Bailey, the bowler.
Clearly not happy with the results those shoes were yielding.
Longer studs.
Has to go put the ones on with the rocket boosters at the back so we can run in that little bit faster.
He's going to bowl some off spin. So he bowls off spin as well as his seamers. Oh, that's why he's changed his boots.
He's got his spinning boots on.
Yes. What does that mean?
Maybe they've got, I don't know, a little thing on the end which allows him to pivot a bit easier.
Interesting. I don't think I've
Pivot
actually
spike.
seen him bowl this. Here he is then with his off spin round the wicket, trying to cut that away. Gubbins hits it into the ground, takes the pace off the shot.
So, obviously coming into bowl some off spin, when you do have the spin options, I guess, of Luke Wells, is that, I guess, a preference to
Well,
get the ball coming in or
yeah,
going away from
going
the
away from
left-handers
going away from the
rather
bat,
than the leg spin?
I'm sure if there had been right-handers out there, we would have seen Luke Wells, but yeah.
This really is, I mean, we spoke earlier that Harry Brook's been bowling spin in the game between Yorkshire and Gloucestershire when usually he bowls medium pace. I'm not sure I've seen like a front line seamer change it up like this before.
Now, Mel, you're far too young for this, but here's Tom Bailey, bowls, and hasn't turned, it's just worked on the onside. There was a former Lancashire player that also bowled seamers and bowled off spin, and his name, Scott Reed, was... It's before Scott Reed, actually. Mike Watkinson. Yeah, he just got it at the same time as I said it. Yeah. Bowled both. Oh, he's got an inside edge there, Gubbins. It's gone down towards fine leg. He wasn't quite sure where it was going. He's coming back for 2. They'll be all right with that. Mike Watkinson, who was in the... I've mentioned this before, but in the forerunner to T20 cricket, there used to be the Hong Kong Sixers.
Yes.
And England took a very average side out there, so not without being unkind. But he was that captain, and we went out there. Mike Watkinson, nice guy. Used to get on really well with him, actually. But yeah, he bowled his seamers, and then when it was turning, he'd do exactly what Tom Bailey's doing now, turn to spin. He could turn it as well. I think that may have just have turned, but it was quite wide, that one. Left alone by Gubbins.
There really are some prominent rough patches which have come up on this surface, which I'm sure Bailey will be aiming for. I wonder if he's got different stats for his spin bowling to his seam bowling. If it goes a bit badly, he might be able to separate it out.
I wonder who has separated those. I'm sure there's somebody somewhere that has. That's driven out into the covers. The deficit at the moment is 94. Hampshire 23 for 1 in their second innings. Fletcher Middleton for 1. The one wicket that's fallen. Edged Will Williams behind. Mel's going to read out some scores in a moment, as that's pushed out into the gap in the covers, and Gubbins will keep the strike at the end of that over. Hampshire 24 for 1.
So starting with Division 1, that game between Essex and Kent. First innings, 530 for 7 declared Essex. In reply, Kent 413 all out. And now Essex in their second innings, 140 for 3. They lead Kent by 257 runs. Nottinghamshire and Worcestershire into the third innings there as well, where Nottinghamshire lead Worcestershire by 188 runs with 4 wickets remaining. Surrey and Somerset. Somerset lead Surrey by 43 runs with 4 wickets remaining there. Might get a result in that game, so fingers crossed for day 4. It'd be good to see some results across this round. And then that game between Warwickshire and Durham. Durham trail Warwickshire by 179 runs with 9 wickets remaining, so they've been asked to follow on there.
Some wickets there at Edgbaston.
The tide is changing. Just read out the Division 2 scores throughout this over from Nathan Lyon, as he's just making sure his fielders are in the right positions. He's asked 2 of them to swap, whether it's one more equipped to stand that little bit closer to the bat. Gubbins on strike. As Lyon's bowling, he's got an edge. And the cries of the Lancashire fielders as they slowly creep in on Gubbins, applying that pressure. Game between Glamorgan and Derbyshire. Derbyshire require 395 runs to win. They've got 10 wickets remaining. So it's the final innings of that game. Certainly should get a result there. Lyon bounds in, flighted, and another thick edge to short third from Nick Gubbins, who's on 12. Between Gloucestershire and Yorkshire. Big ask for Gloucestershire. They require 450 runs to win with 8 wickets remaining. Between Leicestershire and Sussex. Leicestershire trail Sussex by 296 runs with 9 wickets remaining. Lyon bowling on the bounce to short cover, no run. And finally between Northants and Middlesex, still just the 2 innings in that game, as Middlesex trail Northamptonshire by 29 runs with 8 wickets remaining. Middlesex are 524 for 2. Lyon bowling, a controlled opening of the face of the bat this time from Gubbins. 103, Holden 193 not out, and Louis Deploy 185 not out. Well, certainly looks like a nice surface to bat on in that game. Leaving this one alone this time, Gubbins. And score 24 for 1. 1 ball remaining in this over. I mean, this could be a record-breaking April for the number of, maybe not 200s, but at least 150s or 100s to be scored. It's going to be interesting to look on that once we get to the end of the month. A deep lunge from Gubbins. A dot ball, and the end of the 14th over, 24 for 1.
I think we'll learn a lot when the Duke's Ball comes back into being next week. I understand, I think it's only 2 rounds now and 2 rounds later on. I've heard somebody say no, it's all 4 now. I don't think it is. So we might learn something.
Have you seen this email from Paul Griffiths? It contains a certain limerick. If you missed it earlier, we were speaking about limericks because we have a visitor in the commentary box, and Rosie has been writing up limericks to do with famous cricketers. We've had ones for Shane Warne, Charlotte Edwards, and then Will Williams.
Yes.
3 legends. But we've got an even a more special one for another legend, for Kevin James.
I haven't actually read it yet. I did see the top line, so
I'll just do a quick read to make sure it's not rude.
All right. Shouldn't be. Tom Bailey's going to continue with his off-spin round the wicket from that pavilion end, and I haven't read it yet, and Melissa's already laughing, so I'm a bit worried. Aliar turns it away square on the leg side for a single, moves on to 12, 25 for 1. Hampshire trail by 91.
solentcricket@gmail.com. At Middlesex, young Kevin James wasn't picked for too many games, but playing for Hants, he was no longer pants, and as an all-rounder for Hampshire, he reigns.
That's actually not bad. That's turned away. It's pretty good, actually. Gubbins works that down to fine leg. Moves on to 13, 26 for 1.
So thank you, Paul Griffiths, for that.
Yeah.
Might frame that and put that up on the wall here on the camera gantry.
Is there one for Melissa's story? And we've only got a few minutes of Melissa, so you'll have to be quick. Should have asked for that earlier, shouldn't we? One for Melissa Story. And even if one comes in after you've gone, I'll send it to you. You'll probably see it if it comes on email anyway. That's pushed out towards extra cover. We'll read it out tomorrow if it comes in too late.
And I'll certainly have.
see it.
I'll have a headphone in at work.
Yeah.
Hide it under the hair.
There you go. For one for Melissa Story then. A limerick. You can take your time tonight if you really want to get it right.
You can be as rude as you like.
Forward is all. Bailey looks a little easier to play than Nathan Lyon, as you would expect. One's a test spinner with 500 and odd test wickets. The other one just bowls it when it's needed.
We also have another email from Ken. I don't know if you read this one out. It was just
I don't think I have, no.
after the tea break, I think. So I'll do
I
that
didn't.
after this ball.
It's got a short leg in the first slip there as Orr drives into the ground and pushes that out into the covers.
Ken said, loving the commentary. Looking at the Lancashire lineup, one thought occurred to me. Is this the Lancashire B team? With Bohannon, Balderson, Bruce Bell, Bailey and Blatherwick in their lineup.
That's a few Bs. I thought he meant B, meaning there's another set that could have been even better. But no. That's a quiet pushback by Ali Orr to finish that over from Tom Bailey. 6 to do today, 26 for 1 in Hampshire in their second innings.
There you go, Ken got you there. That's Ken
Yep.
Pritchard from Ellesmere Port. Thank you for getting in touch. As we said, solentcricket@gmail.com. We've loved your emails in today, and do get in touch tomorrow for the final day of this action, where if a miracle descends, we might get a result. And it will most likely, if there is one, be in Lancashire's favour, unless Hampshire can fight back hard and quickly.
Yeah, 91 difference. It's not a lot, but Nathan Lyon can keep finding a spot. He's causing the left-handers. Well, they're having to think about it, aren't they? Probably a little bit more than they did in the first innings. There's definitely more dust around and a couple of patches. Oh, look at that field. Silly mid-off. How close is he? Silly mid-off. Is that George Bell?
I think so. They were debating a leg slip, but in the end, just got Gubbins surrounded on the offside. There's Lyon. Comes in now, flatter delivery and whipped off the pads. Timed nicely from Gubbins as well. Two fielders in pursuit, the only two on the leg side. It's just slowing up towards the boundary rope. Just wonder there whether the fielder got it in time. I think they did. And they come back for 3 runs. Hampshire's score moves to 29 for 1. In fact, they've run 4 runs. Too busy watching the ball to even see the 4th one. Second time that's happened today. Just showing how much the ball is slowing up towards this larger boundary side, away to the nursery ground. I should have had one eye on the ball and one eye on the pitch.
Not easy because it's a big boundary away to our left, so you try and get your eyes trained.
To point
That
in
won't be
the
easy.
opposite directions. Lyon is in, defending his Gubbins on the bounce to short cover. Another dot ball. Where the live stream just caught up now for those following. It can be easy to confuse Nathan Lyon and Tom Bailey at this exact point in time because they are both bowling off spin of similar calibre. Lyon in on the back foot, punching, taking a quick single and
Good running.
finding the gap between mid-off and extra cover. That brings all back on strike. He's 12 off 39. Nick Gubbins 18 off 43. Fletcher Middleton, the Hampshire batter who departed earlier for just 1. He was out when the score was 6 for 1. Not the most successful game for Fletcher Middleton. He was a run out in the first innings as well. It's like miscommunication with this new opening partnership. It's Lyons in, turning outside the off stump and uses straight bat shot straight into the covers, but the fielder gets around quick enough as a dot ball.
It's your final 2 balls of the day, Mel.
And then I'll be able to feel warmth again.
You're going to run inside somewhere.
Is there a sauna at the Utilita Bowl?
There is one here.
A heated
on the
pool?
mezzanine floor. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Know what floor to get off at. This one beats the edge. Great delivery there from Nathan Lyon, who this time has his hands on his head. He knows that was close to taking the wicket of Orr, and actually it's been a great battle between these two. Lyon already into his 4th over. And he is turning. So it looks like we'll have an entertaining fourth day with a bit of movement for the ball. Lyon in, darted in, worked off the hip by order of vacant square leg region. They jog through for a single. Score 32 for 1 after 16. And I'll be passing over to Scott Reed.
Thank you, Melissa Story. Safe journey back. Melissa's been with us for 2 days. And I think there's a sauna on the mezzanine floor. There's certainly a hydro pool which is heated, so you never know if you speak nicely. Thank you very much. Rosie's off as well, so there'll be no more limericks. Had a bit of fun with that today. We have 5 overs left in the day's play, and it's cool, as we've mentioned once or twice. I don't know if we mentioned this. Dave Allen, who was on with us this afternoon, he wanted to check. He was talking earlier that it was Dawson's 3rd longest innings bowl for Hampshire today. He bowled, I forget how many overs it was. Just have a quick refresh. Dawson bowled 49 overs. 3rd most he's bowled in an innings. That's a lot anyway, isn't it?
Well, Tom Bailey's little stint as an off-spinner has come to an end. They're going to turn back to some seam with Will Williams.
How often have you seen?
Yeah, quite a bit.
Oh, you have?
Yeah,
oh,
he's done it quite.
I thought.
He's done it quite a bit now. I mean, it's not a regular thing, but he's done it a few times now.
It's worth a try for a couple of overs, isn't it?
Williams in and bowls. Oh, he's top edged it. I think he has. Ali Orr looking to try and cut the ball. Little thin edge off the top of the bat as he kind of leant back with his knees bent, trying to cut the ball away, and that edge through to the keeper. Hurst takes the catch. Orr slumps forward on his bat. He's gone for 13. And Hampshire lose their 2nd wicket, and the bowling change right at the end of the day by Keaton Jennings has worked a treat. 32 for 2 now, Hampshire trail by 85.
Yeah, a bit of extra bounce there. And wow, it's the first ball that Will Williams had bowled. You know, some people would say, well, let's just give it one ball, but it's not always the way that batters play these days. But I'm afraid Hampshire's new look opening partnership has not worked in this game. Fletcher Middleton 6 and 1. And Ali Orr 10 and 13. So a little bit of work to do there for next week against Warwickshire. Well, the deficit is still 85. Nathan Lyon, he's getting a bit of purchase from time to time because of the rough that's in and around the batting area. As you'd expect, we're going into day 5 tomorrow. Is it day 5? Day 4. And of course we've been playing the whole time, so we've had a lot of overs now in this game. And the way Nathan Lyon's been bowling, and if he bowls a lot of overs tomorrow, which I'm sure he will, and Lancashire can keep it tight from the far end, I think this 85 isn't going to be that easy to polish off.
I was just towards the end of the gantry when you and Melissa were on, so I was right behind the bowler's arm, and you're right, it's just the odd one, isn't he? He's just getting to grip. It's not like massive turn, but for someone with his skill, there's enough there that's could cause a problem or two for Hampshire.
Yeah. The only thing that's slightly in the batter's favour as well is that it's slow turn, even out of the rough. But if he gets it right, and he will do on a few occasions, because he's, the bowler he is, then Hampshire have got a bit of work to do, and they've sent out a night watchman in Kyle Abbott, and there are still 29 balls left in this innings. Bit of work to do.
Here comes Williams to Abbott. He gets right in behind, back and across, solid looking back foot defensive shot by Kyle Abbott, and there's no run. It's a 32 for 2, trailed by 85.
I have to say, I'd much rather be Lancashire than Hampshire in this situation. I think Lancashire are not in a bad position at all here now.
A lot of this could depend on tomorrow morning's weather as well. They need time and hard work for the bowlers through the course of the match. short by Williams, but down the leg side to Abbott. Possibility that we might get an odd shower in the morning, so that if we do that, that makes it even tougher for Lancashire to try and force something on the final day. But if we get a full day, yeah, that could be it could be a difficult day for Hampshire. They have to bat well tomorrow if it's a full day's play.
They will have to bat well.
Any time lost to the weather, stacking against Lancashire. There's Williams in to Abbott. He's left that one through to Hurst. No run.
Well, Lancashire have had sort of one or two little sort of hiccups, haven't they, today? They got into a great position this afternoon, didn't they? Before Keaton Jennings was the first to go. 40 overs bowled today before that first wicket fell. Jennings was a big setback at 172, but nevertheless it was 172. Hurst going, then T, and then those 4 wickets for 27. But they've done enough, haven't they? They've done enough by then. That lead was 117 on the first innings.
Williams bowls. Abbott doesn't play a shot, whips the bat away. The ball slides past the off stump and through to the keeper. You can see George Bell at forward short leg there, and the 2 slips in place, and there's a few oohs and ahs as this was left, but it's well wide of off stump.
It's been a slow burner, this game, but we are slowly getting into a position, aren't we, where actually Lancashire are on top here.
Final ball of the over for Williams into to Abbott. And that's defended away to mid-wicket. It's a wicket maiden for Will Williams. He's only going to have a couple of overs to bowl from that pavilion end tonight. But he's made an impact. It's the perfect kind of reaction when his captain brought him back into the attack. It's 32 for 2, trail by 85.
Yeah, I think 85 on the first day, and as well as Nathan bowled, you wouldn't worry too much. It's still 85, and it's still a gap that needs to be reined back in. But I think now that's worth a few more. And with Nathan Lyon, of course, bowling, I'm sure will be the majority of the overs from this end, or maybe he might switch end depending on how things go. But
because he bowled from the far end, didn't he? Mainly.
Yes, he did. Yeah.
In the first segment.
And the right-handers might have a little bit of problem as well because it's a bit of rough outside the off stump. So that 85 is worth a few more, that's for sure. Here he is then bowling to Gubbins. My word, that silly mid-off is very close, and that's whipped away through mid-wicket where there is a bit of a gap. It wasn't completely timed, and they will pick up 2, slightly short there from Lyon. This is the thing that for Lyon, that whilst he's got a few more things in his favour, he still hasn't really got the pace of this wicket to really make the ball fizz through. If it turns and bounces a bit, it's still slow, so he's still going to get the ball up there. He can't afford to drop too short. He would love a bit more pace in this pitch, that's for sure, but he's got a bit more to work with now. As he comes in and bowls, that's bounced a bit. Gubbins had time to get on top of the bounce and hits that out into the covers. Definitely kicked up a little bit. But as I say, it's doing it slowly, really, allowing the batters time to adjust. 83 the deficit. As Lyon comes in and bowls, Gubbins is forward. Everybody's getting all excited, as you'd expect now. And then, Lancashire will look at this and say, okay, 3.5 overs, but we've got a chance of getting another wicket here, and that really will put Hampshire on the back foot. Waited a long time for this, haven't we, this situation?
Yeah, it has been a slow burn. That's a good description, that, yeah.
There's the line again, Gubbins forward. Plays that into the ground. George Bell, eager. Gosh, he's close.
He is, isn't he? Yeah, inching nearer and nearer, I think.
I'm sure Gubbins is getting warmed up by his breath, that being that close.
Look how close he gets.
Yeah, just off the cut strip. Nathan Lyon bowls, a little bit too short there. Gubbins play that all day long. Plays it back to the bowler. Gubbins is on 20. Abbott, the night watchman, faced 5 balls. Middleton for 1, Ali Orr 13, the 2 batters out, the 2 openers. Will Williams, Hurst bowl Will Williams, the same combination. Gubbins is forward, thick outside edge along the ground, goes out to backward point, and that's another over negotiated. Hampshire have 18 balls left on day 3 in which to keep those 8 wickets intact going through to tomorrow morning. And 83 runs need to be knocked off before they can even begin to think about saving the game.
Close of play in the match at the Oval, where Somerset are 204 for 6 in their second innings. That's close of play on day 3. Somerset lead by 61 runs with 4 wickets left, so that looks like to be a finish tomorrow in South London. And Surrey in a healthy looking spot with 4 wickets to get, and Somerset just 60 in front. Essex are batting second time round against Kent. Essex are 169 for 4 in their second innings, and they lead Kent by 286 runs with 6 wickets remaining. So Essex are pushing themselves into a strong position. It'll be interesting to see how that pitch plays on the 4th day. Expected to go a normal Chelmsford pitch, and Critchley and Harmer could have a big role to play tomorrow for Essex. 290 in front with 6 wickets remaining. There's Will Williams in and bowls. Oh, his cries of catch it. Well, that's beaten Hurst. Oh, it's come off the bat. It's gone low to Hurst's right, and it's gone for 4 runs. The cry was catch it straight away. Bounced in front to the right of Hurst and just in front.
It looks like it pitched and just came fractionally into Abbott. So Williams, I guess, is not thinking about going to his right, and then of course the edge is then taking it, but Williams would have, if anything, maybe the weight might have just started to go on the left side. So it's difficult then to suddenly get back down low, but that was a cracking delivery. He's got the knack, hasn't he, Will Williams? He's got quite, as I was saying a couple of days ago, whatever, he's got this sort of loose wrist, doesn't he, that sort of flicks at times, and it makes the ball just deviate, doesn't it? Subtly in this game, it's probably more in other games, but it's just enough, isn't it, that just sets him apart from 1 or 2 other seam bowlers.
He's picked up the 2 wickets to fall in this Hampshire second innings. Ali Orr for 13 and Fletcher Middleton for 1. Both caught behind by Hurst. In again, balls. Forward goes Abbott in defence, and there is no run. As we welcome listeners on 5 Sports Extra, right at the tail end of the 3rd day here. We've just been describing this as potentially a bit of a slow burner, but if the weather forecast is okay for tomorrow and we have a full day, then Hampshire are going to have to bat well on the 4th and final day. They're 79 behind. We've got 2.4 overs remaining tonight. Will Williams has picked up both of the Hampshire opening batters, Ali Orr and Fletcher Middleton. We've got Nathan Lyon bowling from the other end. It's 38 for 2. Lancashire making 484 in their first innings. As Williams runs in from the pavilion end and bowls to the night watchman Kyle Abbott, who's right in behind, and he defends, and there's no run. And there's 2 things in that Lancashire innings to mention. Firstly, an outstanding century from the Lancashire captain Keaton Jennings, making 172, and then agony for George Bell, the 21-year-old batter for Lancashire. He's never reached a century before, just his 15th first-class match, run out on 99. Lancashire securing a first innings lead of 117 runs. Here's Williams to Abbott, plays forward and defends, and there's no run.
Yeah, and it was difficult not to feel sorry for George Bell, because he actually played very nicely for that 99. He kept the scoreboard ticking along, didn't he? A couple of nice drives here and there for boundaries and what have you, but generally just supported Keaton Jennings brilliantly, and they put Hampshire under pressure during the day. 40 overs in the day before we had the first wicket of Keaton Jennings, but he wanted that 100th run desperately and ran on a misfield and paid the price.
Williams in and balls to Abbott, who's shuffling back and across, and getting right in behind it. Solid stuff by Abbott, who's such a big, strong man. He dominates that in the middle anyway, doesn't he, physically, because he's so tall and strong, and he's got right in behind it to make sure that Williams doesn't get through. Another dot ball.
It's still a good pitch, but it's starting to wear a little bit. A little, not much. But there's a little bit more now for Nathan Lyon than there was in the first innings because of the rough. The bowler's rough, but it's still not a lot.
3 slips and a leg slip. And slides past Abbott As he kind of half plays forward, Williams has found a really nice groove right at the end of the day's play here from the pavilion end. Through to Matty Hurst, Lancashire's wicketkeeper. 2 overs left. Hampshire 38 for 2 in their second innings. Trail Lancashire by 79.
Yeah, and you're right about the game. It's been a game where for large parts of it you think this is a draw because of the slow nature of the pitch and the Kookaburra ball, which hasn't done a lot really, has it? Let's be honest. It might have done a little bit for the new ball bowlers, but not even then, not a lot. Didn't do a lot for Nathan Lyon. He had to call on all his experience just to pick up a couple of wickets. Liam Dawson picked up 4 as Lancashire lost their last 4 wickets for 27, but they still built a lead of 117, which isn't a lot, but when you lose your openers early, which Hampshire have done, the pressure's back on them, there's no doubt about that. A little too short there to Gubbins because the slow nature of the pitch, so Gubbins is able to play that easily off the back foot up to mid-off. But simply going into day 4 and the deficit is 79, there's the pressure. And then certain Nathan Lyon. So it is a lot of work for Hampshire to do tomorrow. A little bit quicker, it's turned a little bit out of the rough. That's a good lead from Gubbins. But it'll be fascinating to watch Nathan Lyon tomorrow. It was fascinating in the first innings when there was no help.
It's brilliant because of the fact he's got no help off the pitch.
No.
So you're seeing all the range of skill that he's got.
Yeah, 38.1 overs in the first innings. I think there might be at least that to come in tomorrow. Let's play straight into the ground by Gubbins. And that stint that was cut short by 7 overs because Cricket Australia were worried about their workload. I think they might look at this game and say, hang on a minute, 38, I'm sure he'll bowl 40 odd overs come tomorrow. They'll say, oh, hang on, let's cut that down to 3 games. But Dawson bowled more. Dawson was into the 40s with his amount of overs. I don't think England will be saying you can't do that. That's pushed out to mid-off. I think Dawson's past that now. I don't think England will be worrying about how many overs he's bowling. Only the Hampshire physio. Just got a message from Liam's dad. He's out in sunny Spain.
Lovely.
Andy Dawson. Bowled well, the boy again. As that's outside the off stump, trying to tempt Gubbins forward, but leaves that one alone. He says, "Can you give out a shout out to our superb hosts Claire and Tony for looking after us out there?" That's Andy and his wife out there in Spain. Good stuff. He'd be here if he was in England.
You're better off in Spain. It's warmer.
Well, so you wouldn't want to be around here at the moment. To be honest, I'd have gone home long ago if I could.
It's actually it's been lovely for the 3 days, hasn't it? But it has just dropped a bit chilly now.
It has, yeah. But we still managed to find 1 or 2 in the crowd with shorts on, which, wow. But yeah, it's been no threat of rain. That's the main thing. That's what you really worry about. But yeah, it's been lovely. Certainly in the afternoons, isn't it? Lyon round the wicket again. He's got a short leg in this time for Gubbins, who plays that into the ground again. So we've got 1 over left of day 3. A maiden over there from Nathan Lyon. 6 overs, 4 maidens, none for 8. I hope he put his feet up tonight and keep his shoulder nice and loose, ready for a long bowl tomorrow. And I'm sure Cricket Australia will look at that tomorrow and look at just how many overs he's going to bowl, because he's going to bowl a lot. 38 for 2 Hampshire in their second innings, trail by 79.
You stop curtailing Nathan Lyon's stint with Lancashire. It's already been reduced from the whole season to 7 matches because of the miserable Cricket Australia.
It's great to watch though, and everybody I've spoken to, and even when I spoke to Tom Prest at the end of day 1 when he got 85, played really well, said, oh, it's pretty cool facing Nathan Lyon. Yeah, it's great, isn't it? You love that sort of buzz about, one person can create that sort of buzz. It's lovely.
Well, that skill and guile that he's got has been brilliant to watch on a flat pitch. Those watching on the live stream, there we go. We found someone in shorts.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just up here on the balcony, Kev, where it's a bit chilly.
Yeah.
We're going to see some leg spin from Luke Wells for the final over from the pavilion end, with a slip and a leg slip and a forward short leg. Wells into Abbott, who has so far been resolute in defence, an absolute solid wall to try and get past, and he lunges forward into that first delivery from Luke Wells and defends it back to the Lancashire leg spinner, who's at the top of his mark. Floodlights are on. He comes bouncing in over the wicket to Abbott. There he goes again off the front foot. Right forward defence down into the ground. George Bell's busy around at short leg to field. Picks up the loose ball quickly back to Wells. So 3 catches around the bat. There's a short extra cover as well. There's a deep point, mid off, mid on, a deep backward square leg. There's Wells to Abbott. He's going back, trying to work the ball away through the leg side, trying to flick it off his pads. Ball deflects back down the pitch, and there is no run. So we've had 3 balls, 3 to go tonight. Hampshire 2 down, 79 runs behind. Still with plenty of work to do tomorrow, the home side. Wells in, forward goes Abbott. I was asking the question here, Luke Wells, as Abbott lunged forward again. And an appeal more in hope than expectation, I think. It was right at the end of the day. Let's just ask the question. Didn't have an appeal with too much heart, in truth. 2 balls to go tonight. I think we might need, we're going to have another close catch yet. So we're waiting for the Lancashire 12th man to come out with another helmet and bring that out for someone else to get close in around the bat. 38 for 2. So this game has been intriguing. We've seen so many games around the country where the bat has dominated, where there's been absolutely stack of runs and declarations here, there and everywhere, but not quite been the same. It's been hard work for the bowlers, definitely, but it's in just the one century in this match, which was for Keaton Jennings, with some players out in the 90s and the 80s and the 50s. Still looks like a good pitch, and it's still a pitch which I'm sure Hampshire will feel they will not lose 8 wickets on tomorrow, and they'll be able to bat through the day and take a draw from the match.
Yeah, I at this stage I would still back Hampshire, but I said earlier that the deficit's down to 79 now. That'll be harder work than if you were trying to pull back that deficit on day one. This pitch is still a good one, but it's a bit wary now, isn't it?
Wells to Abbott again, shuffling back, trying to flick it away to the leg side. No run. Now got 4 around the bat, all wearing helmets. First slip, leg slip, forward short leg, silly point. So 4 close catches. Keeper standing right up behind the stumps. Might have a second slip in, we do. Yeah, so now got 5 around the bat. 2 slips, silly point, leg slip, short leg. Final ball of the day. And it's Wells to Abbott, and he runs that down towards third man and takes a single. And the night watchman has done his bit there, because he's faced 17 deliveries to make sure that his captain James Vince doesn't need to come out till a little later on tomorrow. Closer play on the 3rd day, and Hampshire 39 for 2 in the second innings. They trail by 78.
Yeah, this game's come to life a little bit, isn't it? Thankfully, I think at the end of the day, county cricket needs to be entertaining as much as anything else. And I think we've seen a day where, despite 1 or 2 setbacks, Lancashire have got themselves into a good position. They got the 2 early wickets they wanted, which is what any team would want in their situation when they have a lead. And tomorrow, I'm looking at the run rate. It's under 2 and over now. Assuming that sticks around then, I mean, even if Hampshire to get a lead, we're looking at mid-afternoon. Certainly after lunch, that run rate might increase a little bit if Messrs Dawson and Vince and what have you get in, and Nick Gubbins gets into flow. But even so, that is still a lot of work to do tomorrow, and Hampshire will know that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and I think it's difficult to come out and bat tonight. The floodlights are on. Roads that should become a little easier as the day goes on.
Yep. Good day for Keaton Jennings, a good day for George Bell, although he's probably not thinking that right now, but I'm sure when he reflects, at the end of the day, 99 is 99.
Yeah, it was horrible to see George Bell lose his wicket like that, to get run out on 99, and it took an age for him to leave the pitch, but the second time he's been out in the 90s in his short career. But he clearly is a fabulous talent. He's going to have a very good career, I'm sure, with Lancashire, and those 3 figures will come at some point.
That's right. Ali Orr and Fletcher Middleton, the 2 batters out this evening. leaving Nick Gubbins and Kyle Abbott to resume Hampshire's second innings tomorrow morning, and we'll resume our commentary at the same time at 11 o'clock.